By Edmund Spenser. The Faerie Queene. It falls me here to write of chastity, that fairest virtue far above the rest, for which what needs me fetch from fairy foreign examples, it to have expressed, sith it is shrined in my sovereign's breast, and formed so lively in each perfect part, that to all ladies which if it professed, need but behold the portrait of her heart, if portrait it might be by any living art. But living art may not least part express, nor life-resembling pencil it can paint all where it zuxes or praxiteles. His daedal hand would fail and greatly faint, and her perfections with his era taint. Ne poet's wit, that passeth painter far in picturing the parts of beauty daint, so hard a workmanship adventured are, for fear, through want of words, her excellence to mar. How then shall I, apprentice of the skill that whilome in divinest wits did reign, presume so high to stretch mine humble quill? Yet now my luckless lot doth me constrain hereto perforce. But, O dread sovereign, thus far forth pardons that choicest wit cannot your glorious portrait figure plain, that I in coloured shows may shadow it, and antique praises unto present persons fit. But if in living colours and right hue yourself you covet to see pictured, who can it do more lively or more true than that sweet verse with nectar sprinkled, in which a gracious servant pictured his Cynthia, his heaven's fairest light, that with his melting sweetness ravished, and with the wonder of her beam as bright, my senses lulled are in slumber of delight. But let that same delicious poet lend a little leave unto a rustic muse to sing his mistress praise, and let him mend, if aught amiss her liking may abuse. Nay, let his fairest Cynthia refuse in mirrors more than one herself to see, but either Gloriana let her choose, or in Belphoebe fashioned to be, in the one her rule, in the other her rare chastity. Canto 1. Guyon encountereth Britomart, fair Florimel is chaste. Duessa's trains and Malacasta's champions are defaced. The famous Briton prince and fairy knight, after long ways and perilous pains endured, having their weary limbs to perfect plight restored, and sorry wounds right well recured, the fair Alma greatly were procured to make their languor sojourn and abode. But when thereto they might not be allured from seeking praise and deeds of arms abroad, they courteous congé took, and forth together yode. But the captive Decrasia he sent, because of travel long, a nigher way, with a strong guard, all rescue to prevent, and her to fairy court safe to convey, that her for witness of his hard assay unto his fairy queen he might present. But he himself betook another way, to make more trial of his hardiment, and seek adventures, as he with Prince Arthur went. Long so they travelled through wasteful ways, where dangers dwelt and perils most did won, to hunt for glory and renowned praise. Full many countries they did overrun, from the uprising to the setting sun, and many hard adventures did achieve, of all the which they honour ever won, seeking the weak oppressed to relieve, and to recover right for such as wrong did grieve. At last, as through an open plain they yode, they spied a knight that towards pricked fair, and him beside an aged squire there rode, that seemed to couch under his shield three square, as if that age bade him that burden spare, and yield it those that stouter could it wield. He them espying gan himself prepare, and on his arm address his goodly shield, that bore a lion passant in a golden field. Which seeing, good Sir Guyon dear besought the prince of grace to let him run that turn. He granted. Then the fairy quickly wrought his poignant spear, and sharply gan to spurn his foamy steed, whose fiery feet did burn the verdant grass, as he thereon did tread. Ne did the other back his foot return, but fiercely forward came withouten dread, and bent his dreadful spear against the other's head. They been met, and both their points arrived, but Guyon drove so furious and fell, that seemed both shield and plate it would have rived. Natheless it bore his foe not from his cell, but made him stagger, as he were not well. But Guyon's self, ere well he was aware, nigh a spear's length behind his crupper fell. Yet in his fall so well himself he bare, that mischievous mischance his life and limbs did spare. Great shame and sorrow of that fall he took, for never yet sith warlike arms he bore, and shivering spear in bloody field first shook, he found himself dishonoured so sore. Ah, gentlest knight that ever armour bore, let not thee grieve dismounted to have been, and brought to ground that never wast before. For not thy fault, but secret power unseen, that spear enchanted was, which laid thee on the green. But weenedst thou what wight thee overthrew? Much greater grief and shamefuller regret for thy hard fortune then thou wouldst renew, that of a single damsel thou wert met on equal plain, and there so hard beset. Even the famous Britomart it was, whom strange adventure did from Britain fet to seek her lover, love far sought, alas, whose image she had seen in Venus' looking-glass. Full of disdainful wrath, he fierce uprose, for to revenge that foul reproachful shame, and snatching his bright sword, began to close with her on foot, and stoutly forward came. Die rather would he than endure that same. Which when his palmer saw, he gan to fear his toward peril and untoward blame, which by that new rencounter he should rear. For death sate on the point of that enchanted spear, and hasting towards him gan fair persuade not to provoke misfortune, nor to wean his spear's default to mend with cruel blade. For by his mighty science he had seen the secret virtue of that weapon keen, that mortal puissance mote not withstand. Nothing on earth mote always happy been. Great hazard were it, and adventure fond, to lose long-gotten honour with one evil hand. By such good means he him discounselled from prosecuting his revenging rage, and eke the prince like treaty handled, his wrathful will with reason to assuage, and laid the blame not to his carriage, but to his starting steed that swerved aside, and to the ill purveyance of his page that had his furnitures not firmly tied. So is his angry courage fairly pacified. Thus reconcilement was between them knit, through goodly temperance and affection chaste, and either vowed with all their power and wit to let not others' honour be defaced of friend or foe, whoever it embased, ne arms to bear against the other's side, in which accord the prince was also placed, and with that golden chain of concord tied. So goodly all agreed, they forth a fair did ride. Oh, goodly usage of those antique times, in which the sword was servant unto right, when not for malice and contentious crimes, but all for praise and proof of manly might, the martial brood accustomed to fight. Then honour was the meed of victory, and yet the vanquished had no despite. Let later age that noble use envy, vile rancour to avoid, and cruel circuitry. Long they thus travelled in friendly wise, through countries waste and eke well edified, seeking adventures hard, to exercise their puissance, while home full dernly tried. At length they came into a forest wide, whose hideous horror and sad trembling sound full grisly seemed. Therein they long did ride, yet tract of living creatures none they found, save bears, lions, and bulls, which roamed them around. All sudden, out of the thickest brush, upon a milk-white palfrey, all alone, a goodly lady did forby them rush, whose face did seem as clear as crystal stone, and eke through fear as white as whale's bone. Her garments all were wrought of beaten gold, and all her steed with tinsel trappings shone, which fled so fast that nothing mote him hold, and scarce them leisure gave her passing to behold. Still as she fled, her eye she backward threw, as fearing evil that pursued her fast, and her fair yellow locks behind her flew, loosely dispersed with puff of every blast. All as a blazing star doth far outcast its hairy beams, and flaming locks dispread, at sight whereof the people stand aghast. But the sage wizard tells, as he has read, that it importunes death and doleful dreary head. So as they gazed after her a while, lo, where a grisly foster forth did rush, breathing out beastly lust her to defile. His tireling jade he fiercely forth did push, through thick and thin, both over bank and bush, in hope her to attain by hook or crook, that from his gory sides the blood did gush. Large were his limbs, and terrible his look, and in his clownish hand a sharp boar-spear he shook. Which outrage when these gentle knights did see, full of great envy and fell jealousy, they stayed not to avise who first should be, but all spurred after fast as they mote fly, to rescue her from shameful villainy. The prince and Guyon, equally believe, herself pursued, in hope to win thereby most goodly meed, the fairest dame alive. But after the foul foster Timaeus did strive. The whiles fair Britomart, whose constant mind would not so lightly follow beauty's chase, ne recked of ladies' love, did stay behind, and them awaited there a certain space, to weet if they would turn back to that place. But when she saw them gone, she forward went, as lay her journey, through that perilous pace, with steadfast courage and stout hardiment. Ne evil things she feared, ne evil things she meant. At last, as nigh out of the wood she came, a stately castle far away she spied, to which her steps directly she did frame. That castle was most goodly edified, and placed for pleasure nigh that forest side. But fair before the gate, a spacious plain mantled with green, itself did spreaden wide, on which she saw 6 knights that did arraign fierce battle against one, with cruel might and main. Mainly they all at once upon him laid, and sore beset on every side around, that nigh he breathless grew, yet not dismayed, ne ever to them yielded foot of ground. All had he lost much blood through many a wound, but stoutly dealt his blows, and every way to which he turned it in his wrathful stound made them recoil, and fly from dread decay, that none of all the 6 before him durst assay. Like dastard curs, that, having at bay the savage beast embossed in weary chase, dare not adventure on the stubborn prey, ne bite before, but roam from place to get a snatch when turned is his face. In such distress and doubtful jeopardy when Britomart him saw, she ran apace unto his rescue, and with earnest cry bade those same 6 forbear that single enemy. But to her cry they list not lend an ear, ne aught the more their mighty strokes surcease, but gathering him round about more near, their direful rancour rather did increase, till that she, rushing through the thickest trees, perforce disparted their compacted gyre, and soon compelled to hearken unto peace. Though gan she mildly of them to inquire the cause of their dissension and outrageous ire. Whereto that single knight did answer frame, These 6 would me enforce by odds of might to change my lief, and love another dame, that death me liefer were than such despite, so unto wrong to yield my wrested right. For I love one, the truest one on ground, to list me change, she the errant damsel hight, for whose dear sake full many a bitter stound I have endured, and tasted many a bloody wound. Certes, said she, then bin ye 6 to blame, to ween your wrong, by force to justify. For knight to leave his lady were great shame, that faithful is, and better were to die. All loss is less, and less the infamy, than loss of love to him that loves but one. Ne may love be compelled by mastery, for soon as mastery comes, sweet love anon taketh his nimble wings, and soon away is gone. Then spake one of those 6, There dwelleth here within this castle wall a lady fair, whose sovereign beauty hath no living peer, thereto so bounteous and so debonair, that never any mote with her compare. She hath ordained this law which we approve, that every knight which doth this way repair, in case he have no lady nor no love, shall do unto her service, never to remove. But if he have a lady or a love, then must he her forego with foul defame, or else with us by dint of sword approve that she is fairer than our fairest dame, as did this knight before ye hither came. Perdie, said Britomart, the choice is hard. But what reward had he that overcame? He should advanced be to high regard, said they, and have our lady's love for his reward. Therefore arreed, sir, if thou have a love. Love have I sure, quoth she, but lady none. Yet will I not from mine own love remove, ne to your lady will I service done, but wreak your wrongs wrought to this knight alone, and prove his cause. With that, her mortal spear she mightily aventured towards one, and down him smote ere well aware he were. Then to the next she rode, and down the next did bear. Ne did she stay till 3 on ground she laid, that none of them himself could rear again. The 4th was by that other knight dismayed, all were he weary of his former pain, that now there do but 2 of 6 remain, which 2 did yield before she did them smite. Ah, said she then, now may ye all see plain that truth is strong, and true love most of might, that for his trusty servants doth so strongly fight. Too well we see, said they, and prove too well our faulty weakness, and your matchless might. For thee, fair sir, yours be the damosel, which by her own law to your lot doth light, and we your liegemen, faith unto your plight. So underneath her feet their swords they marred, and after her besought, well as they might, to enter in and reap the due reward. She granted, and then in they altogether fared. Long were it to describe the goodly frame and stately port of Castle Joyous, for so that castle hight by common name, where they were entertained with courteous and comely glee of many gracious fair ladies, and of many a gentle knight, who, through a chamber long and spacious, eftsoons brought unto their lady's sight, that of them cleaped was the Lady of Delight. But for to tell the sumptuous array of that great chamber should be labour lost, for living wit, I ween, cannot display the royal riches and exceeding cost of every pillar and of every post, which all of purest bullion framed were, and with great pearls and precious stones embossed, that the bright glister of their beames clear did sparkle forth great light, and glorious did appear. These stranger knights, through passing, forth were led into an inner room, whose royalty and rich purveyance might uneath be read. Mote prince's place beseems so decked to be, which stately manner when as they did see the image of superfluous rioties, exceeding much the state of mean degree, they greatly wondered whence so sumptuous guise might be maintained, and each gan diversly devise. The walls were round about apparelled with costly clothes of arras and of Tour, in which with cunning hand was portrayed the love of Venus and her paramour, the fair Adonis, turned to a flower, a work of rare device and wondrous wit. First did it show the bitter baleful stour, which her essayed with many a fervent fit, when first her tender heart was with his beauty smit. Then, with what sleights and sweet allurement she enticed the boy, as well that art she knew, and wooed him her paramour to be, now making girlands of each flower that grew, to crown his golden locks with honour due, now leading him into a secret shade from his beau pairs, and from bright heaven's view, where him to sleep she gently would persuade, or bathe him in a fountain by some covered glade. And whilst he slept, she over him would spread her mantle coloured like the starry skies, and her soft arm lay underneath his head, and with ambrosial kisses bathe his eyes. And whilst he bathed, with her two crafty spies she secretly would search each dainty limb, and throw into the well sweet rosemaries, and fragrant violets, and pounces trim, and ever with sweet nectar she did sprinkle him. So did she steal his heedless heart away, and joyed his love in secret unespied. But for she saw him bent to cruel play, to hunt the savage beast in forest wide, dreadful of danger that mote him betide, she oft and oft advised him to refrain from chase of greater beasts, whose brutish pride mote breed him scath unwares. But all in vain, for who can shun the chance that destiny doth ordain? Lo, where beyond he lieth languishing, deadly and gored of a great wild boar, and by his side the goddess, grovelling, makes for him endless moan, and evermore with her soft garment wipes away the gore, which stains his snowy skin with hateful hue. But when she saw no help might him restore, him to a dainty flower she did transmew, which in that cloth was wrought, as if it lively grew. So was that chamber clad in goodly wise, and round about it many beds were dight, as whilom was the antique world disguised, some for untimely ease, some for delight, as pleased them to use that use it might. And all was full of damsels and of squires, dancing and revelling both day and night, and swimming deep in sensual desires. And Cupid still amongst them kindled lustful fires, and all the while sweet music did divide her looser notes with Lydian harmony, and all the while sweet birds thereto applied their dainty lays and dulcet melody, carolling of love and jollity, that wonder was to hear their trim consort, which when those knights beheld, with scornful eye they stained such lascivious disport, and loathed the loose demeanour of that wanton sort. Thence they were brought to that great lady's view, whom they found sitting on a sumptuous bed, that glistered all with gold and glorious shew, as the proud Persian queens accustom it. She seemed a woman of great bounty-head, and of rare beauty, saving that askance her wanton eyes, ill signs of womanhead, did roll too lightly, and too often glance, without regard of grace or comely eminence. Long work it were, and needless to devise their goodly entertainment and great glee. She caused them be led in courteous wise into a bower disarmed for to be, and cheered well with wine and spicery. The Red Cross knight was soon disarmed there, but the brave maid would not disarmed be, but only vented up her umbriere, and so did let her goodly visage to appear. As when fair Cynthia in darksome night is in a noyous cloud enveloped, where she may find the substance thin and light breaks forth her silver beams, and her bright head discovers to the world discomfited. Of the poor traveller that went astray, with thousand blessings she is harried. Such was the beauty and the shining ray with which fair Britomart gave light unto the day. And eke those 6 which lately with her fought, now were disarmed, and did themselves present unto her view and company unsought. For they all seemed courteous and gent, and all 6 brethren born of one parent, which had them trained in all civility, and goodly taught to tilt and tournament. Now were they liegemen to this lady free, and her knight's service ought to hold of her in fee. The first of them by name Gardante hight, a jolly person and of comely hue. The second was Parlante, a bold knight, and next to him Jocante did ensue. Fasciante did himself most courteous shew, but fierce Bacchante seemed too fell and keen, and yet in arms Noctante greater grew. All were fair knights, and goodly well beseen, but to fair Britomart they all but shadows been. For she was full of amiable grace, and manly terror mixed therewithal, that as the one stirred up affections base, so th'other did men's rash desires appall, and hold them back that would in error fall. As he that hath espied a vermeil rose, to which sharp thorns and briers the way forestall, dare not for dread his hardy hand expose, but wishing it far off, his idle wish doth lose. Whom when the lady saw so fair a wight, all ignorant of her contrary sex, for she her weened a fresh and lusty knight, she greatly gan enamoured to wax, and with vain thoughts her falsed fancy vex. Her fickle heart conceived hasty fire, like sparks of fire which fall in slender flecks, that shortly brent into extreme desire, and ransacked all her veins with passion entire. Eftsoons she grew to great impatience, and into terms of open outrage brust, that plain discovered her incontinence. Ne recked she who her meaning did mistrust, for she was given all to fleshly lust, and poured forth in sensual delight, that all regard of shame she had disgust, and meet respect of honour put to flight. So shameless beauty soon becomes a loathly sight. Fair ladies that to love captived are, and chaste desires do nourish in your mind, let not her fault your sweet affections mar, ne blot the bounty of all womankind. Mongst thousands good, one wanton dame to find, amongst the roses grow some wicked weeds. For this was not to love, but lust incline. For love does always bring forth bounteous deeds, and in each gentle heart desire of honour breeds. Not so of love this looser dame did skill, but as a coal to kindle fleshly flame, giving the bridle to her wanton will, and treading under foot her honest name. Such love is hate, and such desire is shame. Still did she rove at her with crafty glance of her false eyes, that at her heart did aim, and told her meaning in her countenance. But Britomart dissembled it with ignorance. Supper was shortly dight, and down they sat, where they were served with all sumptuous fare, whiles fruitful Ceres and Laius fat poured out their plenty without spite or spare. Naught wanted there that dainty was and rare, and aye the cups their banks did overflow, and aye between the cups she did prepare way to her love, and secret darts did throw. But Britomart would not such guileful message know. So when they slaked had the fervent heat of appetite, with meats of every sort, The lady did fair Britomart entreat her to disarm, and with delightful sport to loose her warlike limbs and strong effort. But when she mote not thereunto be won, for she her sex under that strange purport did use to hide, and plain appearance shun, in plainer wise to tell her grievance she begun, and all at once discovered her desire with sighs and sobs and plaints and piteous grief, the outward sparks of her in-burning fire, which, spent in vain, at last she told her brief that, but if she did lend her short relief, and do her comfort, she mote algates die. But the chaste damsel, that had never proof of such melangion and fine forgery, did easily believe her strong extremity. Full easy was for her to have belief, who, by self-feeling of her feeble sex, and by long trial of the inward grief wherewith imperious love her heart did vex, could judge what pains do loving hearts perplex, who means no guile, beguiled soonest shall, and to fair semblance doth light faith annex. The bird that knows not the false fowler's call, into his hidden net full easily doth fall. For this she would not in discourteous wise scorn the fair offer of goodwill professed, for great rebuke it is love to despise, or rudely stain a gentle heart's request. But with fair countenance, as beseemed best, her entertained, natheless she inly deemed her love too light, to woo a wandering guest, which she misconstruing, thereby esteemed that from like inward fire that outward smoke had steamed. Therewith a while she her flit fancy fed, till she mote win fit time for her desire. But yet her wounds still inward freshly bled, and through her bones the false instilled fire did spread itself, and venom close inspire. Though were the tables taken all away, and every knight and every gentle squire gan choose his dame with Basciomani gay, with whom he meant to make his sport and courtly play. Some fell to dance, some fell to hazardry, some to make love, some to make merriment, as divers wits to divers things apply, and all the while fair Malacasta bent her crafty engines to her close intent. By this, the eternal lamps wherewith high Jove doth light the lower world were half yspent, and the moist daughters of huge Atlas strove into the ocean deep to drive their weary drove. High time it seemed then for every wight them to betake unto their kindly rest. Eftsoons long waxen torches were in light, unto their bowers to guiden every guest. Though when the Britoness saw all the rest avoided quite, she gan herself to spoil and safe commit to her soft feathered nest, where through long watch and late day's weary toil she soundly slept, and careful thoughts did quite assoil. Now, whenas all the world in silence deep yshrouded was, and every mortal wight was drowned in the depth of deadly sleep, fair Malacasta, whose engrieved sprite could find no rest in such perplexed plight, lightly arose out of her weary bed, and under the black veil of guilty night her with a scarlet mantle covered, that was with gold and ermines fair enveloped. Then, panting soft and trembling every joint, her fearful feet towards the bower she moved, where she for secret purpose did appoint to lodge the warlike maid, unwisely loved. And to her bed approaching, first she proved whether she slept or waked. With her soft hand she softly felt if any member moved, and lent her wary ear to understand if any puff of breath or sign of scent she fond. Which when as none she fond, with easy shift, for fear lest her unware she should upbraid, the embroidered quilt she lightly did uplift, and by her side herself she softly laid, of every finest finger's touch afraid. Ne any noise she made, ne word she spake, but inly sighed. At last the royal maid out of her quiet slumber did awake, and changed her weary side the better ease to take. Where, feeling one close couched by her side, she like leapt out of her filed bed, and to her weapon ran, in mind to gride the loathed lecher. But the dame, half dead through sudden fear and ghastly dreary head, did shriek aloud, that through the house it rung, and the whole family, therewith a dread, rashly out of their drowsed couches sprung, and to the troubled chamber all in arms did throng. And those 6 knights, that lady's champions, and eke the Red Cross knight, ran to the stound, half armed and half unarmed, with them atones. Where, when confusedly they came, they found their lady lying on the senseless ground. On the other side they saw the warlike maid, all in her snow-white smock, with locks unbound, threatening the point of her avenging blade, that with so troublous terror they were all dismayed. About their lady first they flocked around, whom having laid in comfortable couch, shortly they reared out of her frozen swound, and afterwards they gan with foul reproach to stir up strife and troublous contact broach. But by ensample of the last day's loss, none of them rashly durst to her approach, nay in so glorious spoil themselves emboss, her succoured eke the champion of the bloody cross. But one of those 6 knights, Gardante hight, drew out a deadly bow and arrow keen, which forth he sent with felonous despite, and fell intent against the virgin sheen. The mortal steel stayed not, till it was seen to gore her side. Yet was the wound not deep, but lightly raised her soft silken skin, that drops of purple blood thereout did weep, which did her lily smock with stains of vermeil steep. Wherewith enraged, she fiercely at them flew, and with her flaming sword about her laid, that none of them foul mischief could eschew, but with her dreadful strokes were all dismayed. Here, there, and everywhere about her swayed her wrathful steel, that none mote it abide. And eke the Red Cross knight gave her good aid, joining foot to foot and side to side, that in short space their foes they have quite terrified. Though, when as all were put to shameful flight, the noble Britomartis her arrayed, and her bright arms about her body dight, for nothing would she linger there bestayed, where so loose life and so ungentle trade was used of knights and ladies seeming gent. So early, ere the gross earth's grazy shade was all dispersed out of the firmament, they took their steeds, and forth upon their journey went. The Red Cross knight to Britomart describeth article, the wondrous mirror, by which she in love with him did fall. Here have I cause in men just blame to find, that in their proper praise too partial be, and not indifferent to womankind, to whom no share in arms and chivalry they do impart, ne make in memory of their brave jests and prowess martial. Scarce do they spare to 1 or 2 or 3 room in their writs, yet the same writing small does all their deeds deface, and dims their glories all. But by record of antique times I find that women wont in wars to bear most sway, and to all great exploits themselves inclined, of which they still the girland bore away, till envious men, fearing their rules decay, gan coin strange laws to curb their liberty. Yet, sith their warlike arms have laid away, they have excelled in arts and policy, that now we foolish men that praise gin eke envy. Of warlike puissance in ages spent, be thou, fair Britomart, whose praise I write. But of all wisdom be thou precedent, O sovereign queen, whose praise I would indite. Indite I would as duty doth excite, but my rhymes too rude and rugged are, when in so high an object they do light, and striving fit to make, I fear do mar. Thyself thy praises tell, and make them known far. She, travelling with Guyon, by the way of sundry things fair purpose gan to find, to bridge their journey long and lingering day, mongst which it fell into that fairy's mind to ask this Briton maid what uncouth wind brought her into those parts, and what inquest made her dissemble her disguised kind. Fair lady she seemed, like lady dressed, but fairest knight alive when armed was her breast. Thereat she, sighing softly, had no power to speak a while, ne ready answer make, but with heart-thrilling throbs and bitter stour, as if she had a fever fit, did quake, and every dainty limb with horror shake, and ever and anon the rosy red flashed through her face, as it had been a flake of lightning through bright heaven fulminate. At last, the passion past, she thus him answered, Fair sir, I let you weet that from the hour I taken was from nurse's tender pap, I have been trained up in warlike stour, to tossen spear and shield, and to affrap the warlike rider to his most mishap. Sithence I loathed have my life to lead as ladies wont, in pleasure's wanton lap, to finger the fine needle and nice thread. Me liever were, with point of foeman's spear be dead. All my delight on deeds of arms is set, to hunt out perils and adventures hard, by sea, by land, whereso they may be met, only for honour and for high regard, without respect of richess or reward. For such intent into these parts I came, withouten compass, or withouten card, far from my native soil, that is by name the Greater Britain, here to seek for praise and fame. Fame blazed hath, that here in Fairyland do many famous knights and ladies won, and many strange adventures to be fond, of which great worth and worship may be won, which I to prove this voyage have begun. But mote I weet of you, right courteous knight, tidings of one that hath unto me done late foul dishonour and reproachful spite, the which I seek to wreak, and article he hight. The word gone out, she back again would call, as her repenting so to have missayed, but that he it uptaking ere the fall, her shortly answered, Fair martial maid, certes he misadvised been, to upbraid a gentle knight with so unknightly blame. For weet ye well, of all that ever played at tilt or tourney or like warlike game, the noble Artegall hath ever borne the name. For thee great wonder were it if such shame should ever enter in his bounteous thought, or ever do that mote deserven blame. The noble courage never weeneth aught that may unworthy of itself be thought. Therefore, fair damsel, be ye well aware, lest that too far ye have your sorrow sought. You and your country both I wish welfare and honour both, for each of other worthy are. The royal maid walks inly wondrous glad to hear her love so highly magnified, and joyed that ever she affixed had her heart on knight so goodly glorified, however finely she had feigned to hide. The loving mother that 9 months did bear in the dear closet of her painful side her tender babe, it seeing safe appear, doth not so much rejoice as she rejoiced there. But to occasion him to further talk, to feed her humour with his pleasing style, her list in strifeful terms with him to balk, and thus replied, However, sir, ye file your courteous tongue his praises to compile, it ill beseems a knight of gentle sort, such as ye him have boasted, to beguile a simple maid, and work so heinous tort, in shame of knighthood, as I largely can report. Let be therefore my vengeance to dissuade, and read where I that fate or false may find. Ah, but if reason fair might you persuade to slake your wrath and mollify your mind, said he, perhaps you should it better find. For hardy thing it is to wean by might that man to hard conditions to bind, or ever hope to match in equal fight, whose prowess paragon saw never living wight. Nay, soothlich is it easy for to read where now on earth or how he may be found. For he ne wonneth in one certain stead, but restless walketh all the world around, doing things that to his fame redound, defending ladies' cause and orphans' right, whereso he hears that any doth confound them comfortless through tyranny or might, so is his sovereign honour raised to heaven's height. His feeling words her feeble sense much pleased, and softly sunk into her molten heart that his inly hurt is greatly eased with hope of thing that may allege his smart. For pleasing words are like to magic art that doth the charmed snake in slumber lay. Such secret ease felt gentle Britomart, yet list the same of force with feigned gainsay. So discord oft in music makes the sweeter lay. And said, Sir Knight, these idle terms forbear, and sith it is uneath to find his haunt, tell me some marks by which he may appear if chance I him encounter paravant. For purdy one shall other slay or daunt, what shape, what shield, what arms, what steed, what stead, and whatso else his person most may vaunt. All which the Red Cross Knight to pointer read, and him in every part before her fashioned. Yet him in every part before she knew, however list her now her knowledge fain, sith him whilom in Britain she did view, to her revealed in a mirror plain, whereof did grow her first engrafted pain, whose root and stalk so bitter yet did taste, that but the fruit more sweetness did contain, her wretched days in dolour she mote waste, and yield the prey of love to loathsome death at last. By strange occasion she did him behold, and much more strangely gan to love his sight, as it in books hath written been of old. In Deheubarth, that now South Wales is hight, what time King Rience reigned and dealed right, the great magician Merlin had devised, with his deep science and hell-dreaded might, a looking-glass, right wondrously aguised, whose virtues through the wide world soon were solemnized. It virtue had to show in perfect sight whatever thing was in the world contained betwixt the lowest earth and heaven's height, so that it to the looker appertained. Whatever foe had wrought or friend had feigned, therein discovered was, ne aught mote pass, ne aught in secret from the same remained, for the it round and hollow shaped was, like to the world itself, and seemed a world of glass. Who wonders not that reads so wondrous work? But who does wonder that has read the tower wherein the Egyptian Pharaoh long did lurk, from all men's view, that none might her discover, yet she might all men view out of her bower? Great Ptolemy it for his lemon's sake builded all of glass by magic power, and also it impregnable did make. Yet when his love was false, he with a piece it brake. Such was the glassy globe that Merlin made, and gave unto King Rience for his guard, that never foes his kingdom might invade, but he it knew at home before he heard tidings thereof, and so them still debarred. It was a famous present for a prince, and worthy work of infinite reward, that treasons could betray and foes convince. Happy this realm had it remained ever since. One day it fortuned fair Britomart into her father's closet to repair, for nothing he from her reserved apart, being his only daughter and his heir, where, when she had espied that mirror fair, herself a while therein she viewed in vain, though her avising of the virtues rare which thereof spoken were, she gan again her to bethink of that mote to herself pertain. But as it falleth in the gentlest hearts, imperious love hath highest set his throne, and tyrannizeth in the bitter smarts of them that to him buxom are and prone, so thought this maid, as maidens used to done, whom fortune for her husband would allot. Not that she lusted after any one, for she was pure from blame of sinful blot, yet wist her life at last must link in that same knot. Eftsoons there was presented to her eye a comely knight, all armed in complete wise, through whose bright ventail lifted up on high his manly face that did his foes agrise, and friends to terms of gentle truce and ties, looked forth as Phoebus' face out of the east betwixt two shady mountains doth arise. Portly his person was, and much increased through his heroic grace and honourable jest. His crest was covered with a couchant hound, and all his armour seemed of antique mould, but wondrous massy and assured sound, and round about it fretted all with gold, in which there written was, with ciphers old, Achilles' arms, which Artegall did win. And on his shield, enveloped sevenfold, he bore a crowned little ermine, that decked the azure field with her fair poultered skin. The damsel well did view his personage, and liked well, ne further fastened not, but went her way. Ne her unguilty age did ween unwares that her unlucky lot lay hidden in the bottom of the pot. Of hurt unwist, most danger doth redound. But the false archer, which that arrow shot so slyly that she did not feel the wound, did smile full smoothly at her weetless woeful stound. Thenceforth the feather in her lofty crest, ruffed of love, gan lowly to avail, and her proud portents and her princely jest, with which she erst triumphed, now did quail. Sad, solemn, sour, and full of fancies frail she walks, yet wist she neither how nor why. She wist not, silly maid, what she did ail. She wist she was not well at ease, perdie, yet thought it was not love, but some melancholy. So soon as night had with her pallid hue defaced the beauty of the shining sky, and reft from men the world's desired view, she with her nurse adown to sleep did lie. But sleep full far away from her did fly. Instead thereof, sad sighs and sorrows deep kept watch and ward about her warily, that not she did but wail, and often steep her dainty couch with tears, which closely she did weep. And if that any drop of slumbering rest did chance to still into her weary sprite, when feeble nature felt herself oppressed, straightway with dreams and with fantastic sight of dreadful things, the same was put to flight, that oft out of her bed she did a start, as one with view of ghastly fiends affright. Though gan she to renew her former smart, and think of that fair visage written in her heart. One night, when she was tossed with such unrest, her aged nurse, whose name was Glauce hight, feeling her leap out of her loathed nest, betwixt her feeble arms her quickly kite, and down again in her warm bed her dight. "Ah, my dear daughter, ah, my dearest dread, what uncouth fit," said she, "what evil plight hath thee oppressed, and with sad dreary head changed thy lively cheer, and living made thee dead? For not of naught these sudden ghastly fears all night afflict thy natural repose, and all the day, when as thine equal peers their fit disports with fair delight do chose, thou in dull corners dost thyself enclose, ne tastest princes' pleasures, ne dost spread abroad thy fresh youth's fairest flower, but lose both leaf and fruit, both too untimely shed, as one in wilful bale for ever buried. The time that mortal men their weary cares do lay away, and all wild beasts do rest, and every river eke his course forbears, then doth this wicked evil thee infest, and rive with thousand throbs thy thrilled breast. Like an huge Etna of deep engulfed grief, sorrow is heaped in thy hollow chest, whenceforth it breaks in sighs and anguish rife, as smoke and sulphur mingled with confused strife. Ay me, how much I fear lest love it be! But if that love it be, as sure I read by knowing signs and passions which I see, be it worthy of thy race and royal seed, then I avow by this most sacred head of my dear foster child, to ease thy grief and win thy will. Therefore away do dread, for death nor danger from thy due relief shall me debar. Tell me therefore, my liefest lief." So having said, her twixt her armes twain she straitly strained, and called tenderly, and every trembling joint and every vein she softly felt, and rubbed busily, to do the frozen cold away to fly, and her fair dewy eyes with kisses dear she oft did bathe, and oft again did dry, and ever her importuned not to fear to let the secret of her heart to her appear. The damsel paused, and then thus fearfully, "Ah, nurse, what needeth thee to eke my pain? Is not enough that I alone do die, but it must doubled be with death of twain? For naught for me but death there doth remain." "O daughter dear," said she, "despair no whit, for never sore but might a salve obtain. That blinded God which hath thee blindly smit, another arrow hath your lover's heart to hit." "But mine is not," quoth she, "like others' wound, for which no reason can find remedy." "Was never such but mote the like be found," said she, "and though no reason may apply salve to your sore, yet love can higher stye than reason's reach, and oft hath wonders done. But neither God of love nor God of sky can do," said she, "that which cannot be done. Things oft impossible," quoth she, "seem ere begun." "These idle words," said she, "do not assuage my stubborn smart, but more annoyance breed, for no usual fire, no usual rage it is, O nurse, which on my life doth feed, and sucks the blood which from my heart doth bleed. But since thy faithful zeal lets me not hide my crime, if crime it be, I will it read. Nor prince nor peer it is, whose love hath gried my feeble breast of late, and launched this wound wide, nor man it is, nor other living wight, for then some hope I might unto me draw, but only shade and semblant of a knight, whose shape or person yet I never saw, hath me subjected to love's cruel law. The same one day as me misfortune led, I in my father's wondrous mirror saw, and, pleased with that seeming goodly head, unwares the hidden hook with bait I swallow it. Sithence it hath infixed faster hold within my bleeding bowels, and so sore now rankleth in this same frail fleshly mould, that all mine entrails flow with poisonous gore, and ulcer groweth daily more and more. Ne can my running sore find remedy, other than my hard fortune to deplore, and languish as the leaf fallen from the tree, till death make one end of my days and misery. Daughter, said she, what need ye be dismayed? Or why make ye such monster of your mind? Of much more uncouth thing I was afraid, of filthy lust contrary unto kind. But this affection nothing strange I find. For who with reason can you reprove to love the semblant pleasing most your mind, and yield your heart whence you cannot remove? No guilt in you, but in the tyranny of love. Not so the Arabian myrrh did set her mind, nor so did Byblis spend her pining heart, but loved their native flesh against all kind, and to their purpose used wicked art. Yet played Pasiphae a more monstrous part, that loved a bull, and learned a beast to be. Such shameful lusts, who loathes not, which depart from course of nature and of modesty? Sweet love such lewdness bans from his fair company. But thine, my dear, well fare thy heart, my dear, though strange beginning had, yet fixed is on one that worthy may perhaps appear, and certes seems bestow it not amiss. Joy thereof have thou, and eternal bliss. With that, upleaning on her elbow weak, her alabaster breast she soft did kiss, which all that while she felt to pant and quake, as it an earthquake were. At last she thus bespake, Beldam, your words do work me little ease, for though my love be not so lewdly bent as those ye blame, yet may it not appease my raging smart, ne aught my flame relent, but rather doth my helpless grief augment. For they, however shameful and unkind, yet did possess their horrible intent. Short end of sorrows they thereby did find, so was their fortune good, though wicked were their mind. But wicked fortune mine, though mind be good, can have no end, nor hope of my desire, but feed on shadows whiles I die for food, and like a shadow wex, whiles with entire affection I do languish and expire. I fonder than Cephissus, foolish child, who, having viewed in a fountain sheer his face, was with the love thereof beguiled. I, fonder, love a shade, the body far exiled. Naught like, quoth she, for that same wretched boy was of himself the idle paramour, both love and lover without hope of joy, for which he faded to a watery flower. But better fortune thine, and better hour, which loves the shadow of a warlike knight. No shadow but a body hath in power, that body wheresoever that it like may learned be by ciphers, or by magic might. But if thou may with reason yet repress the growing evil, ere its strength have got, and the abandoned wholly do possess, against it strongly strive, and yield thee not, till thou in open field adown be smought. But if the passion master thy frail might, so that needs love or death must be thy lot, then I avow to thee, by wrong or right, to compass thy desire, and find that loved knight. Her cheerful words much cheered the feeble sprite of the sick virgin, that her down she laid in her warm bed to sleep, if that she might. And the old woman carefully displayed the clothes about her round with busy aid, so that at last a little creeping sleep surprised her sense. She, therewith well apaid, the drunken lamp down in the oil did steep, and set her by to watch, and set her by to weep. Early the morrow next, before that day his joyous face did to the world reveal, they both uprose, and took their ready way unto the church, their prayers to appeal, with great devotion, and with little zeal. For the fair damsel, from the holy hearse her love-sick heart to other thoughts did steal, and that old dame said many an idle verse, out of her daughter's heart fond fancies to reverse. Returned home, the royal infant fell into her former fit, for why no power nor guidance of herself in her did dwell. But the aged nurse, her calling to her bower, had gathered rue and savin, and the flower of camphora and calamint and dill, all which she in a earthen pot did pour, and to the brim with coltwood did it fill, and many drops of milk and blood through it did spill. Then, taking thrice 3 hairs from off her head, them trebly braided in a 3-fold lace, and round about the pot's mouth bound the thread, and after having whispered a space certain sad words with hollow voice and bass, she to the Virgin said, thrice said she it, "Come, daughter, come, come, spit upon my face, spit thrice upon me spit, th'un even number for this business is most fit." That said, her roundabout she from her turned, she turned her contrary to the sun, thrice she her turned contrary, and returned all contrary, for she the right did shun, and ever what she did was straight undone. So thought she to undo her daughter's love, but love that is in gentle breast begun, no idle charm so lightly may remove, that well can witness who by trial it does prove. Ne aught it mote the noble maid avail, ne slake the fury of her cruel flame, but that she still did waste, and still did wail, that through long languor and heart-burning brame, she shortly like a pined ghost became, which long hath waited by the Stygian strand. That when old Glauce saw, for fear lest blame of her miscarriage should in her be fond, she wist not how to mend, nor how it to withstand.
Merlin bewrays to Britomart the state of Artegall, and shows the famous progeny which from them springen shall. Most sacred fire that burnest mightily in living breasts, be kindled first above amongst the eternal spheres and lamping sky, and thence poured into men which men call love. Not that same which doth base affections move in brutish minds and filthy lust inflame, but that sweet fit that doth true beauty love, and chooseth virtue for his dearest dame, whence spring all noble deeds, and never dying fame. Well did antiquity a god thee deem, that over mortal minds hast so great might, to order them as best to thee doth seem, and all their actions to direct aright. The fatal purpose of divine foresight thou dost effect in destined descents, through deep impression of thy secret might, and stirredst up the Roes high intents, which the late world admires for wondrous monuments. But thy dread darts in none do triumph more, ne braver proof in any of thy power show'dst thou, than in this royal maid of yore, making her seek an unknown paramour from the world's end through many a bitter stour, from whose 2 loins thou afterwards did raise most famous fruits of matrimonial bower, which through the earth have spread their living praise, that fame in trump of gold eternally displays. Begin then, O my dearest sacred dame, daughter of Phoebus and of memory, that dost ennoble with immortal name the warlike worthies from antiquity in thy great volume of eternity. Begin, O Clio, and recount from hence my glorious sovereign's goodly ancestry, till that by due degrees and long pretence thou have it lastly brought unto her excellence. Full many ways within her troubled mind old Glauce cast to cure this lady's grief. Full many ways she sought, but none could find, nor herbs, nor charms, nor counsel, that is chief and choicest medicine for sick heart's relief. For the great care she took, and greater fear, lest that it should her turn to foul reprief and sore reproach, when so her father dear should of his dearest daughter's hard misfortune hear. At last she her advised, that he which made that mirror, wherein the sick damosel so strangely viewed her strange lover's shade, to weet the learned Merlin, well could tell under what coast of heaven the man did dwell, and by what means his love might best be wrought. For though beyond the Afric Ismael, or the Indian Peru he were, she thought him forth through infinite endeavour to have sought. Forthwith themselves disguising both in strange and base attire, that none might them bewray, to Maradunum, that is now by change of name Carmerdin called, they took their way. There the wise Merlin whilom wont, they say, to make his won, low underneath the ground in a deep delve, far from the view of day, that of no living wight he mote be found, when so he counselled with his sprites encompassed round. And if thou ever happen that same way to travel, go to see that dreadful place. It is an hideous hollow cave, they say, under a rock that lies a little space from the swift Barry tumbling down a pace, amongst the woody hills of Dynavour. But dare thou not, I charge, in any case to enter into that same baleful bower, for fear the cruel fiends should thee unwares devour. But standing high aloft, low lay thine ear, and there such ghastly noise of iron chains and brazen cauldrons thou shalt rumbling hear, which 1,000 sprites with long-enduring pains do toss, that it will stun thy feeble brains, and oftentimes great groans and grievous stowns, when too huge toil and labour them constrains, and oftentimes loud strokes and ringing sounds from under that deep rock most horribly rebounds. The cause, some say, is this: a little while before that Merlin died, he did intend a brazen wall in compass to compile about Kermartin, and did it commend unto these sprites to bring to perfect end. During which work the Lady of the Lake, whom long he loved, for him in haste did send, who thereby forced his workmen to forsake, them bound till his return their labour not to slake. In the meantime, through that false lady's train he was surprised, and buried under bier, ne ever to his work returned again. Natheless those fiends may not their work forbear, so greatly his commandment they fear, but there to toil and travel day and night, until that brazen wall they up do rear. For Merlin had in magic more insight than ever him before or after living wight. For he by words could call out of the sky both sun and moon, and make them him obey, the land to sea, and sea to mainland dry, and darksome night he eke could turn to day. Huge hosts of men he could alone dismay, and hosts of men of meanest things could frame, when so him list his enemies to fray, that to this day for terror of his fame the fiends do quake, when any him to them does name. And sooth, men say that he was not the son of mortal sire or other living wight, but wondrously begotten, and begun by false illusion of a guileful sprite on a fair lady nun, that whilom hight Matilda, daughter to Pubidius, who was the lord of Mathravel by right, and cousin unto King Ambrosius, whence he endued was with skill so marvellous. They here arriving stayed a while without, ne durst adventure rashly in to wend, but of their first intent gan make new doubt for dread of danger, which it might portend, until the hardy maid, with love to friend, first entering, the dreadful mage there found deep busied about work of wondrous end, and writing strange characters in the ground, with which the stubborn fiends he to his service bound. He not was moved at their entrance bold, for of their coming well he wist afore, yet list them bid their business to unfold, as if aught in this world in secret store were from him hidden or unknown of yore. Then glouche thus: Let not it thee offend that we thus rashly through thy darksome door unwares have pressed, for either fatal end or other mighty cause us to did hither send. He bade tell on, and then she thus began: Now have 3 moons, with borrowed brothers light, thrice shined fair, and thrice seemed dim and wan, sith the sore evil which this virgin bright tormenteth, and doth plunge in doleful plight, first rooting took. But what thing it mote be, or whence it sprung, I cannot read aright. But this I read, that but if remedy thou her afford, full shortly I her dead shall see. Therewith the enchanter softly gan to smile at her smooth speeches, weeting inly well that she to him dissembled womanish guile, and to her said, Beldam, by that ye tell, more need of leechcraft hath your damosel than of my skill. Who help may have elsewhere, in vain seeks wonders out of magic's spell. The old woman walks half blank those words to hear, and yet was loath to let her purpose plain appear, and to him said, If any leech's skill or other learned means could have redressed this my dear daughter's deep engraffed ill, certes, I should be loath thee to molest. But this sad evil which doth her infest, doth course of natural cause far exceed, and housed is within her hollow breast, that either seems some cursed witch's deed, or evil sprite, that in her doth such torment breed. The wizard could no longer bear her board, and brusting forth in laughter to her said, Glauce, what needs this colorable word to cloak the cause that hath itself bewrayed? Ne ye, fair Britomartis, thus arrayed more hidden are than sun in cloudy veil, whom thy good fortune, having fate obeyed, hath hither brought for succour to appeal, the which the powers to thee are pleased to reveal. The doubtful maid, seeing herself descried, was all abashed, and her pure ivory into a clear carnation sudden dyed, as fair Aurora, rising hastily, doth by her blushing tell that she did lie all night in old Tithonus' frozen bed, whereof she seems ashamed inwardly. But her old nurse was not disheartened, but vantage made of that which Merlin had read, and said, Sith then thou knowest all our grief, for what dost thou not know? Of grace, I pray, pity our plaint, and yield us meet relief. With that the prophet still a while did stay, and then his spirit thus gan forth display. Most noble virgin, that by fatal lore hast learned to love, let no whit thee dismay the heart begin that meets thee in the door, and with sharp fits thy tender heart oppresseth sore. For so must all things excellent begin, and eke enrooted deep must be that tree whose big embodied branches shall not lin till they to heaven's height forth stretched be. For from thy womb a famous progeny shall spring out of the ancient Trojan blood, which shall revive the sleeping memory of those same antique peers the heavens brood, which Greece and Asian rivers stained with their blood. Renowned kings and sacred emperors thy fruitful offspring shall from thee descend, brave captains and most mighty warriors, that shall their conquests through all lands extend, and their decayed kingdoms shall amend. The feeble Britons, broken with long war, they shall uprear, and mightily defend against their foreign foe that comes from far, till universal peace compound all civil jar. It was not Britomart thy wandering eye glancing unwares in charmed looking-glass, but the straight course of heavenly destiny, led with eternal providence, that has guided thy glance to bring his will to pass. Ne is thy fate, ne is thy fortune ill, to love the prowest knight that ever was. Therefore submit thy ways unto his will, and do by all due means thy destiny fulfill. But read, said Glauce, thou magician, what means shall she outseek, or what ways take? How shall she know, how shall she find the man? Or what needs her to toil, sith fates can make way for themselves their purpose to partake? Then Merlin thus, Indeed the fates are firm, and may not shrink, though all the world do shake. Yet ought men's good endeavours them confirm, and guide the heavenly causes to their constant term. The man whom heavens have ordained to be the spouse of Britomart is Artegall. He wonneth in the land of Faerie, yet is no fairy born, ne sib at all to elfs, but sprung of seed terrestrial, and whilom by false fairies stolen away, whiles yet in infant cradle he did crawl. Nay, other to himself is known this day, but that he by an elf was gotten of a fay. But sooth, he is the son of Gorlois, and brother unto Cador, Cornish king, and for his warlike feats renowned is, from where the day out of the sea doth spring unto the closure of the evening. From thence, him firmly bound with faithful band, to this his native soil thou back shalt bring, strongly to aid his country, to withstand the power of foreign paynims which invade thy land. Great aid thereto his mighty puissance and dreaded name shall give in that sad day, where also proof of thy proud valiance thou then shalt make, t'increase thy lover's prey. Long time ye both in arms shall bear great sway, till thy womb's burden thee from them do call, and his last fate him from thee take away, to wrath cut off by practice criminal of secret foes, that him shall make in mischief fall. Where thee yet shall he leave for memory of his late puissance his image dead, that living him in all activity to thee shall represent. He from the head of his cousine Constantius without dread shall take the crown, that was his father's right, and therewith crown himself in th'other's stead. Then shall he issue forth with dreadful might against his Saxon foes in bloody field to fight. Like as a lion that in drowsy cave hath long time slept, himself so shall he shake, and coming forth shall spread his banner brave over the troubled south, that it shall make the warlike Mercians for fear to quake. Thrice shall he fight with them, and twice shall win, but the third time shall fair accordance make. And if he then with victory can lin, he shall his days with peace bring to his earthly inn. His son, hight Vortipor, shall him succeed in kingdom, but not in felicity. Yet shall he long time war with happy speed, and with great honour many battles try. But at the last, to the importunity of froward fortune shall be forced to yield. But his son Malgo shall full mightily avenge his father's loss with spear and shield, and his proud foes' discomfit in victorious field. Behold the man, and tell me, Britomart, if a more goodly creature thou didst see. How like a giant in each manly part bears he himself, with portly majesty, that one of the old heroes seems to be. He, the 6 islands come provincial in ancient times into Great Brittany, shall to the same reduce, and to him call their sundry kings to do their homage several. All which his son Careticus a while shall well defend, and Saxons' power suppress, until a stranger king from unknown soil arriving, him with multitude oppress. Great Gormund, having with huge mightiness Ireland subdued, and therein fixed his throne, like a swift otter fell through emptiness, shall overswim the sea with many one of his Norveses, to assist the Britons' phone. He in his fury all shall overrun, and holy church with faithless hands deface, that thy sad people, utterly fordone, shall to the utmost mountains fly apace. Was never so great waste in any place, nor so foul outrage done by living men. For all thy cities they shall sack and race, and the green grass that groweth they shall brenn, that even the wild beast shall die in starved den. Whiles thus thy Britons do in languor pine, proud Ethelred shall from the north arise, serving the ambitious will of Augustine, and passing Dee with hardy enterprise, shall back repulse the valiant Brockwell twice, and Bangor with massacred martyrs fill. But the third time shall rue his foolhard eyes, for Cadwan, pitying his people's ill, shall stoutly him defeat, and 1,000 Saxons kill. But after him, Cadwallin mightily on his son Edwin all those wrongs shall wreak, ne shall avail the wicked sorcery of false Pelite his purposes to break, but him shall slay, and on a gallows bleak shall give the enchanter his unhappy hire. Then shall the Britons, late dismayed and weak, from their long vassalage gin to respire, and on their Paynim foes avenge their rankled ire. Ne shall he yet his wrath so mitigate, till both the sons of Edwin he have slain, Offric and Osric, twins unfortunate, both slain in battle upon Laburn plain, together with the king of Luthian hight Aidan, and the king of Orkney, both joint partakers of the fatal pain. But Penda, fearful of like destiny, shall yield himself his liegeman and swear fealty. Him shall he make his fatal instrument to afflict the other Saxons unsubdued. He marching forth with fury insolent against the good King Oswald, who, endued with heavenly power, and by angels rescued, all holding crosses in their hands on high, shall him defeat withouten blood imbrued. Of which that field, for endless memory, shall Heaven field be called to all posterity. Whereat Cadwallon wroth shall forth eschew, and an huge host into Northumber lead, with which he godly Oswald shall subdue, and crown with martyrdom his sacred head, whose brother Oswin, daunted with like dread, with price of silver shall his kingdom buy, and Penda, seeking him adown to tread, shall tread adown and do him foully die, but shall with gifts his lord Cadwallon pacify. Then shall Cadwallon die, and then the reign of Britons eke with him at once shall die, ne shall the good Cadwallader with pain or power be able it to remedy. When the full time prefixed by destiny shall be expired of Britain's regiment, for heaven itself shall their success envy, and them with plagues and murrains pestilent consume, till all their warlike puissance be spent. Yet after all these sorrows and huge hills of dying people, during 8 years' space, Cadwallader, not yielding to his ills, from Armoric, where long in wretched case he lived, returning to his native place, shall be by visions stayed from his intent. For the heavens have decreed to displace the Britons for their sins' due punishment, and to the Saxons overgive their government. Then woe and everlasting woe be to the Briton babe that shall be born, to live in thraldom of his father's foe, late king now captive, late lord now forlorn, the world's reproach, the cruel victor's scorn, banished from princely bower to wasteful wood. O who shall help me to lament and mourn the royal seed, the antique Trojan blood, whose empire longer here than ever any stood? The damsel was full deep empassioned, both for his grief and for her people's sake, whose future woes so plain he fashioned, and sighing sore, at length him thus bespake: Ah, but will heaven's fury never slake, nor vengeance huge relent itself at last? Will not long misery late mercy make, but shall their name for ever be defaced, and quite from off the earth their memory be razed? Nay, but the term, said he, is limited, that in this thraldom Britons shall abide, and the just revolution measured, that they as strangers shall be notified. For twice 400th years shall be supplied, ere they to former rule restored shall be, and their importune fates all satisfied. Yet during this their most obscurity, their beams shall oft break forth, that men them fair may see. For Roderick, whose surname shall be Great, shall of himself a brave ensample shew, that Saxon kings his friendship shall entreat, and Howel Daw shall goodly well endue the salvage minds with skill of just and true. Then Griffith Conan also shall uprear his dreaded head, and the old sparks renew of native courage, that his foes shall fear lest back again the kingdom he from them should bear. Ne shall the Saxons' selves all peaceably enjoy the crown, which they from Britons won first ill, and after ruled wickedly. For ere 200 years be full outrun, there shall a raven, far from rising sun, with his wide wings upon them fiercely fly, and bid his faithless chickens overrun the fruitful plains, and with fell cruelty in their revenge tread down the victor's circuitry. Yet shall a third both these and thine subdue. There shall a lion from the seaboard wood of Neustria come roaring with the crew of hungry whelps, his batteilous bold brood, whose claws were newly dipped in cruddy blood, that from the Danisk tyrant's head shall rend the usurped crown, as if that he were wood, and the spoil of the country conquered amongst his young ones shall divide with bounty head. Though when the term is full accomplished, there shall a spark of fire which hath long while been in his ashes raked up and hid, be freshly kindled in the fruitful isle of Mona, where it lurked in exile, which shall break forth into bright burning flame, and reach into the house that bears the style of royal majesty and sovereign name. So shall the Briton blood their crown again reclaim. Thenceforth eternal union shall be made between the nations different afore, and sacred peace shall lovingly persuade the warlike minds to learn her goodly lore, and civil arms to exercise no more. Then shall a royal virgin reign, which shall stretch her white rod over the Belgic shore, and the great castle smite so sore withal that it shall make him shake and shortly learn to fall. But yet the end is not. There Merlin stayed, as overcomen of the spirit's power, or other ghastly spectacle dismayed, that secretly he saw, yet note to scour. Which sudden fit and half ecstatic stour, when the two fearful women saw, they grew greatly confused in behaviour. At last the fury past, to former hue he turned again, and cheerful looks as erst did shew. Then when themselves they well instructed had of all that needed them to be inquired, they both, conceiving hope of comfort glad, with lighter hearts unto their home retired,
where they in secret council close conspired how to effect so hard an enterprise,
and to possess the purpose they desired. Now this, now that, twixt them they did devise, and divers plots did frame to mask in strange disguise. At last the nurse, in her foolhardy wit, conceived a bold device, and thus bespake: Daughter, I deem that counsel most fit, that of the time doth due advantage take. Ye see that good King Uther now doth make strong war upon the Paynim brethren, hight Octa and Oza, whom he lately brake beside Kerverlem in victorious fight, that now all Brittany doth burn in armes bright. That therefore not our passage may impeach, let us in feigned arms ourselves disguise, and our weak hands, whom need new strength shall teach, the dreadful spear and shield to exercise. Necertes, daughter, that same warlike wise I ween would you misseem, for ye being tall and large of limb, to achieve an hard emprise, ne aught ye want but skill, which practice small will bring, and shortly make you a maid martial. In sooth, it ought your courage much inflame to hear so often, in that royal house, from whence to none inferior ye came, bards tell of many women valorous, which have full many feats adventurous performed, in paragon of proudest men. The bold Banduca, whose victorious exploits made Rome to quake, stout Gwendolen, renowned Marcia, and redoubted Emmeline. And that which more than all the rest may sway, late days' ensample, which these eyes beheld in the last field before Menevia, which Uther with those foreign pagans held, I saw a Saxon virgin, the which felled great Ulfin thrice upon the bloody plain, and had not Carados her hand withheld from rash revenge, she had him surely slain, yet Carados himself from her escaped with pain. Ah, read, quoth Britomart, how is she hight? Fair Angela, quoth she, men do her call, no whit less fair than terrible in fight. She hath the leading of a martial and mighty people, dreaded more than all the other Saxons, which do, for her sake and love, themselves of her name Angles call. Therefore, fair infant, her ensample make unto thyself, and equal courage to thee take. Her hearty words so deep into the mind of the young damsel sunk, that great desire of warlike arms in her forthwith they tined, and generous stout courage did inspire, that she resolved, unweeting to her sire, adventurous knighthood on herself to don, and counselled with her nurse her maid's attire to turn into a massy habergeon, and bade her all things put in readiness anon. The old woman naught that needed did omit, but all things did conveniently purvey. It fortuned, so time their turn did fit, A band of Britons riding on foray a few days before had gotten a great prey of Saxon goods, amongst the which was seen a goodly armour, and full rich array, which longed to Angela, the Saxon queen, all fretted round with gold, and goodly well beseen. The same with all the other ornaments King Rience caused to be hanged high in his chief church, for endless monuments of his success and gladful victory. Of which herself advising readily, in evening late old Glouchy thither led fair Britomart, and that same armoury down taking, her therein apparelled well as she might, and with brave baldric garnished. Beside those arms there stood a mighty spear, which Bladud made by magic art of yore, and used the same in battle to bear, sith which it had been here preserved in store, for his great virtues proved long afore. For never wight so fast in cell could sit, but him perforce unto the ground it bore. Both spear she took, and shield which hung by it, both spear and shield of great power for her purpose fit. Thus, when she had the Virgin all arrayed, another harness which did hang thereby, about herself she dight, that the young maid she might in equal arms accompany, and as her squire attend her carefully. Though to their ready steeds they clomb full light, and through back ways, that none might them espy, covered with secret cloud of silent night, themselves they forth conveyed, and passed forward right. Ne rested they, till that to Fairyland they came, as Merlin them directed late, where meeting with this Red Cross knight, she found of divers things discourses to dilate, but most of Artegall and his estate. At last their ways so fell that they mote part, then each to other well affectionate, friendship professed with unfeigned heart. The Red Cross knight diversed, but forth rode Britomart.
Bold Marinell of Britomart is thrown on the rich strand. Fair Florimel of Arthur is long followed, but not fond. Where is the antique glory now become, that whilom wont in women to appear? Where be the brave achievements done by some? Where be the battles? Where the shield and spear, and all the conquests which them high did rear, that matter made for famous poets' verse, and boastful men so oft abashed to hear? Be they all dead, and laid in doleful hearse? Or do they only sleep, and shall again reverse? If they be dead, then woe is me therefore. But if they sleep, oh, let them soon awake, for all too long I burn with envy sore to hear the warlike feats which Homer spake of bold Penthesilea, which made a lake of Greekish blood so oft in Trojan plain. But when I read how stout Deborah strake proud Sisera, and how Camelot slain the huge Orsilochus, I swell with great disdain. Yet these and all that else had puissance cannot with noble Britomart compare, as well for glory of great valiance as for pure chastity and virtue rare, that all her goodly deeds do well declare. Well worthy stock, from which the branches sprung that in late years so fair a blossom bear, as thee, O Queen, the matter of my song, whose lineage from this lady I derive along. Who, when through speeches with the Red Cross knight she learned had the state of Artegall, and in each point herself informed aright, a friendly league of love perpetual she with him bound, and congé took withal. Then he forth on his journey did proceed to seek adventures which mote him befall, and win him worship through his warlike deed, which always of his pains he made the chiefest meed. But Britomart kept on her former course, ne ever doffed her arms, but all the way grew pensive through that amorous discourse, by which the Red Cross knight did erst display her lover's shape and chivalrous array. 1,000 thoughts she fashioned in her mind, and in her feigning fancy did portray him such as fittest she for love could find, wise, warlike, personable, courteous, and kind. With such self-pleasing thoughts her wound she fed, and thought so to beguile her grievous smart. But so her smart was much more grievous bred, and the deep wound more deep engored her heart, that naught but death her dolour mote depart. So forth she rode without repose or rest, searching all lands and each remotest part, following the guidance of our blinded guest, till that to the sea-coast at length she her addressed. There she alighted from her light-foot beast, and sitting down upon the rocky shore, bade her old squire unlace her lofty crest. Though, having viewed awhile the surges hoar that 'gainst the craggy cliffs did loudly roar, and in their raging circuitry disdained that the fast earth fronted them so sore, and their devouring coveties restrained, thereat she sighed deep, and after thus complained. Huge sea of sorrow and tempestuous grief, wherein my feeble bark is tossed along, far from the hoped haven of relief. Why do thy cruel billows beat so strong, and thy moist mountains each on others throng, threatening to swallow up my fearful life? O do thy cruel wrath and spiteful wrong at length allay, and stint thy stormy strife, which in these troubled bowels reigns and rageth rife. For else my feeble vessel, crazed and cracked through thy strong buffets and outrageous blows, cannot endure, but needs it must be racked on the rough rocks or on the sandy shallows, the whiles that love it steers and fortune rows. Love, my lewd pilot, hath a restless mind, and fortune, boatswain, no assurance knows, but sail withouten stars 'gainst tide and wind. How can the other do, sith both are bold and blind? Thou god of winds that reignest in the seas, that reignest also in the continent, at last blow up some gentle gale of ease, the which may bring my ship ere it be rent unto the gladsome port of her intent. Then, when I shall myself in safety see, a table for eternal monument of thy great grace, and my great jeopardy, great Neptune, I avow to hallow unto thee. Then, sighing softly sore and inly deep, she shut up all her plaint in privy grief, for her great courage would not let her weep, till that old glouchy can with sharp reprief her to restrain, and give her good relief, through hope of those which Merlin had her told should of her name and nation be chief, and fetch their being from the sacred mould of her immortal womb, to be in heaven enrolled. Thus, as she her recomforted, she spied where far away one all in armour bright with hasty gallop towards her did ride. Her dolour soon she ceased, and on her dight her helmet, to her courser mounting light, her former sorrow into sudden wrath, both cousin passions of distroubled sprite, converting, forth she beats the dusty path. Love and despite at once her courage kindled hath. As when a foggy mist hath overcast the face of heaven, and the clear air engrossed, the world in darkness dwells, till that at last the watery south wind from the seaboard coast upblowing doth disperse the vapour lost, and pours itself forth in a stormy shower, so the fair Britomart, having disclosed her cloudy care into a wrathful stour, the mist of grief dissolved did into vengeance power. Eftsoons, her goodly shield addressing fair, that mortal spear she in her hand did take, and unto battle did herself prepare. The knight approaching sternly her bespake, Sir knight, that dost thy voyage rashly make by this forbidden way in my despite, ne dost by others' death ensample take, I rede thee soon retire whilst thou hast might, lest afterwards it be too late to take thy flight. Thrilled with deep disdain of his proud threat, she shortly thus, Fly they that need to fly, words fearing babes. I mean not thee entreat to pass, but maugre thee will pass or die. Ne longer stayed for the other to reply, but with sharp spear the rest made dearly known. Strongly the strange knight ran, and sturdily strook her full on the breast, that made her down decline her head, and touch her crupper with her crown. But she again him in the shield did smite, with so fierce fury and great puissance, that through his 3 scutcheon piercing quite, and through his mailed hauberk, by mischance the wicked steel through his left side did glance. Him, so transfixed, she before her bore beyond his crop the length of all her lands, till sadly sousing on the sandy shore, he tumbled on an heap and wallowed in his gore. Like as the sacred ox that careless stands with gilden horns and flowery girlands crowned, proud of his dying honour and dear bands, whiles th' altars fume with frankincense around, all suddenly with mortal stroke astound, doth grovelling fall, and with his streaming gore disdains the pillars and the holy ground, and the fair flowers that decked him before. So fell proud Marinal upon the precious shore. The martial maid stayed not him to lament, but forward rode, and kept her ready way along the strand, which, as she overwent, she saw bestrowed all with rich array of pearls, and precious stones of great assay, and all the gravel mixed with golden ore, whereat she wondered much, but would not stay for gold or pearls or precious stones an hour, but them despised all, for all was in her power. Whiles thus he lay in deadly astonishment, tidings hereof came to his mother's ear. His mother was the black-browed Cymawent, the daughter of great Nereus, which did bear this warlike son unto an earthly peer, the famous Dumorin, who on a day, finding the nymph asleep in secret where, as he by chance did wander that same way, was taken with her love, and by her closely lay. There he this knight of her begot, whom born she of his father Marinal did name, and in a rocky cave as white forlorn long time she fostered up, till he became a mighty man-at-arms, and mickle fame did get through great adventures by him done. For never man he suffered by that same rich strand to travel, whereas he did won, but that he must do battle with the sea-nymph's son. 100 knights of honourable name he had subdued, and them his vassals made, that through all Fairyland his noble fame now blazed was, and fear did all invade, that none durst passen through that perilous glade. And to advance his name and glory more, her sea-god sire she dearly did persuade to endow her son with treasure and rich store, above all the sons that were of earthly wombs ybore. The god did grant his daughter's dear demand, to don his nephew in all riches flow. Eftsoons his heaped waves he did command out of their hollow bosom forth to throw all the huge treasure which the sea below had in his greedy gulf devoured deep, and him enriched through the overthrow and wrecks of many wretches, which did weep and often wail their wealth, which he from them did keep. Shortly upon that shore there heaped was exceeding riches, and all precious things, the spoil of all the world, that it did pass the wealth of the East and pomp of Persian kings. Gold, amber, ivory, pearls, ouches, rings, and all that else was precious and dear, the sea unto him voluntary brings, that shortly he a great lord did appear, as was in all the land of Faerie, or elsewhere. Thereto he was a doughty dreaded knight, tried often to the scath of many dear, that none in equal arms him matchen might. The which his mother, seeing, gan to fear lest his too haughty hardiness might rear some hard mishap, in hazard of his life. For this she oft him counselled to forbear the bloody battle and to stir up strife, but after all his war to rest his weary knife. And for his more assurance she inquired one day of Proteus by his mighty spell, for Proteus was with prophecy inspired, her dear son's destiny to her to tell, and the sad end of her sweet Marinal, who, through foresight of his eternal skill, bade her from womankind to keep him well, for of a woman he should have much ill. A virgin strange and stout him should dismay or kill. For thee she gave him warning every day, the love of women not to entertain, a lesson too hard for living clay, from love in course of nature to refrain. Yet he his mother's lore did well retain, and ever from fair ladies' love did fly. Yet many ladies fair did oft complain, that they for love of him would algates die. Die whoso list for him, he was love's enemy. But who can deceive his destiny, or wean by warning to avoid his fate? That when he sleeps in most security and safest seems, him soonest doth a mate, and findeth due effect or soon or late. So feeble is the power of fleshly arm. His mother bade him women's love to hate, for she of woman's force did fear no harm. So weening to have armed him, she did quite disarm. This was that woman, this that deadly wound that Proteus prophesied should him dismay, the which his mother vainly did expound to be heart-wounding love, which should assay to bring her son unto his last decay. So tickled be the terms of mortal state, and full of subtle sophisms, which do play with double senses and with false debate, to prove the known purpose of eternal fate. Too true the famous Marinell had found, who through late trial on that wealthy strand inglorious now lies in senseless swound, through heavy stroke of Britomartis hand, which when his mother dear did understand, and heavy tidings heard, whereas she played amongst her watery sisters by a pond, gathering sweet daffodillies, to have made gay girlands from the sun their foreheads fair to shade, eftsoons both flowers and girlands far away she flung, and her fair dewy locks irrent. To sorrow huge she turned her former play, and gamesome mirth to grievous dreariment. She threw herself down on the continent, ne word did speak, but lay as in a swound, whiles all her sisters did for her lament with yelling outcries and with shrieking sound, and every one did tear her girland from her crown. Soon as she up out of her deadly fit arose, she bade her chariot to be brought, and all her sisters that with her did sit bade eke at once their chariots to be sought. Though full of bitter grief and pensive thought, she to her wagon clomb all the rest, and forth together went with sorrow fraught. The waves, obedient to their behest, them yielded ready passage, and their rage surceased. Great Neptune stood amazed at their sight, whiles on his broad brown back they softly slid, and eke himself mourned at their mournful plight, yet wist not what their wailing meant, yet did for great compassion of their sorrow bid his mighty waters to them buxom be. Eftsoons the roaring billows still abid, and all the grisly monsters of the sea stood gaping at their gate, and wondered them to see. A team of dolphins ranged in array drew the smooth chariot of sad Cymoënt. They were all taught by Triton to obey to the long reins at her commandment. As swift as swallows on the waves they went, that their broad flaggy fins no foam did rear, ne bubbling roundel they behind them sent. The rest of other fishes drawen were, which with their finny oars the swelling sea did share. Soon as they been arrived upon the brim of the rich strand, their chariots they forlore, and let their teamed fishes softly swim along the margent of the foamy shore, lest they their fins should bruise, and surbates sore their tender feet upon the stony ground. And coming to the place where all in gore and cruddy blood and wallowed they found the luckless Marinell lying in deadly swound, his mother swooned thrice, and the third time could scarce recovered be out of her pain. Had she not been devoid of mortal slime, she should not then have been relieved again. But soon as life recovered had the rein, she made so piteous moan and dear wayment, that the hard rocks could scarce from tears refrain, and all her sister nymphs with one consent supplied her sobbing breeches with sad compliment. "Dear image of myself," she said, "that is the wretched son of wretched mother born, is this thine high advancement? Oh, is this the immortal name with which thee yet unborn thy grandsire Nereus promised to adorn? Now liest thou of life and honour reft, now liest thou a lump of earth forlorn, ne of thy late life memory is left, ne can thy irrevocable destiny be weft? Fond Proteus, father of false prophecies, and they more fond that credit to thee give, not this the work of woman's hand to wis, that so deep wound through these dear members drive. I fear it love, but they that love do live, but they that die do neither love nor hate. Nathless, to thee thy folly I forgive, and to myself and to accursed fate the guilt I do ascribe. Dear wisdom bought too late. Oh, what avails it of immortal seed to be y-bred and never born to die? Far better I it deem to die with speed than waste in woe and wailful misery. Who dies, the utmost dolour doth abide, but who that lives is left to wail his loss. So life is loss, and death felicity. Sad life worse than glad death, and greater cross to see friends' grave, than dead the grave self to engross. But if the heavens did his days wend by, and my short bliss malign, yet mote they well thus much afford me, ere that he did die, that the dim eyes of my dear Marinell I mote have closed, and him bid farewell, sith other offices for mother meet they would not grant. Yet, maugre them, farewell, my sweetest sweet, farewell, my sweetest son, sith we no more shall meet. Thus, when they all had sorrowed their fill, they softly gan to search his grisly wound, and that they might him handle more at will, they him disarmed, and spreading on the ground their watchet mantles fringed with silver round, they softly wiped away the jelly blood from the orifice, which having well upbound, they poured in sovereign balm at nectar good, good both for earthly medicine and for heavenly food. Though when the lily-handed Leogor, this Leogor whilome had learned skill in leech's craft by great Apollo's lore, sith her whilome upon high Pindus hill he loved, and at last her womb did fill with heavenly seed, whereof wise Paeons sprung, did feel his pulse, she knew there stayed still some little life his feeble sprites among, which to his mother told, despair she from her flung, though, up him taking in their tender hands, they easily unto her chariot bear. Her team at her commandment quiet stands, whiles they the course into her waggon rear, and strow with flowers the lamentable bier. Then all the rest into their coaches climb, and through the brackish waves their passage sheer. Upon great Neptune's neck they softly swim, and to her watery chamber swiftly carry him. Deep in the bottom of the sea her bower is built of hollow billows heaped high, like to thick clouds that threat a stormy shower, and vaulted all within like to the sky, in which the gods do dwell eternally. There they him laid in easy couch well dight, and sent in haste for Tryphon, to apply salves to his wounds, and medicines of might, for Tryphon of sea gods the sovereign leech is hight. The whiles the nymphs sit all about him round, lamenting his mishap and heavy plight, and oft his mother, viewing his wide wound, cursed the hand that did so deadly smite her dearest son, her dearest heart's delight. But none of all those curses overtook the warlike maid, th' ensample of that might, but fairly well she thrived, and well did brook her noble deeds, nay, her right course for aught forsook. Yet did false Archimage her still pursue, to bring to pass his mischievous intent, now that he had her singled from the crew of courteous knights, the prince and fairy gent, whom late in chase of beauty excellent she left, pursuing that same foster strong, of whose foul outrage they, impatient and full of fiery zeal, him followed long, to rescue her from shame and to revenge her wrong. Through thick and thin, through mountains and through plains, those two great champions did at once pursue the fearful damsel with incessant pains, who from them fled as light-foot hare from view of hunter swift, and scent of houndess true. At last they came unto a double way, where, doubtful which to take, her to rescue, themselves they did dispart, each to assay whether more happy were, to win so goodly prey. But Timaeus, the prince's gentle squire, that lady's love unto his lord forlent, and with proud envy and indignant ire after that wicked foster fiercely went. So been they three sundry ways y-bent, But fairest fortune to the prince befell, whose chance it was that soon he did repent to take that way in which that damosel was fled afore, afraid of him as fiend of hell. At last of her far off he gained view. Then gan he freshly prick his foamy steed, and ever as he nigher to her drew, so evermore he did increase his speed, and of each turning still kept wary heed. Aloud to her he oftentimes did call, to do away vain doubt and needless dread. Full mild to her he spake, and oft let fall many meek words to stay and comfort her withal. But nothing might relent her hasty flight, so deep the deadly fear of that foul swain was erst impressed in her gentle sprite, like as a fearful dove, which through the rain of the wide air her way does cut amain, having far off espied a tassel gent, which after her his nimble wings doth strain, doubleth her haste, for fear to be forehent, and with her pinions cleaves the liquid firmament. With no less haste, and eke with no less dread, that fearful lady fled from him that meant to her no evil thought nor evil deed. Yet former fear of being foully shent carried her forward with her first intent. And though oft looking backward, well she viewed herself freed from that foster insolent, and that it was a knight which now pursued, yet she no less the knight feared than that villain rude. His uncouth shield and strange arms her dismayed, whose like in fairyland were seldom seen. That fast she from him fled, no less afraid than of wild beasts if she had chased been. Yet he her followed still with courage keen, so long that now the golden Hesperus was mounted high in top of heaven's sheen, and warned his other brethren joyous to light their blessed lamps in Jove's eternal house. All suddenly dim walks the dampish air, and grisly shadows covered heaven bright, that now with 1,000 stars was decked fair, which when the prince beheld, a loathful sight, and that perforce for want of languor light he mote surcease his suit, and lose the hope of his long labour, he gan foully white his wicked fortune, that had turned a slope, and cursed night that reft from him so goodly scope. Though, when her ways he could no more descry, but to and fro a disadventure strayed, like as a ship whose lodestar suddenly covered with clouds her pilot hath dismayed, his wearisome pursuit perforce he stayed, and from his lofty steed dismounting low, did let him forage. Down himself he laid upon the grassy ground to sleep a throw. The cold earth was his couch, the hard steel his pillow. But gentle sleep envied him any rest. Instead thereof, sad sorrow and disdain of his hard hap did vex his noble breast, and 1,000 fancies bet his idle brain with their light wings, the sights of semblance vain. Oft did he wish that lady fair mote be his Faerie Queene, for whom he did complain, or that his Faerie Queene were such as she, and ever hasty night he blamed bitterly. Night, thou foul mother of annoyance sad, sister of heavy death and nurse of woe, which wast begot in heaven but for thy bad and brutish shape thrust down to hell below, where by the grim flood of Cocytus slow thy dwelling is, in Erebus' black house. Black Erebus, thy husband, is the foe of all the gods, where thou, ungracious, half of thy days dost lead in horror hideous. What had the eternal Maker need of thee, the world in his continual course to keep, that dost all things deface, and lettest see the beauty of his work? Indeed, in sleep the slothful body that doth love to steep his lustless limbs and drown his baser mind doth praise thee oft, and oft from Stygian deep calls thee, his goddess in his error blind, and great Dame Nature's handmaid, cheering every kind. But well I wot that to an heavy heart thou art the root and nurse of bitter cares, breeder of new, renewer of old smarts. Instead of rest, thou lendest railing tears. Instead of sleep, thou sendest troublous fears, and dreadful visions, in the which alive the dreary image of sad death appears. So from the weary spirit thou dost drive desired rest, and men of happiness deprive. Under thy mantle black there hidden lie light-shunning theft and traitorous intent, abhorred bloodshed and vile felony, shameful deceit and danger imminent, foul horror and eke hellish dreariment. All these I wot in thy protection be, and light do shun for fear of being shent. For light alike is loath of them and thee, and all that lewdness love do hate the light to see. For day discovers all dishonest ways, and showeth each thing as it is indeed. The praises of high God he fair displays, and his large bounty rightly doth read. Day's dearest children be the blessed seed, which darkness shall subdue and heaven win. Truth is his daughter, he her first did breed, most sacred virgin without spot of sin. Our life is day, but death with darkness doth begin. Oh, when will day then turn to me again, and bring with him his long-expected light? O Titan, haste to rear thy joyous wain, speed thee to spread abroad thy beam as bright, and chase away this too long-lingering night. Chase her away from whence she came, to hell. She it is that hath me done despite. There let her with the damned spirits dwell, and yield her room to day that can it govern well. Thus did the prince that weary night outwear, in restless anguish and unquiet pain. And early, ere the morrow did uprear his dewy head out of the ocean main, he up arose, as half in great disdain, and clomb unto his steed. So forth he went, with heavy look and lumpish pace, that plain in him bewrayed great grudge and maltalent. His steed eke seemed to ply his steps to his intent.
Prince Arthur hears of Florimel, 3 fosters Timaeus wound. Belphoebe finds him almost dead, and reareth out of sound. Wonder it is to see in divers minds how diversly love doth his pageants play, and shows his power in variable kinds. The baser wit, whose idle thoughts all wear want to cleave unto the lowly clay, it stirreth up to sensual desire, and in lewd sloth to waste his careless day. But in brave sprite it kindles goodly fire, that to all high desert and honour doth aspire. Ne suffereth it uncomely idleness in his free thought to build her sluggish nest, ne suffereth it thought of ungentleness ever to creep into his noble breast, but to the highest and the worthiest lifteth it up, that else would lowly fall. It lets not fall, it lets it not to rest. It lets not scarce this prince to breathe at all, but to his first pursuit him forward still doth call, who long time wandered through the forest wide, to find some issue thence, till that at last he met a dwarf, that seemed terrified with some late peril which he hardly passed, or other accident which him aghast, of whom he asked whence he lately came, and whither now he travelled so fast. For sore he swat, and running through that same thick forest was bescratched, and both his feet nigh lame. Panting for breath, and almost out of heart, the dwarf him answered, Sir, ill mote I stay to tell the same. I lately did depart from Faerie Court, where I have many a day served a gentle lady of great sway and high account throughout all elfin land, who lately left the same and took this way. Her now I seek, and if ye understand which way she fared hath, good sir, tell out of hand. What, Mr. White, said he, and how arrayed? Royally clad, quoth he, in cloth of gold, as meetest may beseem a noble maid. Her fair locks in rich circlet be enrolled, a fairer white did never sun behold. And on a palfrey rides more white than snow, yet she herself is whiter manifold. The surest sign whereby ye may her know is that she is the fairest wight alive, I trow. Now, certes, swain, said he, such one I ween fast flying through this forest from her foe, a foul ill-favoured foster, I have seen. Herself, well as I might, I rescued though, but could not stay, so fast she did forego, carried away with wings of speedy fear. Ah, dearest God, quoth he, that is great woe, and wondrous ruth to all that shall it hear. But can ye read, sir, how I may her find, or where? Perdie, me liever were to weten that, said he, than ransom of the richest knight, or all the good that ever yet I gat. But froward fortune and too forward night such happiness did Mulgrave to me spite, and from me reft both life and light atone. But, dwarf, read, what is that lady bright, that through this forest wandereth thus alone? For of her error strange I have great ruth and moan. That lady is, quoth he, whereso she be, the bounteous virgin and most debonair that ever living eye I ween did see. Lives none this day that may with her compare in steadfast chastity and virtue rare, the goodly ornaments of beauty bright, and is ycleped Florimel the fair, fair Florimel, beloved of many a knight, yet she loves none but one, that Marinell is hight. A sea nymph's son, that Marinell is hight, of my dear dame is loved dearly well. In other none but him she sets delight, all her delight is set on Marinell. But he sets not at all by Florimel, for lady's love, his mother long ago did him, they say, forewarn through sacred spell. But fame now flies that of a foreign foe he is slain, which is the ground of all our woe. 5 days there be since he, they say, was slain, and 4 since Florimel the court forwent, and vowed never to return again, till him alive or dead she did invent. Therefore, fair sir, for love of knighthood, gent, and honour of true ladies, if ye may by your good counsel or bold hardiment, or succour her, or me direct the way, do one or other good, I you most humbly pray. So may ye gain to you full great renown of all good ladies through the world so wide, and haply in her heart find highest room of whom ye seek to be most magnified. At least eternal meed shall you abide, to whom the prince, dwarf, comfort to thee take. For till thou tidings learn what her betide, I here avow thee never to forsake. Ill wears he arms that nil them use for lady's sake. So with the dwarf he back returned again to seek his lady where he mote her find. But by the way he greatly gan complain the want of his good squire, late left behind, for whom he wondrous pensive grew in mind, for doubt of danger which mote him betide. For him he loved above all mankind, having him true and faithful ever tried, and bold as ever squire that waited by knight's side. Who all this while full hardly was assayed of deadly danger which to him betid, for whiles his lord pursued that noble maid, after that foster foul he fiercely rid, to be avenged of the shame he did to that fair damsel. Him he chased long through the thick woods, wherein he would have hid his shameful head from his avengement strong, and oft him threatened death for his outrageous wrong. Natheless the villain sped himself so well, whether through swiftness of his speedy beast, or knowledge of those woods where he did dwell, that shortly he from danger was released, and out of sight escaped at the least. Yet not escaped from the due reward of his bad deeds, which daily he increased, ne ceased not till him oppressed hard the heavy plague that for such lechers is prepared. For soon as he was vanished out of sight, his coward courage gan emboldened be, and cast to venge him of that foul despite which he had borne of his bold enemy. Though to his brethren came, for they were 3 ungracious children of one graceless sire, and unto them complained how that he had used been of that foolhardy squire. So them with bitter words he stirred to bloody ire. Forthwith themselves with their sad instruments of spoil and murder they gan arm belive, and with him forth into the forest went, to wreak the wrath which he did erst revive in their stern breasts, on him which late did drive their brother to reproach and shameful flight. For they had vowed that never he alive out of that forest should escape their might.
Vile rancour their rude hearts had filled with such despite.
Within that wood there was a covert glade, forby a narrow ford, to them well known, through which it was uneath for wight to wade, and now by fortune it was overflown. By that same way they knew that squire unknown mote all gates pass, for they themselves they set there in a wait, with thick woods overgrown, and all the while their malice they did whet with cruel threats, his passage through the ford to let. It fortunate as they devised had, the gentle squire came riding that same way, unweeting of their wile and treason bad, and through the ford to passen did essay. But that fierce foster which late fled away, stoutly forth stepping on the further shore, him boldly bade his passage there to stay, till he had made amends and full restore for all the damage which he had him done afore. With that, at him a quivering dart he threw, with so fell force and villainous despite, that through his haubergeon the fork-head flew, and through the linked mails empierced quite, but had no power in his soft flesh to bite. That stroke the hardy squire did sore displease, but more, that him he could not come to smite, for by no means the high bank he could seize, but laboured long in that deep ford with vain disease. And still the foster with his long boar-spear him kept from landing at his wished will. Anon one sent out of the thicket near a cruel shaft, headed with deadly ill, and feathered with an unlucky quill. The wicked steel stayed not till it did light in his left thigh, and deeply did it thrill. Exceeding grief that wounded him in bite, but more, that with his foes he could not come to fight. At last, through wrath and vengeance making way, he on the bank arrived with mickle pain, where the third brother him did sore assay, and drove at him with all his might and main a forest bill, which both his hands did strain. But warily he did avoid the blow, and with his spear requited him again, that both his sides were thrilled with the throw, and a large stream of blood out of the wound did flow. He, tumbling down with gnashing teeth, did bite the bitter earth, and bade to let him into the baleful house of endless night, where wicked ghosts do wail their former sin. Though gan the battle freshly to begin, for na the more for that spectacle bad did th'other two their cruel vengeance blin, but both at once on both sides him bestad, and load upon him laid his life for to have had. Though when that villain he avised, which late affrighted had the fairest Florimel, full of fierce fury and indignant hate, to him he turned, and with rigour fell, smote him so rudely on the panicle, that to the chin he cleft his head in twain. Down on the ground his carcass grovelling fell, his sinful soul, with desperate disdain, out of her fleshly firm fled to the place of pain. That, seeing how the only last of three, who with that wicked shaft him wounded had, trembling with horror, as that did foresee the fearful end of his avengement sad, through which he follow should his brethren bad, his bootless bow in feeble hand upcaught, and therewith shot an arrow at the lad, which, faintly fluttering, scarce his helmet wrought, and glancing fell to ground, but him annoyed not. With that he would have fled into the wood, but Timaeus him lightly overhent, right as he entering was into the flood, and strook at him with force so violent, that headless him into the ford he sent. The carcass with the stream was carried down, but the head fell backward on the continent. So mischief fell upon the meaner's crown. They three be dead with shame. The squire lives with renown. He lives, but takes small joy of his renown. For of that cruel wound he bled so sore, that from his steed he fell in deadly swoon. Yet still the blood forth gushed in so great store, that he lay wallowed all in his own gore. Now God thee keep, thou gentlest squire alive, else shall thy loving lord thee see no more, but both of comfort him thou shalt deprive, and eke thyself of honour, which thou didst achieve. Providence heavenly passeth living thought, and doth for wretched men's relief make way. For lo, great grace or fortune thither brought comfort to him that comfortless now lay. In those same woods ye well remember may how that a noble huntress did wone, she that base braggadocio did affray, and made him fast out of the forest run. Belle Phoebe was her name, as fair as Phoebus' son. She, on a day, as she pursued the chase of some wild beast, which with her arrows keen she wounded had, the same along did trace by tract of blood, which she had freshly seen to have besprinkled all the grassy green. By the great pursue which she there perceived, well hoped she the beast engored had been, and made more haste the life to have bereaved. But her expectation greatly was deceived. Shortly she came, whereas that woeful squire with blood deformed lay in deadly swound. in whose fair eyes, like lamps of quenched fire, the crystal humour stood congealed round. His locks, like faded leaves fallen to ground, knotted with blood in bunches rudely ran, and his sweet lips, on which before that stound the bud of youth to blossom fair began, spoiled of their rosy red, were waxen pale and wan. Saw never living eye more heavy sight, that could have made a rock of stone to rue, or rive in twain, which when that lady bright besides all hope, with melting eyes did view, all suddenly abashed she changed hue, and with stern horror backward gan to start. But when she better him beheld, she grew full of soft passion and unwonted smart. The point of pity pierced through her tender heart. Meekly she bowed down to weet if life yet in his frozen members did remain, and feeling by his pulses beating rife, that the weak soul her seat did yet retain, she cast to comfort him with busy pain. His double-folded neck she reared upright, and rubbed his temples and each trembling vein. His mailed habergeon she did undight, and from his head his heavy burgonet did light. Into the woods thenceforth in haste she went, to seek for herbs that mote him remedy, for she of herbs had great intendiment, taught of the nymph which from her infancy her nurse had in true nobility. There, whether it divine tobacco were, or panacea, or polygony, she found, and brought it to her patient dear, who all this while lay bleeding out his heart-blood near. The sovereign weed betwixt two marbles plain she pounded small, and did in pieces bruise, and then atween her lily handes twain into his wounds the juice thereof did screws, and round about, as she could well it use, the flesh therewith she suppled and did steep, to bait all spasm and soak the swelling bruise. And after having searched the intoos deep, she with her scarf did bind the wound from cold to keep. By this he had sweet life recured again, and groaning inly deep, at last his watery eyes, drizzling like dewy rain, he up gan lift toward the azure skies, from whence descend all hopeless remedies. Therewith he sighed, and turning him aside the goodly maid, full of divinities and gifts of heavenly grace, he by him spied, her bow and gilden quiver lying him beside. "Mercy, dear Lord," said he, "what grace is this, that thou hast showed to me, sinful wight, to send thine angel from her bower of bliss, to comfort me in my distressed plight? Angel or goddess, do I call thee right? What service may I do unto thee meet, that hast from darkness me returned to light, and with thy heavenly salves and medicines sweet hast dressed my sinful wounds? I kiss thy blessed feet." Thereat she blushing said, "Ah, gentle squire, nor goddess I, nor angel, but the maid and daughter of a woody nymph, desire no service, but thy safety and aid, which if thou gain, I shall be well apaid. We mortal wights, whose lives and fortunes be to common accidents still open laid, are bound with common bond of frailty to succour wretched wights whom we captived see." By this her damsels, which the former chase had undertaken after her, arrived, as did Belphoebe in the bloody place, and thereby deemed the beast had been deprived of life, whom late their lady's arrow rived. For the bloody track they followed fast, and every one to run the swiftest strived. But two of them the rest far overpast, and where their lady was, arrived at the last. Where, when they saw that goodly boy with blood defouled, and their lady dresses wound, they wondered much, and shortly understood how him in deadly case their lady found, and rescued out of the heavy stound. Eftsoons his warlike courser, which was strayed far in the woods, whilst he lay enswound, she made those damsels search, which being stayed, they did him set thereon, and forth with them conveyed. Into that forest far they thence him led, where was their dwelling, in a pleasant glade, with mountains round about environed, and mighty woods which did the valley shade, and like a stately theatre it made, spreading itself into a spacious plain, and in the midst a little river played amongst the pumy stones, which seemed to plain with gentle murmur, that his course they did restrain. Beside the same, a dainty place there lay, planted with myrtle trees and laurels green, in which the birds song many a lovely lay of God's high praise, and of their love's sweet teen, as it an earthly paradise had been, in whose enclosed shadow there was pight a fair pavilion, scarcely to be seen, the which was all within most richly dight, that greatest princes living it mote well delight. Thither they brought that wounded squire, and laid in easy couch his feeble limbs to rest. He rested him a while, and then the maid his ready wound with better salves new dressed. Daily she dressed him, and did the best his grievous hurts to garish that she might, that shortly she his dolour hath redressed, and his foul sore reduced to fair plight. It she reduced, but himself destroyed quite. O foolish physic, and unfruitful pain, that heals up one, and makes another wound! She his hurt thigh to him recured again, but hurt his heart, the which before was sound, through an unwary dart, which did rebound from her fair eyes and gracious countenance. What boots it him from death to be unbound, to be captived in endless durance of sorrow and despair, without elegance? Still as his wound did gather and grow whole, so still his heart walked sore and health decayed. Madness to save a part and lose the whole. Still when as he beheld the heavenly maid, whiles daily plasters to his wound she laid, so still his malady the more increased, the whiles her matchless beauty him dismayed. Ah, God, what other could he do at least, but love so fair a lady, that his life released? Long while he strove in his courageous breast with reason due the passion to subdue, and love for to dislodge out of his nest. Still when her excellencies he did view, her sovereign bounty and celestial hue, the same to love he strongly was constrained. But when his mean estate he did review, he from such hardy boldness was restrained, and of his luckless lot and cruel love thus plain. Unthankful wretch, said he, is this the meed with which her sovereign mercy thou dost quite? Thy life she saved by her gracious deed, but thou dost ween with villainous despite to blot her honour and her heavenly light. Die rather die than so disloyally deem of her high desert, or seem so light. Fair death it is to shun more shame, to die. Die rather die than ever love disloyally. But if to love disloyalty it be, shall I then hate her, that from death's door me brought? Ah, far be such reproach from me. What can I less do than her love therefore, sith I her due reward cannot restore? Die rather die, and dying do her serve, dying her serve, and living her adore. Thy life she gave, thy life she doth deserve. Die rather die, than ever from her service swerve. But, foolish boy, what boots thy service base to her, to whom the heavens do servants you? Thou a mean squire, of meek and lowly place, she heavenly born and of celestial hue. How then? Of all love taketh equal view, and doth not highest God vouchsafe to take the love and service of the basest crew? If she will not, die meekly for her sake, die rather, die, than ever so fair love forsake. Thus warried he long time against his will, till that through weakness he was forced at last to yield himself unto the mighty ill, which as a victor proud gan ransack fast his inward parts, and all his entrails waste, that neither blood in face nor life in heart it left, but both did quite dry up and blast, as piercing leaven, which the inner part of everything consumes and calcineth by art. Which seeing, fair Belphoebe gan to fear lest that his wound were inly well not healed, or that the wicked steel empoisoned were. Little she weened that love he close concealed, yet still he wasted as the snow congealed, when the bright sun his beams thereon doth beat. Yet never he his heart to her revealed, but rather chose to die for sorrow great, than with dishonourable terms her to entreat. She, gracious lady, yet no pains did spare to do him ease, or do him remedy, Many restoratives of virtues rare, and costly cordial she did apply, to mitigate his stubborn malady. But that sweet cordial, which can restore love's sick heart, she did to him envy, to him and to all th' unworthy world forlore. She did envy that sovereign salve in secret store. That dainty rose, the daughter of her morn, more dear than life she tendered, whose flower the girland of her honour did adorn. Ne suffered she the midday's scorching power, ne the sharp northern wind thereon to shower, but lapped up her silken leaves most chair, when so the froward sky began to lower. Soon as calmed was the crystal air, she did it fair dispread, and let to flourish fair. Eternal God, in his almighty power, to make ensample of his heavenly grace, in paradise whilome did plant this flower, whence he it fetched out of her native place, and did in stock of earthly flesh and race, that mortal men her glory should admire. In gentle lady's breast and bounteous race of womankind it fairest flower doth spire, and beareth fruit of honour and all chaste desire. Fair imps of beauty, whose bright shining beams adorn the world with like to heavenly light, and to your wills both royalties and reams subdue, through conquest of your wondrous might. With this fair flower your goodly girlands dight of chastity and virtue virginal, that shall embellish more your beauty bright, and crown your heads with heavenly coronal, such as the angels wear before God's tribunal. To your fair selves a fair ensample frame of this fair virgin, this belle Phoebe fair, to whom in perfect love and spotless fame of chastity none living may compare, ne poisonous envy justly can impair the praise of her fresh flowering maidenhead. For thee she standeth on the highest stair of th' honourable stage of womanhead, that ladies all may follow her ensample dead. In so great praise of steadfast chastity, nathless she was so courteous and kind, tempered with grace and goodly modesty, that seemed those two virtues strove to find the higher place in her heroic mind. So striving, each did other more augment, and both increased the praise of womankind, and both increased her beauty excellent. So all did make in her perfect compliment. The birth of fair belle Phoebe and of Amarat is told, the gardens of Adonis, fraught with pleasures manifold. Well may I ween, fair ladies, all this while ye wonder how this noble damosel so great perfections did in her compile, sith that in salvage forest she did dwell, so far from court and royal citadel, the great schoolmistress of all courtesy. Seemeth that such wild woods should far expel all civil usage and gentility, and gentle sprite deform with rude rusticity. But to this fair belle Phoebe in her birth the heavens so favourable were and free, looking with mild aspect upon the earth in th' horoscope of her nativity, that all the gifts of grace and chastity on her they poured forth of plenteous horn. Jove laughed on Venus from his sovereign sea, and Phoebus with fair beams did her adorn, and all the graces rocked her cradle being born. Her birth was of the womb of morning dew, and her conception of the joyous prime, and all her whole creation did her shew pure and unspotted from all loathly crime that is ingenerate in fleshly slime. So was this virgin born, so was she bred, so was she trained up from time to time in all chaste virtue and true bountyhead, till to her due perfection she was ripened. Her mother was the fair Chrysogone, the daughter of Amphisa, who by race of fairy was, born of high degree. She bore belle Phoebe, she bore in like case fair Amoretta in the second place. These two were twins, and twixt them two did share the heritage of all celestial grace, that all the rest it seemed they robbed bare of bounty and of beauty and all virtues rare. It were a goodly story to declare by what strange accident fair Chrysogone conceived these infants, and how them she bare in this wild forest wandering all alone, after she had 9 months fulfilled and gone. For not as other women's common brood they were enwombed in the sacred throne of her chaste body, nor with common food as other women's babes they sucked vital blood. But wondrously they were begot and bred, through influence of the heaven's fruitful ray, as it in antique books is mentioned. It was upon a summer's shiny day, when Titan fair his beames did display, in a fresh fountain, far from all men's view, she bathed her breast, the boiling heat to allay. She bathed with roses red and violets blue, and all the sweetest flowers that in the forest grew, till, faint through irksome weariness, adown upon the grassy ground herself she laid to sleep, the whiles a gentle slumbering swoon upon her fell, all naked bare displayed. The sunbeams bright upon her body played, being through former bathing mollified, and pierced into her womb, where they embayed with so sweet sense and secret power unspied, that in her pregnant flesh they shortly fructified. Miraculous may seem to him that reads so strange ensample of conception, but reason teacheth that the fruitful seeds of all things living, through impression of the sunbeams in moist complexion, do life conceive, and quickened are by kind. So, after Nilus inundation, infinite shapes of creatures men do find informed in the mud, on which the sun hath shined. Great Father he of generation is rightly called, the author of life and light, and his fair sister for creation ministereth matter fit, which, tempered right with heat and humour, breeds the living white. So sprung these twins in womb of Chrysicum. Yet wist she naught thereof, but sore affright wondered to see her belly so upblown, which still increased till she her term had full outgone. Whereof conceiving shame and foul disgrace, albe her guiltless conscience her cleared, she fled into the wilderness a space, till that unwieldy burden she had reared, and shunned dishonour, which as death she feared, where, weary of long travel, down to rest herself she set, and comfortably cheered. There a sad cloud of sleep her overcast, and seized every sense with sorrow sore oppressed. It fortuned, fair Venus having lost her little son, the winged god of love, who for some slight displeasure which him crossed was from her fled, as flit as airy dove, and left her blissful bower of joy above, so from her often he had fled away, when she for aught him sharply did reprove, and wandered in the world in strange array, disguised in thousand shapes, that none might him bewray. Him for to seek, she left her heavenly house, the house of goodly forms and fair aspects, whence all the world derives the glorious features of beauty and all shapes elect, with which high God his workmanship hath decked, and searched every way through which his wings had borne him, or his track she mote detect. She promised kisses sweet, and sweeter things unto the man that of him tidings to her brings. First she him sought in court, where most he used whilom to haunt, but there she found him not. But many there she found, which sore accused his falsehood, and with foul infamous blot his cruel deeds and wicked wiles did spot. Ladies and lords she everywhere mote hear complaining, how with his empoisoned shot their woeful hearts he wounded had whileare, and so had left them languishing twixt hope and fear. She then the cities sought from gate to gate, and every one did ask, did he him see? And every one her answered that too late he had him seen, and felt the cruelty of his sharp darts and hot artillery. And every one threw forth reproaches rife of his mischievous deeds, and said that he was the disturber of all civil life, the enemy of peace, and author of all strife. Then in the country she abroad him sought, and in the rural cottages inquired, where also many plaints to her were brought, how he their heedless hearts with love had fired, and his false venom through their veins inspired. And eke the gentle shepherd swains, which sat keeping their fleecy flocks as they were hired, she sweetly heard complain, both how and what her son had to them done, yet she did smile thereat. But when in none of all these she him got, she gan avise where else he mote him hide. At last she her bethought, that she had not yet sought the savage woods and forests wide, in which full many lovely nymphs abide, mongst whom might be that he did closely lie, or that the love of some of them him tied. For she thither cast her course to ply, to search the secret haunts of Dian's company. Shortly unto the wasteful wood she came, whereas she found the goddess with her crew, after late chase of their imbrued game, sitting beside a fountain in a rue, some of them washing with the liquid dew from off their dainty limbs the dusty sweat and soil, which did deform their lively hue. Others lay shaded from the scorching heat, the rest upon her person gave attendance great. She, having hung upon a bough on high her bow and painted quiver, had unlaced her silver buskins from her nimble thigh, and her lank loins ungirt and breasts unbraced, after her heat the breathing cold to taste. Her golden locks, that late in tresses bright embraided were, for hindering of her haste, now loose about her shoulders hung undight, and were with sweet ambrosia all besprinkled light. Soon as she Venus saw behind her back, she was ashamed to be so loose surprised, and walks half wroth against her damsel slack, that had not her thereof before avised, but suffered her so carelessly disguised be overtaken. Soon her garments loose upgathering, in her bosom she comprised, well as she might, and to the goddess rose, whiles all her nymphs did like a girland her enclose. Goodly she gan fair Cytherea greet, and shortly asked her what cause her brought into that wilderness for her unmeet, from her sweet bowers and beds with pleasures fraught. That sudden change she strange adventure thought. To whom, half weeping, she thus answered, that she her dearest son Cupido sought, who in his frowardness from her was fled, that she repented sore to have him angered. Thereat Diana gan to smile in scorn of her vain plaint, and to her scoffing said, Great pity sure that ye be so forlorn of your gay son, that gives ye so good aid to your disports. Ill mote ye be apaid. But she was more engrieved, and replied, Fair sister, ill beseems it to upbraid a doleful heart with so disdainful pride, the like that mine may be your pain another tide. As you in woods and wanton wilderness your glory set, to chase the savage beasts, so my delight is all in joyfulness, in beds, in bowers, in banquets, and in feasts. And ill becomes you with your lofty crests to scorn the joy that Jove is glad to seek. We both are bound to follow heaven's behests, and tend our charges with obeisance meek. Spare, gentle sister, with reproach my pain to eke, and tell me, if that ye my son have heard to lurk amongst your nymphs in secret wise, or keep their cabins, much I am afeard lest he like one of them himself disguise, and turn his arrows to their exercise. So may he long himself full easy hide, for he is fair, and fresh in face and guise, as any nymph, let not it be envied. So saying, every nymph full narrowly she eyed. But Phoebe therewith sore was angered, and sharply said, Go, dame, go, seek your boy where you him lately left, in Mars's bed. He comes not here, we scorn his foolish joy, to lend we leisure to his idle toy. But if I catch him in this company, by Stygian lake I vow, whose Saturn o'er the gods do dread, he dearly shall abide. I'll clip his wanton wings, that he no more shall fly. Whom, when as Venus saw so sore displeased, she inly sorry was, and gan relent what she had said. So her she soon appeased with sugared words and gentle blandishment, which as a fountain from her sweet lips went, and welled goodly forth, that in short space she was well pleased, and forth her damsels sent through all the woods, to search from place to place, if any tract of him or tidings they mote trace. To search the god of love, her nymph she sent throughout the wandering forest everywhere, and after them herself eke with her went, to seek the fugitive both far and near. So long they sought, till they arrived were in that same shady covert, whereas lay fair Chrysogone in slumbry trance whileare, who in her sleep, a wondrous thing to say, unwares had borne two babes, as fair as springing day. Unwares she them conceived, unwares she bore. She bore withouten pain, that she conceived withouten pleasure. Ne her need implore Lucina's aid, which, when they both perceived, they were through wonder nigh of sense bereaved, and gazing each on other, naught bespake. At last they both agreed, her seeming grieved, out of her heavy swoon not to awake, but from her loving side the tender babes to take. Up they them took, each one a babe uptook, and with them carried to be fostered. Dame Phoebe to a nymph her babe betook, to be upbrought in perfect maidenhead, and of herself her name Belle Phoebe read. But Venus hers thence far away conveyed, to be upbrought in goodly womanhead, and in her little lovestead which was strayed, her Amoretta called, to comfort her dismayed. She brought her to her joyous paradise, where most she wons when she on earth does dwell. So fair a place as nature can devise, whether in Paphos or Citharon hill, or it in Cnidus be, I wot not well, but well I wot by trial, that this same all other pleasant places doth excel, and called is by her lost lover's name, the garden of Adonis, far renowned by fame. In that same garden all the goodly flowers wherewith Dame Nature doth her beautify, and decks the girlands of her paramours, are fetched. There is the first seminary of all things that are born to live and die according to their kinds. Long work it were here to account the endless progeny of all the weeds that bud and blossom there, but so much as doth need must needs be counted here. It sited was in fruitful soil of old, and girt in with 2 walls on either side, the one of iron, the other of bright gold, that none might thorough break, nor overstride, and double gates it had, which opened wide, by which both in and out men moten pass, the one fair and fresh, the other old and dried. Old Genius the porter of them was, old Genius, the which a double nature has. He letteth in, he letteth out, to wend all that to come into the world desire. 1,000,000 naked babes attend about him day and night, which do require that he with fleshly weeds would them attire. Such as him list, such as eternal fate ordained hath, he clothes with sinful mire, and sendeth forth to live in mortal state, till they again return back by the hinder gate. After that they again returned been, they in that garden planted be again, and grow afresh, as they had never seen fleshly corruption, nor mortal pain. Some 1,000 years, so done they there remain, and then of him are clad with other hue, or sent into the changeful world again, till thither they return, where first they grew. So like a wheel around they run from old to new. Ne needs there a gardener to set or sow, to plant or prune, for of their own accord all things as they created were do grow. And yet remember well the mighty word which first was spoken by the Almighty Lord, that bade them to increase and multiply. Ne do they need with water of the ford, or of the clouds, to moisten their roots dry, for in themselves eternal moisture they imply. Infinite shapes of creatures there are bred, and uncouth forms which none yet ever knew, and every sort is in a sundry bed set by itself, and ranked in comely rue. Some fit for reasonable souls to endue, some made for beasts, some made for birds to wear, and all the fruitful spawn of fishes hew, in endless ranks along and ranged were, that seemed the ocean could not contain them there. Daily they grow, and daily forth are sent into the world, it to replenish more. Yet is the stock not lessened nor spent, but still remains in everlasting store, as it at first created was of yore. For in the wide womb of the world there lies, in hateful darkness and in deep horror, a huge, eternal chaos, which supplies the substances of nature's fruitful progenies. All things from thence do their first being fetch, and borrow matter whereof they are made, which when as form and feature it does catch, becomes a body, and doth then invade the state of life out of the grisly shade. That substance is etern, and bideth so. Ne when the life decays, and form does fade, doth it consume, and into nothing go, but changed is, and often altered to and fro. The substance is not changed nor altered, but the only form and outward fashion. For every substance is conditioned to change her hue, and sundry forms to don, meet for her temper and complexion. For forms are variable and decay, by course of kind and by occasion, and that fair flower of beauty fades away as doth the lily fresh before the sunny ray. Great enemy to it, and to all the rest, that in the garden of Adonis springs, is wicked Time, who with his scythe addressed does mow the flowering herbs and goodly things, and all their glory to the ground down flings, where they do wither and are foully marred. He flies about with his flaggy wings, beats down both leaves and buds without regard, ne ever pity may relent his malice hard. Yet pity often did the gods relent, to see so fair things marred and spoiled quite. And their great mother Venus did lament the loss of her dear brood, her dear delight. Her heart was pierced with pity at the sight. When walking through the garden them she spied, yet note she find redress for such despite. For all that lives is subject to that law. All things decay in time, and to their end do draw. But were it not that time their troubler is, all that in this delightful garden grows should happy be, and have immortal bliss. For here all plenty and all pleasure flows, and sweet love gentle fits amongst them throws, without fell rancour or fond jealousy. Frankly each paramour his leman knows, each bird his mate, ne any does envy their goodly merriment and gay felicity. There is continual spring and harvest there continual, both meeting at one time. For both the boughs do laughing blossoms bear, and with fresh colours deck the wanton prime, and eke at once the heavy trees they climb, which seem to labour under their fruit's load. The whiles the joyous birds make their pastime amongst the shady leaves, their sweet abode, and their true loves without suspicion tell abroad. Right in the midst of that paradise there stood a stately mount, on whose round top a gloomy grove of myrtle trees did rise, whose shady boughs sharp steel did never lop, nor wicked beasts their tender buds did crop, but like a girland compassed the height, and from their fruitful sides sweet gum did drop, that all the ground with precious dew bedight threw forth most dainty odours and most sweet delight. And in the thickest covert of that shade there was a pleasant arbour, not by art, but of the tree's own inclination made, which knitting their rank branches part to part, with wanton ivy twine entrailed athwart, and eglantine and caprifol among, fashioned above, within their inmost part, that neither Phoebus' beams could through them throng, nor Aeolus' sharp blast could work them any wrong. And all about grew every sort of flower, to which sad lovers were transformed of yore. Fresh hyacinthus, Phoebus' paramour and dearest love, foolish narcissus, that likes the watery shore, sad amaranthus, made a flower but late, sad amaranthus, in whose purple gore meseems I see Amyntas' wretched fate, to whom sweet poet's verse hath given endless date. There wont fair Venus often to enjoy her dear Adonis' joyous company, and reap sweet pleasure of the wanton boy. There yet, some say, in secret he does lie, lapped in flowers and precious spicery, by her hid from the world, and from the skill of Stygian gods, which do her love envy. But she herself, whenever that she will, possesseth him, and of his sweetness takes her fill. And sooth it seems, they say, for he may not for ever die, and ever buried be in baleful night, where all things are forgot. All be he subject to mortality, yet is etern in mutability, and by succession made perpetual, transformed oft, and changed diversely. For him the father of all forms they call, therefore needs mote he live, that living gives to all. There now he liveth in eternal bliss, joying his goddess, and of her enjoyed. Ne feareth he henceforth that foe of his, which with his cruel tusk him deadly cloyed. For that wild boar, the which him once annoyed, she firmly hath imprisoned for aye, that her sweet love his malice mote avoid. In a strong rocky cave, which is, they say, hewn underneath that mount, that none him loosen may. There now he lives in everlasting joy, with many of the gods in company, which thither haunt, and with the winged boy sporting himself in safe felicity, who, when he hath with spoils and cruelty ransacked the world, and in the woeful hearts of many wretches set his triumphs high, thither resorts, and laying his sad darts aside, with fair Adonis plays his wanton parts. And his true love, fair Psyche, with him plays fair Psyche, to him lately reconciled, after long troubles and unmeet upraise, with which his mother Venus her reviled, and eke himself her cruelly exiled. But now in steadfast love and happy state she with him lives, and hath him born a child, Pleasure, that doth both gods and men agrate. Pleasure, the daughter of Cupid and Psyche late. Hither great Venus brought this infant fair, the younger daughter of Chrysogone, and unto Psyche with great trust and care committed her, if fostered to be, and trained up in true femininity, who no less carefully her tendered than her own daughter Pleasure, to whom she made her companion, and her lessoned in all the lore of love and goodly womanhead. In which, when she to perfect ripeness grew, of grace and beauty noble paragon, she brought her forth into the world's view, to be then sample of true love alone, and lodestar of all chaste affection to all fair ladies that do live on ground. To fairy court she came, where many one admired her goodly haviour, and found his feeble heart wide launched with love's cruel wound. But she to none of them her love did cast, save to the noble knight Sir Scudamore, to whom her loving heart she linked fast in faithful love to bide for evermore, and for his dearest sake endured sore, sore trouble of an heinous enemy, who her would forced have to have forlore her former love and steadfast loyalty, as ye may elsewhere read that rueful history. But well I ween ye first desire to learn what end unto that fearful damosel, which fled so fast from that same foster stern, whom with his brethren Timaeus slew, befell. That was to weet the goodly Florimel, who, wandering for to seek her lover dear, her dearest Marinel, into misfortune fell, as ye did hear, and from Prince Arthur fled, with wings of idle fear.
The witch's son loves Florimel. She flies, he feigns to die. Satyrane saves the squire of dames from giants' tyranny. Like as an hind forth singled from the herd, that hath escaped from a ravenous beast, yet flies away, of her own feet afeard, and every leaf that shaketh with the least murmur of wind her terror hath increased, so fled fair Florimel from her vain fear, long after she from peril was released. Each shade she saw, and each noise she did hear, did seem to be the same which she escaped whilere. All that same evening she in flying spent, and all that night her course continued. Ne did she let dull sleep once to relent, nor weariness to slack her haste, but fled ever alike, as if her former dread were hard behind, her ready to arrest. And her white palfrey, having conquered the maestring reins out of her weary rest, perforce her carried wherever he thought best. So long as breath and able puissance did native courage unto him supply, his pace he freshly forward did advance, and carried her beyond all jeopardy. But not that wanteth rest can long abide. He, having through incessant travel spent his force, at last perforce adown did lie, ne foot could further move. The lady gent thereat was sudden strook with great astonishment, and forced to light, on foot mote algates fare, a traveller unwonted to such way. Need teacheth her this lesson hard and rare, that fortune all in equal lance doth sway, and mortal miseries doth make her play. So long she travelled, till at length she came to an hillside, which did to her bewray a little valley subject to the same, all covered with thick woods that quite it overcame. Through the tops of the high trees she did descry a little smoke, whose vapour, thin and light, reeking aloft, uprolled to the sky, which cheerful sign did send unto her sight, that in the same did one some living wight. Eftsoons her steps she thereunto applied, and came at last in weary, wretched plight unto the place to which her hope did guide, to find some refuge there, and rest her weary side. There, in a gloomy, hollow glen, she found a little cottage built of sticks and reeds in homely wise, and walled with sods around, in which a witch did dwell in loathly weeds and wilful want, all careless of her needs. So, choosing solitary to abide, far from all neighbours, that her devilish deeds and hellish arts from people she might hide, and hurt far off, unknown, whomever she envied. The damsel there arriving, entered in, where, sitting on the floor, the hag she found, busy as seemed about some wicked gin, who, soon as she beheld that sudden stound, lightly upstarted from the dusty ground, and with fell look and hollow, deadly gaze stared on her awhile, as one astound, ne had one word to speak for great amaze, but showed by outward signs that dread her sense did daze. At last, turning her fear to foolish wrath, she asked what devil had her thither brought, and who she was, and what unwonted path had guided her, unwelcomed, unsought. To which the damsel, full of doubtful thought, her mildly answered, Beldam, be not wroth with silly virgin, by adventure brought unto your dwelling, ignorant and loath, that crave but room to rest, while tempest overbloweth. With that, adown out of her crystal eyne, few trickling tears she softly forth let fall, that like two orient pearls did purely shine upon her snowy cheek, and therewithal she sighed soft, that none so bestial nor savage heart but ruth of her sad plight would make to melt or piteously appall, and that vile hag, all were her whole delight in mischief, was much moved at so piteous sight, and gan recomfort her in her rude wise, with womanish compassion of her plaint, wiping the tears from her suffused eyes, and bidding her sit down, to rest her faint and weary limbs awhile. She, nothing quaint nor disdainful of so homely fashion, sith brought she was now to so hard constraint, sate down upon the dusty ground anon, as glad of that small rest as bird of tempest gone. Though gan she gather up her garments rent, and her loose locks to dight in order due, with golden wreath and gorgeous ornament, whom such when as the wicked hag did view, she was astonished at her heavenly hue, and doubted her to deem an earthly wight, but or some goddess, or of Dian's crew, and thought her to adore with humble sprite. To adore things so divine as beauty, or but right. This wicked woman had a wicked son, the comfort of her age and weary days, a lazy lord, for nothing good to done, but stretched forth in idleness always, ne ever cast his mind to covet praise, or ply himself to any honest trade, but all the day before the sunny rays he used to slug, or sleep in slothful shade. Such laziness both lewd and poor at once him made. He, coming home at undertime, there found the fairest creature that he ever saw, sitting beside his mother on the ground, the sight whereof did greatly him adaw, and his base thought with terror and with awe so inly smaught, that as one which had gazed on the bright sun unawares, doth soon withdraw his feeble eyne, with too much brightness dazed, so stared he on her, and stood long while amazed. Softly at last he gan his mother ask what Mr. White that was, and whence derived, that in so strange disguisement there did mask, and by what accident she there arrived. But she, as one nigh of her wits deprived, with naught but ghastly looks him answered, like to a ghost that lately is revived from Stygian shores where late it wandered. So both at her and each at other wondered. But the fair virgin was so meek and mild, that she to them vouchsafed to embrace her goodly port, and to their senses viled her gentle speech applied, that in short space she grew familiar in that desert place. During which time the churl through her so kind and courteous use conceived affection base, and cast to love her in his brutish mind. No love, but brutish lust, that was so beastly tined. Closely the wicked flame his bowels brent, and shortly grew into outrageous fire. Yet had he not the heart nor hardiment as unto her to utter his desire, his caitiff thought durst not so high aspire. But with soft sighs and lovely semblances he weened that his affection entire she should arread. Many resemblances to her he made, and many kind remembrances. Oft from the forest wildings he did bring, whose sides empurpled were with smiling red. And oft young birds, which he had taught to sing his mistress' praises, sweetly caroled. Girlands of flowers sometimes for her fair head he fine would dight. Sometimes the squirrel wild he brought to her in bands, as conquered to be her thrall, his fellow servant viled. All which she of him took with countenance meek and mild. But past a while, when she fit season saw to leave that desert mansion, she cast in secret wise herself thence to withdraw, for fear of mischief, which she did forecast might by the witch or by her son compassed. Her weary palfrey, closely as she might, now well recovered after long repast, in his proud furniture she freshly dight, his late miswandered ways now to remeasure right. And early, ere the dawning day appeared, she forth eschewed, and on her journey went. She went in peril of each noise afeard, and of each shade that did itself present. For still she feared to be overhent of that vile hag, or her uncivil son, who, when too late awaking, well they kent that their fair guest was gone, they both begun to make exceeding moan, as they had been undone. But that lewd lover did the most lament for her depart that ever man did hear. He knocked his breast with desperate intent, and scratched his face, and with his teeth did tear his rugged flesh, and rent his ragged hair, that his sad mother, seeing his sore plight, was greatly woebegone, and gan to fear lest his frail senses were imperished quite. And love to frenzy turned, said love is frantic height. All ways she sought him to restore to plight, with herbs, with charms, with counsel, and with tears. But tears, nor charms, nor herbs, nor counsel might assuage the fury which his entrails tears. So strong is passion, that no reason hears. Though, when all other help she saw to fail, she turned herself back to her wicked leers, and by her devilish arts thought to prevail to bring her back again, or work her final bale. Eftsoons, out of her hidden cave, she called an hideous beast of horrible aspect, that could the stoutest courage have appalled. Monstrous misshaped, and all his back was specked with thousand spots of colours quaint elect. Thereto so swift that it all beasts did pass. Like never yet did living eye detect, but likest it to an hyena was, that feeds on women's flesh as others feed on grass. It forth she called, and gave it straight in charge, to thick and thin her to pursue apace, ne once to stay to rest or breathe at large, till her he had attained and brought in place, or quite devoured her beauty's scornful grace. The monster swift as word that from her went forth in haste, and did her footing trace so sure and swiftly, through his perfect scent and passing speed, that shortly he her overhent. Whom when the fearful damsel nigh espied, no need to bid her fast away to fly, that ugly shape so sore her terrified, that it she shunned no less than dread to die. And her flit palfrey did so well apply his nimble feet to her conceived fear, that whilst his breath did strength to him supply, from peril free he her away did bear. But when his force gan fail, his pace gan wex arear. Which when as she perceived, she was dismayed at that same last extremity full sore, and of her safety greatly grew afraid. And now she gan approach to the seashore, as it befell, that she could fly no more, but yield herself to spoil of greediness. Lightly she leaped as a wight forlore from her dull horse in desperate distress, and to her feet betook her doubtful sickerness. Not half so fast the wicked Myrrha fled from dread of her revenging father's hand. Not half so fast to save her maidenhead fled fearful Daphne on the Aegean strand, as Florimel fled from that monster yond to reach the sea, ere she of him were wrought. For in the sea to drown herself she fond, rather than of the tyrant to be caught. Thereto fear gave her wings, and need her courage taught. It fortuned, high God did so ordain, as she arrived on the roaring shore, in mind to leap into the mighty main, a little boat lay hoving her before, in which there slept a fisher, old and poor, the whiles his nets were drying on the sand. Into the same she leapt, and with the oar did thrust the shallop from the floating strand. So safety found at sea, which she found not at land. The monster, ready on the prey to seize, was of his forward hope deceive it quite, ne durst essay to wade the perilous seas, but greedily, long gaping at the sight, at last, in vain, was forced to turn his flight, and tell the idle tidings to his dame. Yet, to avenge his devilish despite, he set upon her palfrey, tired, lame, and slew him cruelly, ere any rescue came. And, after having him embowelled to fill his hellish gorge, it chanced a knight to pass that way, as forth he travelled. It was a goodly swain, and of great might, as ever man that bloody field did fight. But in vain shows that wont young knights bewitch, and courtly services took no delight, but rather joyed to be than seamen sich. For both to be and seem to him was labour lich. It was, to weet, the good Sir Satyrane, that ranged abroad to seek adventures wild, as was his wont in forest and in plain. He was all armed in rugged steel unfiled, as in the smoky forge it was compiled, and in his scutcheon bore a satyr's head. He, coming present, where the monster viled upon that milk-white palfrey's carcass fed, unto his rescue ran, and greedily him sped. There well perceived he that it was the horse whereon fair Florimel was wont to ride, that of that fiend was rent without remorse. Much feared he lest aught did ill betide to that fair maid, the flower of women's pride, for he her dearly loved, and in all his famous conquests highly magnified. Besides, her golden girdle, which did fall from her in flight, he found, that did him sore appall. Full of sad fear and doubtful agony, fiercely flew upon that wicked fiend, and with huge strokes and cruel battery him forced to leave his prey, for to attend himself from deadly danger to defend. Full many wounds in his corrupted flesh he did engrave, and much old blood did spend, yet might not do him die. But I, more fresh and fierce he still appeared, the more he did him thresh. He wist not how him to despoil of life, nor how to win the wished victory. Sith him he saw still stronger grow through strife, and himself weaker through infirmity. Greatly he grew enraged, and furiously hurling his sword away, he lightly leapt upon the beast, that with great cruelty roared and raged to be underkept. Yet he perforce him held, and strokes upon him hept. As he that strives to stop a sudden flood, and in strong banks his violence enclose, forceth it swell above his wonted mood, and largely overflow the fruitful plain, that all the country seems to be a main, and the rich furrows float, all quite fordone, the woeful husbandman doth loud complain to see his whole year's labour lost so soon, for which to God he made so many an idle boon. So him he held, and did through might a mate. So long he held him, and him bet so long, that at the last his fierceness gan abate, and meekly stooped unto the victor strong, who, to avenge the implicable wrong which he supposed had done to Florimel, sought by all means his dolour to prolong, sith dint of steel his carcass could not quell, his maker with her charms had framed him so well. The golden riband which that virgin wore about her slender waist he took in hand, and with it bound the beast, that loud did roar for great despite of that unwonted band, yet dared not his victor to withstand, but trembled like a lamb, fled from the prey, and all the way him followed on the strand, as he had long been learned to obey. Yet never learned he such service till that day. Thus, as he led the beast along the way, he spied far off a mighty giantess, fast flying on a courser dappled grey, from a bold knight that with great hardiness her hard pursued, and sought for to suppress. She bore before her lap a doleful squire, lying athwart her horse in great distress, fast bounden hand and foot with cords of wire, whom she did mean to make the thrall of her desire. Which when as Satyrane beheld, in haste he left his captive beast at liberty, and crossed the nearest way, by which he cast her to encounter ere she passed by. But she the way shunned not the more for thy, but forward galloped fast, which when he spied, his mighty spear he couched warily, and at her ran. She, having him descried, herself to fight addressed, and threw her load aside. Like as a goshawk, that in foot doth bear a trembling culver, having spied on height an eagle, that with plumy wings doth shear the subtle air, stooping with all his might, the quarry throws to ground with fell despite, and to the battle doth herself prepare, so ran the giantess into the fight. Her fiery eyes with furious sparks did stare, and with blasphemous bands high God in pieces tear. She caught in hand an huge great iron mace, wherewith she many had of life deprived. But ere the stroke could seize his aimed place, his spear amidst her sun-broad shield arrived, yet no the more the steel asunder rived, all with a beam in bigness like a mast. Near her out of the steadfast saddle drived, but glancing on the tempered metal, brast in thousand shivers, and so forth beside her passed. Her steed did stagger with that puissant stroke, but she no more was moved with that might than it had lighted on an aged oak, or on the marble pillar that is pight upon the top of Mount Olympus height, for the brave youthly champions to essay with burning chariot wheels it nigh to smite. But who that smites it mars his joyous play, and is the spectacle of ruinous decay. Yet therewith sore enraged, with stern regard her dreadful weapon she to him addressed, which on his helmet martelled so hard, that made him low incline his lofty crest, and bowed his battered visor to his breast. Wherewith he was so stunned that he not ride, but reeled to and fro from east to west, which when his cruel enemy espied, she lightly unto him adjoined, side to side, and on his collar laying puissant hand, out of his wavering seat him plucked perforce him plucked, unable to withstand, or help himself, and laying thwart her horse, in loathly wise like to a carrion course, she bore him fast away, which when the knight that her pursued saw with great remorse, he near was touched in his noble sprite, and gan increase his speed, as she increased her flight. Whom when as nigh approaching she espied, she threw away her burden angrily, for she list not the battle to abide, but made herself more light the way to fly. Yet her the hardy knight pursued so nigh, that almost in the back he oft her strake. But still, when him at hand she did espy, she turned, and semblance of fair fight did make. But when he stayed, to flight again she did her take. By this the good Sir Satyrane gan wake out of his dream, that did him long entrance, and seeing none in place, he gan to make exceeding moan, and cursed that cruel chance, which reft from him so fair a chevisance. At length he spied, whereas that woeful squire, whom he had rescued from captivance of his strong foe, lay tumbled in the mire, unable to arise, or foot or hand to stire. To whom approaching, well he mote perceive in that foul plight a comely personage and lovely face, made fit for to deceive frail lady's heart with love's consuming rage. Now in the blossom of his freshest age, he reared him up, and loosed his iron bands, and after gan inquire his parentage, and how he fell into that giant's hands, and who that was that chased her along the lands. Then, trembling yet through fear, the squire bespake, "That giantess Argante is behight, a daughter of the Titans, which did make war against heaven, and heaped hills on height. to scale the skies and put Jove from his right. Her sire Typhoeus was, who, mad through mirth and drunk with blood of men, slain by his might, through incest her of his own mother Earth whilom begot, being but half-twin of that birth. For at that birth another babe she bore, to weet the mighty Oliphant, that wrought great wreak to many errant knights of yore, and many hath to foul confusion brought. These twins, men say, a thing far passing thought, whiles in their mother's womb enclosed they were, ere they into the lightsome world were brought, in fleshly lust were mingled both a fear, and in that monstrous wise did to the world appear. So lived they ever after in like sin, against nature's law and good behaviour. But greatest shame was to that maiden twin, who, not content so foully to devour her native flesh and stain her brother's bower, did wallow in all other fleshly mire, and suffered beasts her body to deflower. So hot she burned in that lustful fire, yet all that might not slake her sensual desire, but over all the country she did range to seek young men, to quench her flaming thirst, and feed her fancy with delightful change. Whomso she fittest finds to serve her lust, through her main strength, in which she most doth trust, she with her brings into a secret isle, where in eternal bondage die he must, or be the vassal of her pleasures vile, and in all shameful sort himself with her defile. Me, silly wretch, she so advantage caught, after she long in wait for me did lie, and meant unto her prison to have brought her loathsome pleasure there to satisfy, that 1,000 deaths me liever were to die, than break the vow that to fair Columbell I plighted have, and yet keep steadfastly. As for my name, it mistreth not to tell. Call me the squire of dames, that me beseemeth well. But that bold knight, whom ye pursuing saw that giantess, is not such as she seemed, but a fair virgin, that in martial law and deeds of arms above all dames is deemed, and above many knights is eke esteemed for her great worth. She paladin is hight. She you from death, you me from dread redeemed. Ne any may that monster match in fight, but she, or such as she, that is so chaste a wight. Her well beseems that quest, quoth Satyrane. But read, thou squire of dames, what vow is this which thou upon thyself hast lately ta'en? That shall I you recount, quoth he, awis, so be ye pleased to pardon all amiss. That gentle lady whom I love and serve, after long suit and weary services, did ask me how I could her love deserve, and how she might be sure that I would never swerve. I, glad by any means her grace to gain, bade her command my life to save or spill. Eftsoon she bade me, with incessant pain, to wander through the world abroad at will, and everywhere, where with my power or skill I might do service unto gentle dames, that I the same should faithfully fulfill, and at the 12 months' end should bring their names and pledges, as the spoils of my victorious games. So well I to fair ladies service did, and found such favour in their loving hearts, that ere the year his course had compassed, 300 pledges for my good desarts, and thrice 300 thanks for my good parts I with me brought, and did to her present. Which when she saw, more bent to eke my smarts than to reward my trusty true intent, she gan for me devise a grievous punishment, to weet, that I my travel should resume, and with like labour walk the world around, ne ever to her presence should presume, till I so many other dames had found, the which, for all the suit I could propound, would me refuse their pledges to afford, but did abide for ever chaste and sound. Ah, gentle squire, quoth he, tell at one word, how many foundst thou such to put in thy record? Indeed, Sir Knight, said he, one word may tell all that I ever found so wisely stayed, for only 3 they were, disposed so well, and yet 3 years I now abroad have strayed to find them out. Mote I then, laughing, said the knight, inquire of thee, what were those 3, the which thy proffered courtesy denayed? Or ill they seemed sure of eyes to be, or brutishly brought up, that never did fashion see. The first which then refused me, said he, certes was but a common courtesan, yet flat refused to have ado with me, because I could not give her many a Jane. Thereat full heartily laughed Satyrane. The second was an holy nun to chose, which would not let me be her chapelaine, because she knew, she said, I would disclose her counsel, if she should her trust in me repose. The third, a damsel was of low degree, whom I in country cottage found by chance. Full little weened I that chastity had lodging in so mean a maintenance, yet was she fair, and in her countenance dwelt simple truth in seemly fashion. Long thus I wooed her with due observance, in hope unto my pleasure to have won, but was as far at last as when I first begun. Save her, I never any woman found that chastity did for itself embrace, but were for other causes firm and sound, either for want of handsome time and place, or else for fear of shame and foul disgrace. Thus am I hopeless ever to attain my lady's love, in such a desperate case, but all my days am like to waste in vain, seeking to match the chaste with th' unchaste lady's train. Pardie, said Satyrane, thou squire of dames, great labour fondly hast thou hent in hand, to get small thanks, and therewith many blames, that may amongst Alcides' labours stand. Thence, back returning to the former land where late he left the beast he overcame, he found him not, for he had broke his band, and was returned again unto his dame, to tell what tidings so fair Florimel became. The witch creates a snowy lady like to Florimel, who, wronged by Carl, by Proteus saved, is sought by Paridel. So oft as I this history record, my heart doth melt with mere compassion, to think how causeless, of her own accord, this gentle damsel whom I write upon should plunged be in such affliction, without all hope of comfort or relief, that sure I ween the hardest heart of stone would hardly find to aggravate her grief, for misery craves rather mercy than reprieve. But that accursed hag, her hostess late, had so enrankled her malicious heart, that she desired the abridgment of her fate, or long enlargement of her painful smart. Now, when the beast, which by her wicked art late forth she sent, she back returning spied, tied with her broken girdle, it a part of her rich spoils, whom he had erst destroyed, she weened, and wondrous gladness to her heart applied, and with it running hastily to her son, thought with that sight him much to have relieved, who thereby deeming sure the thing as done, his former grief with fury fresh revived, much more than erst, and would at all gates rive the heart out of his breast, for sith her dead he surely dempt, himself he thought deprived quite of all hope, wherewith he long had fed his foolish malady, and long time had misled. With thought whereof exceeding mad he grew, and in his rage his mother would have slain, had she not fled into a secret mew, where she was wont her sprites to entertain, the maisters of her art. There was she fain to call them all in order to her aid, and them conjure upon eternal pain to counsel her, so carefully dismayed, how she might heal her son, whose senses were decayed. By their advice, and her own wicked wit, she there devised a wondrous work to frame, whose like on earth was never framed yet, that even nature's self envied the same, and grudged to see the counterfeit should shame the thing itself. In hand she boldly took to make another like the former dame, another Florimel, in shape and look so lively and so like, that many it mistook. The substance whereof she the body made was purest snow, in massy mould congealed, which she had gathered in a shady glade of the Riphean hills, to her revealed by errant sprites, but from all men concealed. The same she tempered with fine mercury and virgin wax, that never yet was sealed, and mingled them with perfect vermily, that like a lively sanguine it seemed to the eye. Instead of eyes, two burning lamps lamps she set in silver sockets, shining like the skies, and a quick-moving spirit did arret to stir and roll them like a woman's eyes. Instead of yellow locks, she did devise with golden wire to weave her curled head. Yet golden wire was not so yellow thrice as Floramel's fair hair. And in the stead of life she put a sprite to rule the carcass dead. A wicked sprite, if fraught with fawning guile, and fair resemblance above all the rest, which with the Prince of Darkness fell somewhile from heaven's bliss and everlasting rest. Him needed not instruct which way were best himself to fashion likest Florimel, ne how to speak, ne how to use his jest, for he in counterfeisance did excel, and all the wiles of women's wits knew passing well. Him shaped thus she decked in garments gay, which Florimel had left behind her late, that whoso then her saw would surely say it was herself whom it did imitate, or fairer than herself, if aught of it might fairer be. And then she forth her brought unto her son, that lay in feeble state, who, seeing her, gan straight up start, and thought she was the lady's self whom he so long had sought. Though fast her clipping twixt his armes twain, extremely joyed in so happy sight, and soon forgot his former sickly pain. But she, the more to seem such as she hight, coyly rebutted his embracement light, yet still with gentle countenance retained, enough to hold a fool in vain delight. Him long she so with shadows entertained, as her creatress had in charge to her ordained. Till on a day, as he disposed was to walk the woods with that his idle fair, her to disport and idle time to pass, in the open freshness of the gentle air, a knight that way there chanced to repair, yet knight he was not, but a boastful swain that deeds of arms had ever in despair, proud braggadocio, that in vaunting vain his glory did repose, and credit did maintain. He, seeing with that Charles so fair a wight, decked with many a costly ornament, much marveled thereat, as well he might, and thought that match a foul disparagement. His bloody spear, eftsoons he boldly bent against the silly clown, who, dead through fear, fell straight to ground in great astonishment. "Villain," said he, "this lady is my dear. Die, if thou it gainsay, I will away her bear." The fearful Charles durst not gainsay, nor do, but trembling stood and yielded him the prey, who, finding little leisure her to woo, on trumpet steed her mounted without stay, and without rescue led her quite away. Proud man himself then braggadocio deemed, and next to none after that happy day, being possessed of that spoil which seemed the fairest wight on ground, and most of men esteemed. But when he saw himself free from pursuit, he gan make gentle purpose to his dame, with terms of love and lewdness dissolute, for he could well his closing speeches frame to such vain uses, that him best became. But she thereto would lend but light regard, as seeming sorry that she ever came into his power, that used her so hard, to reave her honour, which she more than life preferred. Thus, as they two of kindness treated long, there them by chance encountered on the way an armed knight upon a courser strong, whose trampling feet upon the hollow lay seemed to thunder, and did nigh affray that capon's courage. Yet he looked grim, and feigned to cheer his lady in dismay, who seemed for fear to quake in every limb, and her to save from outrage meekly prayed him. Fiercely that stranger forward came, and nigh approaching, with bold words and bitter threat, bade that same boaster, as he mote on high, to leave to him that lady for excheat, or bide him battle without further treat. That challenge did too peremptory seem, and filled his senses with abashment great. Yet, seeing nigh him jeopardy extreme, he dissembled well, and light seemed to esteem, saying, "Thou foolish knight, that ween'st with words to steal away that I with blows have won, and brought through points of many perilous swords. But if thee list to see thy courser run, or prove thyself, this sad encounter shun, and seek else without hazard of thy head. At those proud words that other knight begun to wex exceeding wroth, and him aread to turn his steed about, for sure he should be dead. Sith then, said Braggadocio, needs thou wilt thy days abridge, through proof of puissance, turn we our steeds, that both in equal tilt may meet again, and each take happy chance. This said, they both a furlong's mountenance retired their steeds to run in even race. But Braggadocio, with his bloody lance once having turned, no more returned his face, but left his love to loss, and fled himself apace. The knight, him seeing fly, had no regard him to pursue, but to the lady rode, and having her from trumpet lightly reared, upon his courser set the lovely load, and with her fled away without abode. Well weened he that fairest Florimel it was, with whom in company he yode, and so herself did always to him tell. So made him think himself in heaven, that was in hell. But Florimel herself was far away, driven to great distress by fortune strange, and taught the careful mariner to play, sith late mischance had her compelled to change the land for sea, at random there to range. Yet there that cruel queen avengeress, not satisfied so far her to estrange from courtly bliss and wonted happiness, did heap on her new waves of weary wretchedness. For, being fled into the fisher's boat, for refuge from the monster's cruelty, long so she on the mighty main did float, and with the tide drove forward carelessly. For there was mild, and cleared was the sky, and all his winds Dan Aeolus did keep from stirring up their stormy enmity, as pitying to see her wail and weep. But all the while the fisher did securely sleep. At last, when drunk with drowsiness he woke, and saw his drover drive along the stream, he was dismayed, and thrice his breast he stroke, for marvel of that accident extreme. But when he saw that blazing beauty's beam, which with rare light his boat did beautify, he marvelled more, and thought he yet did dream, not well awaked, or that some ecstasy assotted had his sense, or dazed was his eye. But when her well avising he perceived to be no vision nor fantastic sight, great comfort of her presence he conceived, and felt in his cold courage new delight to gin awake, and stir his frozen sprite. Though rudely asked her how she thither came. "Ah," said she, "Father, I note reader right what hard misfortune brought me to the same, yet am I glad that here I now in safety am. But thou, good man, sith far in sea we be, and the great waters gin apace to swell, that now no more we can the mainland see, have care, I pray, to guide the cockboat well, lest worse on sea than us on land befell." Thereat the old man did not but fondly grin, and said, his boat the way could wisely tell, but his deceitful eyes did never lin to look on her fair face, and mark her snowy skin, the sight whereof in his congealed flesh infixed such secret sting of greedy lust, that the dry withered stalk it gan refresh, and kindled heat that soon in flame forth-thrust. The driest wood is soonest burnt to dust. Rudely to her he leapt, and his rough hand, where ill became him, rashly would have thrust. But she, with angry scorn, did him withstand, and shamefully reproved for his rudeness fond. But he, that never good nor manners knew, her sharp rebuke full little did esteem. Hard is to teach an old horse amble true. The inward smoke that did before but steam broke into open fire, and rage extreme, and now he strength gan add unto his will, forcing to do that did him foul misseem. Beastly he threw her down, ne cared to spill her garments gay with scales of fish, that all did fill. The silly virgin strove him to withstand all that she might, and him in vain reviled. She struggled strongly both with foot and hand to save her honour from that villain viled, and cried to heaven from human help exiled. O ye brave knights that boast this lady's love, where be ye now, when she is nigh defiled a filthy wretch? Well may she you reprove of falsehood or of sloth, when most it may behoove. But if that thou, Sir Satyrane, didst weet, or thou, Sir Peredur, her sorry state, how soon would ye assemble many a fleet to fetch from sea that ye at land lost late? Towers, cities, kingdoms ye would ruinate in your avengement and dispiteous rage, ne aught your burning fury motive bate. But if Sir Calidore could it presage, no living creature could his cruelty assuage. But sith that none of all her knights is nigh, see how the heavens, of voluntary grace and sovereign favour towards chastity, do succour send to her distressed case. So much high God doth innocence embrace. It fortuned, whilst thus she stiffly strove, and the wide sea importuned long space with shrilling shrieks, Proteus abroad did rove, along the foamy waves, driving his finny drove. Proteus is shepherd of the seas of yore, and hath the charge of Neptune's mighty herd, an aged sire, with head all frory hoar, and sprinkled frost upon his dewy beard, who, when those pitiful outcries he heard through all the sea so ruefully resound, his chariot swift in haste he thither steered, which with a team of scaly phocis bound was drawn upon the waves that foamed him around. And coming to that fisher's wandering boat, that went at will withouten card or sail, he therein saw that irksome sight, which smote deep indignation and compassion frail into his heart at once. Straight did he hail the greedy villain from his hoped prey, of which he now did very little fail, and with his staff that drives his herd astray, him bet so sore that life and sense did much dismay. The whiles the piteous lady up did rise, ruffled and foully rayed with filthy soil, and blubbered face with tears of her fair eyes. Her heart nigh broken was with weary toil, to save herself from that outrageous spoil. But when she looked up, to weet what wight had her from so infamous fact to soil, for shame, but more for fear of his grim sight, down in her lap she hid her face, and loudly shright. Herself not savoured yet from danger dread she thought, but changed from one to other fear, like as a fearful partridge that is fled from the sharp hawk, which her attached near, and falls to ground to seek for succour there, whereas the hungry spaniels she does spy, with greedy jaws her ready for to tear. In such distress and sad perplexity was Florimel, when Proteus she did see thereby. But he endeavoured with speeches mild her to recomfort and to courage bold, bidding her fear no more her foeman viled, nor doubt himself, and who he was her told. Yet all that could not from affright her hold, nay to recomfort her at all prevailed. For her faint heart was with the frozen cold benumbed so inly, that her wits nigh failed, and all her senses with abashment quite bequailed. Her up betwixt his rugged hands he reared, and with his frory lips full softly kissed, whiles the cold icicles from his rough beard dropped adown upon her ivory breast. Yet he himself so busily addressed, that her out of astonishment he wrought, and out of that same fisher's filthy nest removing her, into his chariot brought, and there with many gentle terms her fair besought. But that old lecher, which with bold assault that beauty durst presume to violate, he cast to punish for his heinous fault. Then took he him, yet trembling sith of late, and tied behind his chariot, to agrate the virgin whom he had abused so sore, so dragged him through the waves in scornful state, and after cast him up upon the shore. But Florimel with him unto his bower he bore. His bower is in the bottom of the main, under a mighty rock, 'gainst which do rave the roaring billows in their proud disdain, that with the angry working of the wave therein is eaten out an hollow cave, that seems rough mason's hand with engines keen had long while laboured it to engrave. There was his one, ne living wight was seen, save one old nymph hight Panoply, to keep it clean. Thither he brought the sorry Florimel, and entertained her the best he might, and Panoply her entertained eke well, as an immortal mote immortal wight, to win her liking unto his delight. With flattering words he sweetly wooed her, and offered fair gifts to lure her sight. But she both offers and the offerer despised, and all the fawning of the flatterer. Daily he tempted her with this or that, and never suffered her to be at rest, but evermore she him refused flat, and all his feigned kindness did detest, so firmly she had sealed up her breast. Sometimes he boasted that a god he hight, but she a mortal creature loved best. Then he would make himself a mortal wight, but then she said she loved none but a fairy knight. Then like a fairy knight himself he dressed, for every shape on him he could endue. Then like a king he was to her expressed, and offered kingdoms unto her in view, to be his leman and his lady true. But when all this he nothing saw prevail, with harder means he cast her to subdue, and with sharp threats her often did assail, so thinking for to make her stubborn courage quail. To dreadful shapes he did himself transform, now like a giant, now like to a fiend, then like a centaur, then like to a storm raging within the waves, whereby he weaned her will to win unto his wished end. But when with fear nor favour, nor with all he else could do, he saw himself esteemed, down in a dungeon deep he let her fall, and threatened there to make her his eternal thrall. Eternal thraldom was to her more lief than loss of chastity, or change of love. Die had she rather in tormenting grief, than any should of falseness her reprove, or looseness that she lightly did remove. Most virtuous Virgin, glory be thy meed, and crown of heavenly praise with saints above, where most sweet hymns of this thy famous deed are still amongst them sung, that far my rhymes exceed. Fit song of angels caroled to be, but yet whatso my feeble muse can frame shall be t'advance thy goodly chastity, and to enroll thy memorable name in the heart of every honourable dame, that they thy virtuous deeds may imitate, and be partakers of thy endless fame. It irks me leave thee in this woeful state, to tell of Satyrane, for I him left late, who having ended with that squire of dames a long discourse of his adventures vain, the which himself than ladies more defames, and finding not Thyena to be slain, with that same squire returned back again to his first way. And as they forward went, they spied a knight, fair pricking on the plain, as if he were on some adventure bent, and in his port appeared manly hardiment. Sir Satyrane him towards did address, to weet what wight he was, and what his quest. And coming nigh, eftsoons he gan to guess, both by the burning heart which on his breast he bare, and by the colours in his crest, that Paradel it was. Though to him yoked, and him saluting, as beseemed best, gan first inquire of tidings far abroad, and afterwards on what adventure now he rode. Who thereto answering said, The tidings bad, which now in fairy court all men do tell, which turned hath great mirth to mourning sad, is the late ruin of proud Marinal, and sudden parture of fair Florimel, to find him forth. And after her are gone all the brave knights that done in arms excel, to safeguard her. He wandered all alone. Amongst the rest my lot unworthy is to be one. Ah, gentle knight, said then Sir Satyrane, thy labour all is lost, I greatly dread, that hast a thankless service on thee ta'en, and offerest sacrifice unto the dead. For dead I surely doubt thou mayst read henceforth for ever Florimel to be, that all the noble knights of maidenhead which are adored may sore repent with me, and all fair ladies may forever sorry be. Which words when Paridel had heard, his hue gan greatly change, and seemed dismayed to be. Then said, Fair sir, how may I ween it true that ye do tell in such uncertainty? Or speak ye of report, or did ye see just cause of dread that makes ye doubt so sore? For purdy, else how mote it ever be that ever hand should dare for to engore her noble blood? The heavens such cruelty abhor. These eyes did see that they will ever root have seen, quoth he, when as a monstrous beast the palfrey whereon she did travel slew, and of his bowels made his bloody feast, which speaking token showeth at the least her certain loss, if not her sure decay. Besides, that more suspicion increased, I found her golden girdle cast astray, distained with dirt and blood, as relic of the prey. Ay me, said Paridel, the signs be sad, and but God turn the same to good soothsay, that lady's safety is sore to be dread. Yet will I not forsake my forward way, till trial do more certain truth bewray. Fair sir, quoth he, well may it you succeed, ne long shall Satyrane behind you stay. But to the rest which in this quest proceed, my labour add, and be partaker of their speed. Ye noble knights, said then the squire of dames, well may ye speed in so praiseworthy pain, but sith the sun now gins to slake his beams in dewy vapours of the western main, and lose the team out of his weary wane, mote not mislike you also to abate your zealous haste, till morrow next again both light of heaven and strength of men relate, which if ye please, to yonder castle turn your gate. That counsel pleased well. So all afear forth marched to a castle than before, where soon arriving, they restrained were of ready entrance, which ought evermore to errant knights be common. Wondrous sore thereat displeased they were, till that young squire gan them inform the cause, why that same door was shut to all which lodging did desire, the which to let you weet will further time require. Malbecco will no strange knights host, for peevish jealousy. Paridel justs with Britomart, both show their ancestry. Redoubted knights and honourable dames, to whom I level all my labours end, right sore I fear lest with unworthy blames this odious argument my rhymes should shend, or aught your goodly patience offend, whiles of a wanton lady I do write, which with her loose incontinence doth blend the shining glory of your sovereign light, and knighthood foul defaced by a faithless knight. But never let the ensample of the bad offend the good, for good by paragon of evil may more notably be rad, as white seems fairer, matched with black atone. They all are shamed by the fault of one. For lo, in heaven, whereas all goodness is, amongst the angels, a whole legion of wicked sprites did fall from happy bliss. What wonder then if one of women all did miss? Then listen, lordings, if ye list to weet the cause why Satyrane and Paridel mote not be entertained, as seemed meet into that castle, as that squire does tell. Therein a cankered, crabbed carle does dwell, that has no skill of court or courtesy, ne cares what men say of him, ill or well. For all his days he drowns in privity, yet has full large to live and spend at liberty. But all his mind is set on mucky pelf, to hoard up heaps of evil-gotten mass, for which he others wrongs and wrecks himself. Yet is he linked to a lovely lass, whose beauty doth her bounty far surpass, the which to him both far unequal years, and also far unlike conditions has, for she does joy to play amongst her peers, and to be free from hard restraint and jealous fears. But he is old and withered like hay, unfit fair lady's service to supply. The privy guilt whereof makes him always suspect her truth, and keep continual spy upon her with his other blinked eye, Ne suffereth he resort of living wight approach to her, ne keep her company, but in close bower her muse from all men's sight, deprived of kindly joy and natural delight. Malbecco he, and Helenor she hight, unfitly yoked together in one team. That is the cause why never any knight is suffered here to enter, but he seems such as no doubt of him he need misdeem. Thereat Sir Satyrane gan smile, and say, Extremely mad the man I surely deem that weens with watch and hard restraint to stay a woman's will, which is disposed to go astray. In vain he fears that which he cannot shun. For who wots not that woman's subtleties can guile an Argus when she list misdone? It is not iron bands, nor 100 eyes, nor brazen walls, nor many wakeful spies that can withhold her wilful wandering feet, but fast goodwill with gentle courtesies, and timely service to her pleasures meet, may her perhaps contain, that else would all gates fleet. Then is he not more mad, said Paridel, that hath himself unto such service sold, in doleful thraldom all his days to dwell? For sure, a fool I do him firmly hold that loves his fetters, though they were of gold. But why do we devise of others ill, whiles thus we suffer this same dotard old to keep us out, in scorn of his good will, and rather do not ransack all and himself kill? Nay, let us first, said Satyrane, entreat the man by gentle means to let us in, and afterwards affray with cruel threat, ere that we to a forced to begin. Then, if all fail, we will by force it win, and eke reward the wretch for his misprise, as may be worthy of his heinous sin. That counsel pleased. Then Paridel did rise, and to the castle gate approached in quiet wise, whereat, soft knocking, entrance he desired. The good man's self, which then the porter played, him answered, that all were now retired unto their rest, and all the keys conveyed unto their master, who in bed was laid, that none him durst awake out of his dream, and therefore them of patience gently prayed. Then Paridel began to change his theme, and threatened him with force and punishment extreme, but all in vain, for naught mote him relent. And now so long before the wicket fast they waited, that the night was forward spent, and the fair welkin, foully overcast, gan blowen up a bitter stormy blast, with shower and hail so horrible and dread, that this fair many were compelled at last to fly for succour to a little shed, the which beside the gate for swine was ordered. It fortuned, soon after they were gone, another knight, whom tempest thither brought, came to that castle, and with earnest moan, like as the rest, late entrance dear besought. But like so as the rest, he prayed for naught, for flatly he of entrance was refused. Sorely thereat he was displeased, and thought how to avenge himself so sore abused, and evermore the carle of courtesy accused. But to avoid the intolerable stour, he was compelled to seek some refuge near, and to that shed to shroud him from the shower he came, which full of guests he found whileare, so as he was not let to enter there. Whereat he gan to wex exceeding wroth, and swore that he would lodge with them a fear, or them dislodge, all were they lief or loath, and so defied them each, and so defied them both. Both were full loath to leave that needful tent, and both full loath in darkness to debate, yet both full lief him lodging to have lent, and both full lief his boasting to abate. But chiefly Paridel his heart did grate to hear him threaten so despitefully, as if he did a dog to kennel rate that durst not bark, and rather had he died than when he was defied in coward corner lie, though, hastily remounting to his steed, he forth eschewed, like as a boisterous wind, which in the earth's hollow caves hath long been hid, and shut up fast within her prisoned blind, makes the huge element against her kind to move, and tremble as it were aghast, until that in an issue forth may find. Then forth it breaks, and with his furious blast confounds both land and seas, and skies doth overcast. Their steel-head spears they strongly couched, and met together with impetuous rage and force, that all the terror of their fierce threat they rudely drove to ground both man and horse, that each a while lay like a senseless corse. But Paridel, sore bruised with the blow, could not arise, the counterchange to scourse, till that young squire him reared from below. Then drew he his bright sword, and gan about him throw. But Satyrane, forth-stepping, did them stay, and with fair treaty pacified their ire. Then, when they were accorded from the fray, against that castle's lord they gan conspire to heap on him due vengeance for his hire. They've been agreed, and to the gates they go to burn the same with unquenchable fire, and that uncourteous carle, their common foe, to do foul death to die, or wrap in grievous woe. Now Beppo, seeing them resolved indeed to flame the gates, and hearing them to call for fire in earnest, ran with fearful speed, and to them calling from the castle wall, besought them humbly him to bear withal, as ignorant of servants' bad abuse, and slack attendance unto strangers' call. The knights were willing all things to excuse, though not believed, and entrance late did not refuse. They been brought into a comely bower, and served of all things that most needful be. Yet secretly their host did on them lower, and welcomed more for fear than charity. But they dissembled what they did not see, and welcomed themselves. Each gan undight their garments wet, and weary armour free, to dry themselves by Vulcan's flaming light, and eke their lately bruised parts to bring in plight. And eke that stranger knight, amongst the rest, was for like need enforced to disarray. Though, when as veiled was her lofty crest, her golden locks that were in trembles gay upbounden, did themselves adown display, and wrought unto her heels, like sunny beams, that in a cloud their light did long time stay, their vapour vaded, show their golden gleams, and through the piercent air shoot forth their azure streams. She also doffed her heavy habergeon, which the fair feature of her limbs did hide, and her well-plighted frock, which she did one to tuck about her short, which she did ride, she low let fall, that flowed from her lank side down to her foot with careless modesty. Then of them all she plainly was espied to be a woman white, unwist to be, the fairest woman white that ever I did see, like as Minerva, being late returned from slaughter of the giants conquered, where proud Encelad, whose wide nostrils burned with breathed flames, like to a furnace red, transfixed with the spear, down tumbled dead from top of Hemus, by him heaped high, hath loosed her helmet from her lofty head, and her Gorgonian shield gins to untie from her left arm, to rest in glorious victory. Which when as they beheld, they smitten were with great amazement of so wondrous sight, and each on other, and they all on her stood gazing, as if sudden great affright had them surprised. At last, avising right her goodly personage and glorious hue, which they so much mistook, they took delight in their first error, and yet still anew with wonder of her beauty fed their hungry view. Yet no their hungry view be satisfied, but seeing, still the more desired to see, and ever firmly fixed did abide in contemplation of divinity. But most they marvelled at her chivalry and noble prowess, which they had approved, that much they feigned to know who she mote be, yet none of all them her thereof moved, yet every one her liked, and every one her loathed. And Paridel, though partly discontent with his late fall, and foul indignity, yet was soon won his malice to relent, through gracious regard of her fair eye, and knightly worth, which he do late did try, yet tried did adore. Supper was dight. Then they Malbecco prayed of courtesy, that of his lady they might have the sight, and company at meat, to do them more delight. But he, to shift their curious request, gan causen why she could not come in place, her crazed health, her late recourse to rest, and humid evening, ill for sick folks' case. But none of those excuses could take place, nor would they eat till she in presence came. She came in presence with right comely grace, and fairly them saluted, as became, and showed herself in all a gentle courteous dame, They sate to meet, and Satyrane his chance was her before, and Paridel beside. But he himself sate looking still askance 'gainst Britomart, and ever closely eyed Sir Satyrane. The glances might not glide, but his blind eye that sighted Paridel all his demeanour from his sight did hide. On her fair face so did he feed his fill, and sent close messages of love to her at will. And ever and anon, when none was ware, with speaking looks that close embassage bore, he roved at her and told his secret care. For all that art he learned had of yore, ne was she ignorant of that lewd lore, but in his eye his meaning wisely read, and with the like him answered evermore. She sent at him one fiery dart, whose head empoisoned was with privy lust and jealous dread. He from that deadly throw made no defence, but to the wound his weak heart opened wide. The wicked engine, through false influence, passed through his eyes, and secretly did glide into his heart, which it did sorely gride. But nothing new to him was that same pain, ne pain at all, for he so oft had tried the power thereof, and loved so oft in vain, that thing of course he counted love to entertain. Thenceforth to her he sought to intimate his inward grief, by means to him well known. Now Bacchus' fruit out of the silver plate he on the table dashed, as overthrown, or of the fruitful liquor overflowed, and by the dancing bubbles did divine, or therein right to let his love be shown, which well she read out of the learned line, a sacrament profane in mystery of wine. And when so of his hand the pledge she wrought, the guilty cup she feigned to mistake, and in her lap did shed her idle drop, showing desire her inward flame to slake. By such close signs they secret way did make unto their wills, and one eye's watch escape. 2 eyes him needeth, for to watch and wake, who lovers will deceive. Thus was the ape, by their fair handling, put into Malbecco's cape. Now when of meats and drinks they had their fill, purpose was moved by that gentle dame unto those knights adventurous, to tell of deeds of arms which unto them became, and every one his kindred at his name. Then Paridel, in whom a kindly pride of gracious speech and skill his words to frame abounded, being glad of so fit tide him to commend to her, thus spake, of all well-eyed. Troy, that art now not but an idle name, and in thine ashes buried low dost lie, the whilom far much greater than thy fame before that angry gods and cruel sky upon thee heaped a direful destiny. What boots it boast thy glorious descent, and fetch from heaven thy great genealogy, sith all thy worthy praises being blent, their offspring hath embased, and later glory shent. Most famous worthy of the world, by whom that war was kindled, which did Troy inflame, and stately towers of Ilium, whilom brought unto baleful ruin, was by name Sir Paris, far renowned through noble fame, who, through great prowess and bold hardiness, from Lacedaemon fetched the fairest dame that ever Greece did boast or knight possess, whom Venus to him gave for meed of worthiness. Fair Helen, flower of beauty excellent, and girland of the mighty conquerors, that madest many ladies dear lament the heavy loss of their brave paramours, which they far off beheld from Trojan towers, and saw the fields of fair Scamander strown with carcasses of noble warriors, whose fruitless lives were under furrow sown, and Xanthus' sandy banks with blood all overflown. From him my lineage I derive aright, who, long before the 10 years' siege of Troy, whiles yet on Ida he a shepherd hight, on fair Oenone got a lovely boy, whom for remembrance of her passed joy she of his father Paris did name, who, after Greeks did Priam's realm destroy, gathered the Trojan relics saved from flame, and with them sailing thence to the isle of Paros came. That was by him called Paris, which before hight Nausa. There he many years did reign, and built Nausicaa by the Pontic shore, the which he, dying, left next in remain to Paradis his son, from whom I, Paradel, by kin descend. But for fair ladies' love and glory's gain, my native soil have left, my days to spend ensuing deeds of arms, my lives and labour's end. When as the noble Britomart heard tell of Trojan wars and Priam's city sacked, the rueful story of Sir Paradel, she was impassioned at that piteous act, with zealous envy of Greek's cruel fact against that nation, from whose race of old she heard that she was lineally extract. For noble Britain sprung from Trojans bold, and Troynovant was built of old Troy's ashes cold. Then, sighing soft awhile, at last she thus: O lamentable fall of famous town, which reigned so many years victorious, and of all Asia bore the sovereign crown, in one sad night consumed and thrown down, what stony heart that hears thy hapless fate is not impierced with deep compassion, and makes ensample of man's wretched state, that flowers so fresh at morn, and fades at evening late? Behold, sir, how your pitiful complaint hath found another partner of your pain, for nothing may impress so dear constraint as country's cause, and common foes' disdain. But if it should not grieve you back again to turn your course, I would to hear desire what to Aeneas fell, sith that men sayn he was not in that city's woeful fire consumed, but did himself to safety retire. Anchises' son, begot of Venus fair, said he, out of the flames for safeguard fled, and with a remnant did to sea repair, where he through fatal error long was led full many years, and weakless wandered from shore to shore amongst the Libyc sands, ere rest he found. Much there he suffered, and many perils passed in foreign land, to save his people sad from victors' vengeful hands. At last in Latium he did arrive, where he with cruel war was entertained of inland folk, which sought him back to drive, till he with old Latinus was constrained to contract wedlock, so the fates ordained. Wedlock contract in blood, and eke in blood accomplish it, that many dear complained. The rival slain, the victor through the flood escaped hardly praised his wedlock good. Yet after all he victor did survive, and with Latinus did the kingdom part. But after, when both nations gan to strive into their names the title to convert, his son Iülus did from thence depart, with all the warlike youth of Trojan's blood, and in long Alba placed his throne apart, where fair it flourished, and long time it stood, till Romulus renewing it to Rome removed. There, said Britomart, afresh appeared the glory of the later world to spring, and Troy again out of her dust was reared, to sit in second seat of sovereign king, of all the world under her governing. But a third kingdom yet is to arise out of the Trojans' scattered offspring, that in all glory and great enterprise both first and second Troy shall dare to equalize. It Troynovant is height, that with the waves of wealthy Tamus washed is along, upon whose stubborn neck, whereat he raves with roaring rage, and sore himself does throng, that all men fear to tempt his billows strong, she fastened hath her foot, which stands so high that it a wonder of the world is song in foreign lands, and all which passen by, beholding it from far, do think it threats the sky. The Trojan brute did first that city found, and Hygate made the mere thereof by west, and Overgate by north. That is the bound toward the land. 2 rivers bound the rest. So huge a scope at first him seemed best to be the compass of his kingdom's seat. So huge a mind could not in lesser rest, nay, in small meres contain his glory great, that Albion had conquered first by warlike feat. Ah, fairest lady knight, said Paradel, pardon, I pray, my heedless oversight, who had forgot that whilom I heard tell from aged Memnon, for my wit's been light. Indeed, he said, if I remember right, that of the antique Trojan stock there grew another plant, that brought to wondrous height, and far abroad his mighty branches threw into the utmost angle of the world he knew. For that same brute, whom much he did advance in all his speech, was Silvius' son, whom having slain, through luckless arrows' glance, he fled for fear of that he had misdone, or else for shame so foul reproach to shun, and with him led to sea an youthly train, where, weary wandering, they long time did won, and many fortune proved in th' ocean main, and great adventures found, that now were long to sain. At last, by fatal course they driven were into an island spacious and broad, the furthest north that did to them appear, which after rest they seeking far abroad, found it the fittest soil for their abode, fruitful of all things fit for living food, but wholly waste, and void of people's trode, save an huge nation of the giants' brood, that fed on living flesh, and drunk men's vital blood, whom he through weary wars and labours long subdued, with loss of many Britons bold, in which the great Guimegot of strong Corineus, and Coulin of Dibon old, were overthrown and laid on the earth full cold, which quaked under their so hideous mass. A famous history to be enrolled in everlasting monuments of brass, that all the antique worthies' merits far did pass. His work, great Troynovant. His work is eke fair Lincoln, both renowned far away, that who from east to west will endlong seek, cannot two fairer cities find this day, except Cleopolis. So heard I say, old Memnon. Therefore, sir, I greet you well, your country kin, and you entirely pray of pardon for the strife which late befell betwixt us both, unknown. So ended Paradal. But all the while that he these speeches spent, upon his lips hung fair Dame Eleanor, with vigilant regard and due attent, fashioning worlds of fancies evermore in her frail wit, that now her quite forlore, the whiles unwares away her wondering eye and greedy ears her weak heart from her bore, which he perceiving, ever privily in speaking, many false bell guards at her let fly. So long these knights discoursed diversely of strange affairs and noble hardiment, which they had passed with mickle jeopardy, that now the humid night was far forth spent, and heavenly lamps were halvendilly brent, which the old man seeing well, who too long thought every discourse and every argument, which by the hours he measured, besought them go to rest. So all unto their hours were brought.
Paradel rapeth Helenor, Malbecco her pursues, finds amongst satyrs, whence with him to turn she doth refuse. The morrow next, so soon as Phoebus' lamp bewrayed had the world with early light, and fresh aurora had the shady damp out of the goodly heaven moved quite, fair Britomart and that same fairy knight uprose, forth on their journey for to wend. But Paradel complained that his late fight with Britomart so sore did him offend, that ride he could not till his hurts he did amend. So forth they fared, but he behind them stayed, Malgray's host, who grudged grievously to house a guest that would be needs obeyed, and of his own him left not liberty. Might wanting measure moveth circuitry. Two things he feared, but the third was death, that fierce young man's unruly mastery, his money which he loved as living breath, and his fair wife, whom honest long he kept uneath. But patience perforce he must abye, what fortune and his fate on him will lay. Fond is the fear that finds no remedy, yet warily he watcheth every way by which he feareth evil happen may. So the evil thinks by watching to prevent, ne doth he suffer her nor night nor day out of his sight herself once to absent. So doth he punish her, and eke himself torment. But Paradel kept better watch than he, a fit occasion for his turn to find. False love, why do men say thou canst not see, and in their foolish fancy feign thee blind, that with thy charms the sharpest sight dost bind, and to thy will abuse? Thou walkest free, and seest every secret of the mind. Thou seest all, yet none at all sees thee. All that is by the working of thy deity. So perfect in that art was Paradel, that he Malbecco's halven eye did wile, His helven eye he wiled wondrous well, and Helenor's both eyes did eke beguile, both eyes and heart at once, during the while that he there sojourned his wounds to heal. That Cupid's self, it seeing, close did smile to weet how he her love away did steal, and bade that none their joyous treason should reveal. The learned lover lost no time nor tide that least advantage mote to him afford, yet bore so fair a sail that none espied his secret drift, till he her laid aboard. When so in open place and common board he fortuned her to meet, with common speech he courted her, yet baited every word, that his ungentle host note him a peach of vile ungentleness, or hospitage's breach. But when apart, if ever her apart he found, then his false engines fast he plied, and all the slights unbosomed in his heart. He sighed, he sobbed, he swooned, he purdy died, and cast himself on ground her fast beside. Though when again he him bethought to live, he wept and wailed, and false laments belied, saying, but if she mercy would him give, that he mote algates die, yet did his death forgive. And other whiles with amorous delights and pleasing toys he would her entertain, now singing sweetly to surprise her sprites, now making lays of love and lover's pain. Bransels, ballades, virelays, and verses vain, oft purposes, oft riddles he devised, and thousands like, which flowed in his brain, with which he fed her fancy, and enticed to take to his new love, and leave her old despised. And everywhere he might, and every while, he did her service dutiful, and sued at hand with humble pride and
pleasing guile.
So closely yet that none but she it viewed, who well perceived all, and all endued. Thus finally did he his false nets dispread, with which he many weak hearts had subdued of yore, and many had alike misled. What wonder then if she were likewise carried? No fort so sensible, no wall so strong, but that continual battery will rive, or daily siege to dispurveyance long, and lack of rescues will to parley drive. And peace, that unto parley ear will give, will shortly yield itself, and will be made the vassal of the victor's will believe. That stratagem had oftentimes essayed this crafty paramour, and now it plain displayed. For through his trains he her entrapped hath, that she her love and heart hath wholly sold to him, without regard of gain or scath, or care of credit, or of husband old, whom she hath vowed to dub a fair cuckold. Naught wants but time and place, which shortly she devised hath, and to her lover told. It pleased well. So well they both agree, so ready right to ill women's counsels be. Dark was the evening, fit for lovers' stealth, when chanced Malbecco busy be elsewhere. She to his closet went, where all his wealth lay hid. Thereof she countless sums did rear, the which she meant away with her to bear. The rest she fired for sport and for despite, as Helen, when she saw aloft appear the Trojan flames and reach to heaven's height, did clap her hands and joyed at that doleful sight. This second Helen, fair Dame Helenor, the whiles her husband ran with sorry haste to quench the flames which she had tined before, laughed at his foolish labour spent in waste, and ran into her lover's arms right fast, where straight embraced she to him did cry and call aloud for help, ere help were past. For lo, that guest would bear her forcibly, and meant to ravish her, that rather had to die. The wretched man, hearing her call for aid, and ready seeing him with her to fly, in his disquiet mind was much dismayed. But when again he backward cast his eye, and saw the wicked fire so furiously consume his heart, and scorch his idol's face, he was therewith distressed diversely, ne wist he how to turn, nor
to what place.
Was never wretched man in such a woeful case. Aye, when to him she cried, to her he turned, and left the fire. Love money overcame, but when he marked how his money burned, he left his wife. Money did love disclaim. Both was he loath to lose his loved dame, and loath to leave his liefest pelf behind. Yet sith he note save both, he saved that same which was the dearest to his dunghill mind, the god of his desire, the joy of misers blind. Thus, whilst all things in troublous uproar were, and all men busy to suppress the flame, the loving couple need no rescue fear, but leisure had, and liberty, to frame their purposed flight, free from all men's reclaim. And night, the patroness of love's stealth fair, gave them safe conduct, till to end they came. So bin they gone afear, a wanton pair of lovers loose they net, where list them to repair. Soon as the cruel flames aslaked were, Malbecco, seeing how his loss did lie, out of the flames which he had quenched whileare into huge waves of grief and jealousy, full deep implunged was, and drowned nigh, twixt inward duel and felonous despite. He raved, he wept, he stamped, he loud did cry, and all the passions that in man may light did him at once oppress and vex his caitiff sprite. Long thus he chawed the cud of inward grief, and did consume his gall with anguish sore. Still, when he mused on his late mischief, then still the smart thereof increased more, and seemed more grievous than it was before. At last, when sorrow he saw booted not, ne grief might not his love to him restore, he gan devise how her he rescue mought. 10,000 ways he cast in his confused thought. At last resolving like a pilgrim poor to search her forth, whereso she might be found, and bearing with him treasure in close store, the rest he leaves in ground. So takes in hand to seek her endlong, both by sea and long. Long he her sought, he sought her far and near, and everywhere that he mote understand, of knights and ladies any meetings were, and of each one he met he tidings did enquire. But all in vain, his woman was too wise ever to come into his clutch again, and he too simple ever to surprise the jolly Paradel for all his pain. One day, as he forepassed by the plain with weary pace, he far away espied a couple, seeming well to be his twain, which hovered close under a forest side, as if they lay in wait, or else themselves did hide. Well weened he that those the same mote be, and as he better did their shape avise, him seemed more their manner did agree. For the one was armed all in warlike wise, whom to be Paradel he did devise, and t'other, all yclad in garments light, discoloured, like to womanish disguise, he did resemble to his lady bright, and ever his faint heart much earned at the sight. And ever fain he towards them would go, but yet durst not for dread approachen nigh, but stood aloof, unweeting what to do, till that pricked forth with love's extremity, that is the father of foul jealousy, he closely nearer crept, the truth to weet. But as he nigher drew, he easily might cern that it was not his sweetest sweet, ne yet her bel amour the partner of his sheet. But it was scornful braggadocio that with his servant Trumpart hovered there, sith late he fled from his too earnest foe, whom such, when as Malbecco spied clear, he turned back, and would have fled arear, till Trumpart, running hastily, him did stay, and bade before his sovereign lord appear. That was him loath, yet durst he not gainsay, and coming him before, low louted on the lay. The boaster at him sternly bent his brow, as if he could have killed him with his look, that to the ground him meekly made to bow, and awful terror deep into him strook, that every member of his body quook. Said he, "Thou man of naught, what dost thou here unfitly furnished with thy bag and book, where I expected one with shield and spear to prove some deeds of arms upon an equal peer? The wretched man at his imperious speech was all abashed, and low prostrating said, Good sir, let not my rudeness be no breach unto your patience, may be ill apaid, for I unwares this way by fortune strayed, a silly pilgrim driven to distress that seek a lady. There he sudden stayed, and did the rest with grievous sighs suppress, while tears stood in his eyes, few drops of bitterness. What lady, man, said Trumpet, take good heart, and tell thy grief, if any hidden lie. Was never better time to show thy smart than now, that noble succours thee by. That is the whole world's common remedy. That cheerful word his weak heart did much cheer, and with vain hope his spirits faint supply. That bold he said, O most redoubted peer, vouchsafe with mild regard a wretch's case to hear. Then sighing sore, It is not long, said he, sith I enjoy the gentlest dame alive, of whom a knight, no knight at all, perdie, but shame of all that do for honour strive, by treacherous deceit did me deprive. Through open outrage he her bore away, and with foul force unto his will did drive, which all good knights that arms do bear this day are bound for to revenge and punish if they may. And you, most noble lord, that can and dare redress the wrong of miserable wight, cannot employ your most victorious spear in better quarrel than defence of right, and for a lady against a faithless knight, so shall your glory be advanced much, and all fair ladies magnify your might. And eke myself, albeit I simple such, your worthy pain shall well reward with guerdon rich. With that, out of his budget forth he drew great store of treasure, wherewith him to tempt. But he on it looked scornfully askew, as much disdaining to be so misdempt, or a warmonger to be basely nept, and said, Thy offers base I greatly loath, and eke thy words uncourteous and unkempt. I tread in dust thee and thy money both, that were it not for shame. So turned from him wroth. But Trumpet, that his maister's humour knew, in lofty looks to hide an humble mind, was inly tickled with that golden view, and in his ear him rounded close behind. Yet stooped he not, but lay still in the wind, waiting advantage on the prey to seize, till Trumpet, lowly to the ground inclined, besought him his great courage to appease, and pardon simple man, that rash did him displease. Big, looking like a doughty douse appear, at last he thus, Thou clod of vilest clay, I pardon yield, and with thy rudeness bear. But weet henceforth that all that golden prey, and all that else the vain world vaunten may, I loathe as dung, and deem my due reward. Fame is my meed, and glory virtue's prey. But minds of mortal men are muchel marred, and moved amiss, with massy muck's unmeet regard. And more, I grant to thy great misery gracious respect. Thy wife shall back be sent, and that vile knight, whoever that he be, which hath thy lady reft and knighthood shent, by Sanglemort my sword, whose deadly dent the blood hath of so many thousands shed, I swear, ere long shall dearly it repent. May he twixt heaven and earth shall hide his head, but soon he shall be found, and shortly done be dead. The foolish man thereat walks wondrous blithe, as if the word so spoken were half done, and humbly thanked him 1,000 sith, that had from death to life him newly won. Though forth the boaster marching, brave begun his stolen steed to thunder furiously, as if he heaven and hell would overrun, and all the world confound with cruelty, that much Malbecco joyed in his jollity. Thus long they three together travelled, through many a wood and many an uncouth way, to seek his wife that was far wandered. But those two sought naught but the present prey, to weet the treasure, which he did bewray, on which their eyes and hearts were wholly set, with purpose how they might it best betray. For sith the hour that first he did them let the same behold, therewith their keen desires were whet. It fortunate as they together fared, they spied where Paradel came pricking fast upon the plain, the which himself prepared to just with that brave stranger knight cast, as on a venture by the way he passed. Alone he rode, without his paragon, for having filched her bells, her up he cast to the wide world, and let her fly alone, he nold be clogged. So had he served many one. The gentle lady loose at random left, the greenwood long did walk, and wander wide at wild adventure, like a forlorn weft, till on a day the satyrs her espied, straying alone withouten groom or guide. Her up they took, and with them home her led, with them as housewife ever to abide, to milk their goats, and make them cheese and bread, and every one as common good her handled. That shortly she Malbecco has forgot, and eke Sir Paradel, all were he dear, who from her went to seek another lot, and now by fortune was arrived here, where those two guilers with Malbecco were. Soon as the old man saw Sir Paradel, he fainted, and was almost dead with fear. Ne word he had to speak his grief to tell, but to him louted low, and greeted goodly well. And after asked him for Helenor. I take no keep of her, said Paradel, she wanneth in the forest there before. So forth he rode, as his adventure fell, the whiles the boaster from his lofty cell feigned to alight, something amiss to mend, but the fresh swain would not his leisure dwell, but went his way, whom when he passed kenned, he up remounted light, and after feigned to wend. Pardie, nay, said Malbecco, shall ye not, but let him pass as lightly as he came, for little good of him is to be got, and mickle peril to be put to shame. But let us go and seek my dearest dame, whom he hath left in yonder forest wild, for of her safety in great doubt I am, lest salvage beasts her person have despoiled. Then all the world is lost, and we in vain have toiled. They all agree, and forward them addressed. Ah, but, said crafty Trumpet, weet ye well that yonder in that wasteful wilderness huge monsters haunt, and many dangers dwell, dragons, and minotaurs, and fiends of hell, and many wild woodmen which rob and rend all travellers. Therefore advise ye well before ye enterprise that way to wend, one may his journey bring too soon to evil end. Malbecco stopped in great astonishment, and with pale eyes fast fixed on the rest, their counsel craved in danger imminent. Said Trumpet, you that are the most oppressed with burden of great treasure, I think best here for to stay in safety behind. My lord and I will search the wide forest. That counsel pleased not Malbecco's mind, for he was much afraid himself alone to find. Then is it best, said he, that ye do leave your treasure here in some security, either fast closed in some hollow grave, or buried in the ground from jeopardy, till we return again in safety. As for us two, less doubt of us ye have, hence far away we will blindfolded lie, ne privy be unto your treasure's grave. It pleased, so he did. Then they march forward, brave. Now when amid the thickest woods they were, they heard a noise of many bagpipes shrill, and shrieking hubbubs them approaching near, which all the forest did with horror fill. That dreadful sound the boaster's heart did thrill, with such amazement, that in haste he fled, ne ever looked back for good or ill, and after him eke fearful Trumpet sped. The old man could not fly, but fell to ground half dead. Yet afterwards close creeping as he might, he in a bush did hide his fearful head. The jolly satyrs full of fresh delight came dancing forth, and with them nimbly led fair Helenor, with girlands all bespread, whom their May Lady they had newly made. She, proud of that new honour which they read, and of their lovely fellowship full glade, danced lively, and her face did with a laurel shade. The silly man that in the thicket lay saw all this goodly sport, and grieved sore, yet durst he not against it do or say, but did his heart with bitter thoughts and gore to see th' unkindness of his Eleanor. All day they danced with great lust he had, and with their horned feet the green grass wore, the whiles their goats upon the browsers fed, till drooping Phoebus gan to hide his golden head. Though up they gan their merry pipes to truss, and all their goodly herds did gather round, but every satyr first did give a buss to Eleanor, so busses did abound. Now gan the humid vapour shed the ground with pearly dew, and Thyrte's gloomy shade did dim the brightness of the welkin round, that every bird and beast a warned made to shroud themselves, while sleep their senses did invade. Which when Malbecco saw, out of his bush, upon his hands and feet he crept full light, and like a goat amongst the goats did rush, that through the help of his fair horns on height, and misty damp of misconceiving night, and eke through likeness of his goatish beard, he did the better counterfeit aright, so home he marched amongst the horned herd, that none of all the satyrs him espied or heard. At night, when all they went to sleep, he viewed, whereas his lovely wife amongst them lay, embraced of a satyr rough and rude, who all the night did mind his joyous play. 9 times he heard him come aloft ere day, that all his heart with jealousy did swell. But yet that night's ensample did bewray, that not for naught his wife them loved so well, when one so oft a night did ring his matins bell. So closely as he could, he to them crept, when weary of their sport to sleep they fell, and to his wife, that now full soundly slept, he whispered in her ear, and did her tell that it was he which by her side did dwell, and therefore prayed her wake to hear him plain. As one out of a dream not waked well, she turned her, and returned back again, yet her for to awake he did the more constrain. At last with irksome trouble she upbraid, and then perceiving that it was indeed her old Malbecco which did her upbraid with looseness of her love and loathly deed, she was astonished with exceeding dread, and would have waked the satyr by her side, but he her prayed for mercy or for meed to save his life. Ne let him be descried, but hearken to his lore, and all his counsel hide. Though gan he her persuade to leave that lewd and loathsome life, of God and man abhorred, and home return, where all should be renewed with perfect peace and bands of fresh accord, and she received again to bed and board, as if no trespass ever had been done. But she it all refused at one word, and by no means would to his will be won, that chose amongst the jolly satyrs still to one. He wooed her till dayspring he espied, but all in vain, and then turned to the herd, who butted him with horns on every side, and trode down in the dirt, where his hoar beard was foully dight, and he of death afeared. Early before the heaven's fairest light out of the ruddy east was fully reared, the herds out of their folds were loosed quite, and he amongst the rest crept forth in sorry plight. So soon as he the prison door did pass, he ran as fast as both his feet could bear, and never looked who behind him was, ne scarcely who before, like as a bear that creeping close amongst the hives to rear an honeycomb, the wakeful dogs espy, and him assailing, sore his carcass tear, that hardly he with life away does fly, ne stays, till safe himself he see from jeopardy. Ne stayed he, till he came unto the place where late his treasure he entombed had, where when he found it not, for trumpet bass had it purloined for his master bad. With extreme fury he became quite mad, and ran with himself away, that who so strangely had him seen bestead, with upstart hair and staring eyes dismay, from Limbo Lake him late escaped sure would say. High over hills and over dales he fled, as if the wind him on his wings had borne. Ne bank nor bush could stay him when he sped his nimble feet, as treading still on thorn. Grief and despite and jealousy and scorn did all the way him follow hard behind, and he himself loathed so forlorn, so shamefully forlorn of womankind, that, as a snake, still lurked in his wounded mind. Still fled he forward, looking backward still, ne stayed his flight, nor fearful agony, till that he came unto a rocky hill, over the sea, suspended dreadfully, that living creature it would terrify to look adown, or upward to the height. From thence he threw himself dispiteously, all desperate of his fordamned sprite, that seemed no help for him was left in living sight. But through long anguish and self-murdering thought he was so wasted and forpined quite, that all his substance was consumed to naught, and nothing left but like an airy sprite, that on the rocks he fell so flit and light, that he thereby received no hurt at all, but chanced on a craggy cliff to light, whence he with crooked claws so long did crawl, that at the last he found a cave with entrance small. Into the same he creeps, and thenceforth there resolved to build his baleful mansion, in dreary darkness and continual fear of that rock's fall, which ever and anon threats with huge ruin him to fall upon, that he dare never sleep, but that one eye still ope he keeps for that occasion, ne ever rests he in tranquillity, the roaring billows beat his bower so boisterously. Ne ever is he wont on aught to feed but toads and frogs, his pasture poisonous, which in his cold complexion do breed a filthy blood, or humour rancorous, matter of doubt and dread suspicious, that doth with cureless care consume the heart, corrupts the stomach with gall vicious, cross-cuts the liver with internal smart, and doth transfix the soul with death's eternal dart. Yet can he never die, but dying lives, and doth himself with sorrow new sustain, that death and life at once unto him gives, and painful pleasure turns to pleasing pain. There dwells he ever, miserable swain, hateful both to himself and every wight, where he through privy grief and horror vain is waxen so deformed, that he has quite forgot he was a man, and jealousy is height.
Britomart chaseth Oliphant, finds Scudamore distressed, assays the house of busy reign, where love's spoils are expressed. O hateful, hellish snake! What fury first brought thee from baleful house of Proserpine, where in her bosom she thee long had nursed, and fostered up with bitter milk of Tyne? Foul jealousy, that turnest love divine to joyless dread, and makes the loving heart with hateful thoughts to languish and to pine, and feed itself with self-consuming smart. Of all the passions in the mind, thou vilest art. O let him far be banished away, and in his stead let love for ever dwell. Sweet love, that doth his golden wings embay in blessed nectar and pure pleasures well, untroubled of vile fear or bitter fell. And ye fair ladies that your kingdoms make in hearts of men, them govern wisely well, and of fair Britomart ensample take, that was as true in love as turtle to her make. Who, with Sir Satyrane, as erst ye read, forth riding from Malbecco's hostless house, far off espied a young man, the which fled from an huge giant, that with hideous and hateful outrage long him chased thus. It was that Oliphant, the brother dear of that Argante, vile and vicious, from whom the squire of dames was reft whileare. This all as bad as she, and worse, if worse aught were. For as the sister did in feminine and filthy lust exceed all womankind, so he surpassed his sex masculine in beastly use, that I did ever find,
whom, when as Britomart beheld behind the fearful boy so greedily pursue, she was immoved in her noble mind employ her puissance to his rescue, and pricked fiercely forward where she him did view. There was Sir Satyrine her far behind, but with like fierceness did ensue the chase, whom when the giant saw, he soon resigned his former suit, and from them fled apace. They after both, and boldly bade him base, and each did strive the other to outgo. But he them both outran a wondrous space, for he was long and swift as any roe, and now made better speed to scape his feared foe. It was not Satyrine whom he did fear, but Britomart, the flower of chastity, for he the power of chaste hands might not bear, but always did their dread encounter fly. And now so fast his feet he did apply, that he is gotten to a forest near, where he is shrouded in security. The wood they enter, and search everywhere. They searched diversely, so both divided were. Fair Britomart so long him followed, that she at last came to a fountain sheer, by which there lay a knight all wallowed upon the grassy ground, and by him near his habergeon, his helmet, and his spear. A little off his shield was rudely thrown, on which the winged boy in colours clear depainted was, full easy to be known, and he thereby, wherever it in field was shown. His face upon the ground did grovelling lie, as if he had been slumbering in the shade, that the brave maid would not for courtesy out of his quiet slumber him upbraid, nor seem too suddenly him to invade. Still as she stood, she heard with grievous throb him groan, as if his heart were pieces made, and with most painful pangs to sigh and sob, that pity did the virgin's heart of patience rob. At last, forth breaking into bitter plaints, he said, O sovereign Lord that sitt'st on high, and reign'st in bliss amongst thy blessed saints, how sufferest thou such shameful cruelty, so long unwreaked of thine enemy? Or hast thou, Lord, of good men's cause no heed? Or doth thy justice sleep and silent lie? What booteth then the good and righteous deed, if goodness find no grace, nor righteousness no meed? If good find grace, and righteousness reward, why then is Amoret in cative band, sith that more bounteous creature never fared on foot upon the face of living land? Or if that heavenly justice may withstand the wrongful outrage of unrighteous men, why then is busy reign with wicked hand suffered these 7 months' day in secret den my lady and my love so cruelly to pen? My lady and my love is cruelly penned in doleful darkness from the view of day, whilst deadly torments do her chaste breast rend, and the sharp steel doth rive her heart in tway. All for she Scudamore will not deny. Yet thou, vile man, vile Scudamore, art sound, ne canst her aid, ne canst her foe dismay. Unworthy wretch to tread upon the ground, for whom so fair a lady feels so sore a wound. There an huge heap of sin-gulfs did oppress his struggling soul, and swelling throbs impeach his faltering tongue with pangs of dreariness, choking the remnant of his plaintive speech, as if his days were come to their last reach. Which when she heard and saw the ghastly fit threatening into his life to make a breach, both with great ruth and terror she was smit, fearing lest from her cage the weary soul would flit. Though stooping down, she him unmoved light, who therewith somewhat starting, up gan look, and seeing him behind a stranger knight, whereas no living creature he mistook, with great indignance he that sight forsook, and down again himself disdainfully abjecting, th' earth with his fair forehead strook, which the bold virgin seeing, gan apply fit medicine to his grief, and spake thus courteously. Ah, gentle knight, whose deep conceived grief well seems to exceed the power of patience, yet if that heavenly grace some good relief you send, submit you to high providence, and ever in your noble heart prepense that all the sorrow in the world is less than virtue's might and value's confidence. For who nil bide the burden of distress must not here think to live, for life is wretchedness. Therefore, fair sir, do comfort do you take, and freely read what wicked felon so hath outraged you, enthralled your gentle make. Perhaps this hand may help to ease your woe, and wreak your sorrow on your cruel foe. At least it fair endeavour will apply. Those feeling words so near the quick did go, that up his head he reared easily, and leaning on his elbow, these few words let fly. What boots it plain that cannot be redressed, and so vain sorrow in a fruitless ear? Sith power of hand nor skill of learned breast, no worldly price cannot redeem my dear out of her thraldom and continual fear. For he, the tyrant which her hath enward, by strong enchantments and black magic leer, hath in a dungeon deep her close embarred, and many dreadful fiends hath pointed to her guard. There he tormenteth her most terribly, and day and night afflicts with mortal pain, because to yield him love she doth deny, once to me yold, not to be yold again. But yet by torture he would her constrain love to conceive in her disdainful breast. Till so she do, she must in dule remain, ne may by living means be thence released. What boots it then to plain that cannot be redressed? With this sad hearsel of his heavy stress, the warlike damsel was impassioned sore, and said, Sir knight, your cause is nothing less than is your sorrow, certes if not more. For nothing so much pity doth implore as gentle lady's helpless misery. But yet, if please ye listen to my lore, I will with proof of last extremity deliver her for thence, or with her for you die. Ah, gentlest knight alive, said Scudamore, what huge heroic magnanimity dwells in thy bounteous breast? What couldst thou more if she were thine, and thou as now am I? O spare thy happy days, and them apply to better boot, but let me die that ought. More is more loss, one is enough to die. Life is not lost, said she, for which is bought endless renown, that more than death is to be sought. Thus she at length persuaded him to rise, and with her wend to see what new success mote him befall upon new enterprise. His arms, which he had vowed to disprofess, she gathered up and did about him dress, and his forwandered steed unto him got. So forth they both defere, make their progress, and march not past the mountenance of a shot, till they arrived whereas their purpose they did plot. There they, dismounting, drew their weapons bold, and stoutly came unto the castle gate, whereas no gate they found them to withhold, no ward to wait at morn and evening late, but in the porch, that did them sore amate, a flaming fire immixed with smouldery smoke and stinking sulphur, that with grisly hate and dreadful horror did all entrance choke, and forced them their forward footing to revoke. Greatly thereat was Britomart dismayed, nay, in that stound wist how herself to bear. For danger vain it were to have essayed that cruel element, which all things fear, ne none can suffer to approach him near. And turning back to Scudamore, thus said, What monstrous enmity provoke we here, foolhardy as earth's children, the which made battle against the gods, so we a god invade. Danger without discretion to attempt, inglorious and beast-like is. Therefore, Sir Knight, areed what course of you is safest demped, and how we with our foe may come to fight. This is, quoth he, the dolorous despite which erst to you I plained, for neither may this fire be quenched by any wit or might, ne yet by any means removed away, so mighty be the enchantments which the same do stay. What is there else but cease these fruitless pains, and leave me to my former languishing? Fair Amoret must dwell in wicked chains, and Scudamore here die with sorrowing. Perdie not so, said she, for shameful thing it were to bend a noble chevisance for show of peril without venturing. Rather let try extremities of chance, than enterprised praise for dread to disavance. Therewith resolved to prove her utmost might, her ample shield she threw before her face, and her sword's point directing forward right, assailed the flame, the which eftsoons gave place, and did itself divide with equal space, that through she passed, as a thunderbolt pierceth the yielding air, and doth displace the soaring clouds into sad showers emote. So to her yode the flames, and did their force revolt. Whom when as Scudamore saw past the fire, safe and untouched, he likewise gan assay with greedy will and envious desire, and bade the stubborn flames to yield him way. But cruel Mulciber would not obey his threatful pride, but did the more augment his mighty rage, and with imperious sway him forced, Mulgrave, his fierceness to relent, and back retire, all scorched and pitifully brent. With huge impatience he inly swelt, more for great sorrow that he could not pass, than for the burning torment which he felt. That with fell woodness he afearsed was, and wilfully him throwing on the grass, did beat and bounce his head and breast full sore. The whiles the championess now entered has the utmost room, and passed the foremost door. The utmost room, abounding with all precious store. For round about the walls aclothed were with goodly arras of great majesty, woven with gold and silk so close and near, that the rich metal lurked privily, as feigning to be hid from envious eye. Yet here and there and everywhere unwares it showed itself, and shone unwillingly, like a discoloured snake, whose hidden snares through the green grass his long bright burnished back declares. And in those tablets were enfashioned many fair portraits, and many a fair feat, and all of love, and all of lustihead, as seemed by their semblant did entreat. And eke all Cupid's wars they did repeat, and cruel battles which he whilom fought gainst all the gods to make his empire great, besides the huge massacres which he wrought on mighty kings and Caesars into thraldom brought. Therein was writ how often thundering Jove had felt the point of his heart-piercing dart, and leaving heaven's kingdom, here did rove in strange disguise to slake his scalding smart. Now like a ram fair Helle to pervert, now like a bull Europa to withdraw. Ah, how the fearful lady's tender heart did lively seem to tremble, when she saw the huge seas under her obey her servant's law. Soon after that into a golden shower himself he changed fair Danae to view, and through the roof of her strong brazen tower did rain into her lap an honey dew, the whiles her foolish guard, that little knew of such deceit, kept the iron door fast barred, and watched that none should enter nor issue. Vain was the watch, and bootless all the ward, when as the god to golden hue himself transfarred. Then was he turned into a snowy swan, to win fair Leda to his lovely trade. A wondrous skill and sweet wit of the man that her in daffodillies sleeping made, from scorching heat her dainty limbs to shade, whiles the proud bird, ruffing his feathers wide, and brushing his fair breast, did her invade. She slept, yet twixt her eyelids closely spied how towards her he rushed, and smiled at his pride. Then showed it how the Theban Semele, deceived of jealous Juno, did require to see him in his sovereign majesty, armed with his thunderbolts and lightning fire, whence dearly she with death bought her desire. But fair Alcmena better match did make, joying his love in likeness more entire. 3 nights in one, they say, that for her sake he then did put her pleasures linger to partake. Twice was he seen in soaring eagle shape, and with wide wings to beat the buxom air. Once when he with Asteria did scape, Again, when as the Trojan boy so fair he snatched from Ida hill, and with him bare. Wondrous delight it was there to behold how the rude shepherds after him did stare, trembling through fear lest down he fallen should, and often to him calling to take surer hold. In satyr shape Antiope he snatched, and like a fire when he Aegean essayed, a shepherd when Mnemosyne he catched, and like a serpent to the Thracian maid. Whiles thus on earth great Jove these pageants played, the winged boy did thrust into his throne, and scoffing, thus unto his mother say, Lo, now the heavens obey to me alone, and take me for their Jove, whiles Jove to earth is gone. And thou, fair Phoebus, in thy colours bright wast there enwoven, and the sad distress in which that boy thee plunged, for despite that thou beradest his mother's wantonness, when she with Mars was maimed in joyfulness. For thee, he thrilled thee with a leaden dart to love fair Daphne, which thee loved less. Less she thee loved than was thy just desart, yet was thy love her death, and her death was thy smart. So lovedst thou the lusty Hyacinth, so lovedst thou the fair Coronis dear, yet both are of thy hapless hand extinct, yet both in flowers do live, and love thee bear. The one a ponce, the other a sweetbrier. For grief whereof ye mote have lively seen the god himself rending his golden hair, and breaking quite his girland evergreen, with other signs of sorrow and impatient teen. Both for those two, and for his own dear son, the son of Clymene, he did repent, who, bold to guide the chariot of the sun, himself in 1,000 pieces fondly rent, and all the world with flashing fire brent, so like that all the walls did seem to flame. Yet cruel Cupid, not herewith content, forced him eftsoons to follow other game, and love a shepherd's daughter for his dearest dame. He loved Issy for his dearest dame, and for her sake her cattle fed awhile, and for her sake a cowherd vile became the servant of Admetus cowherd vile, whiles that from heaven he suffered exile. Long were to tell each other lovely fit, now like a lion hunting after spoil, now like a stag, now like a falcon flit, all which in that fair Arras was most lively writ. Next unto him was Neptune pictured, in his divine resemblance wondrous like. His face was rugged, and his hoary head dropped with brackish dew. His 3-forked pike he sternly shook, and therewith fierce did strike the raging billows, that on every side they trembling stood, and made a long broad dyke, that his swift chariot might have passage wide, which 4 great hippodames did draw in teamwise tied. His sea-horses did seem to support amain, and from their nose thrills blow the briny stream, that made the sparkling waves to smoke again, and flame with gold. But the white foamy cream did shine with silver, and shoot forth his beam. The god himself did pensive seem and sad, and hung adown his head as he did dream, for privy love his breast empierced had, ne aught but dear Bisaltis could make him glad. He loved eke Iphidamia dear, and Aeolus' fair daughter Arne hight, for whom he turned himself into a steer, and fed on fodder to beguile her sight. Also to win Deucalion's daughter bright, he turned himself into a dolphin fair, and like a winged horse he took his flight, to snaky lock Medusa to repair, on whom he got fair Pegasus that flitteth in the air. Next Saturn was, but who would ever ween that sullen Saturn ever weened to love? Yet love is sullen and Saturn-like seen, as he did for Erigone prove, that to a centaur did himself transmove. So proved it eke that gracious god of wine, when for to compass Bilorus' hard love, he turned himself into a fruitful vine, and into her fair bosom made his grapes decline. Long were to tell the amorous essays and gentle pangs, with which he maked meek the mighty Mars, to learn his wanton plays. How oft for Venus, And how often eke for many other nymphs he sore did shriek, with womanish tears and with unwarlike smarts, privily moistening his horrid cheek. There was he painted full of burning darts, and many wide wounds launched through his inner parts. Ne did he spare, so cruel was the elf, his own dear mother. Ah, why should he so? Ne did he spare some time to prick himself, that he might taste the sweet consuming woe, which he had wrought too many others moe. But to declare the mournful tragedies and spoils, wherewith he all the ground did strow, more eth to number with how many eyes high heaven beholds sad lovers' nightly thieveries. Kings, queens, lords, ladies, knights, and damsels gent were heaped together with the vulgar sort, and mingled with the rascal rabblement, without respect of person or of port, to show Dan Cupid's power and great effort. And round about a border was entrailed of broken bows and arrows shivered short, and a long bloody river through them railed, so lively and so like, that living sense it failed. And at the upper end of that fair room there was an altar built of precious stone, of passing value and of great renown, on which there stood an image all alone of massy gold, which with his own light shone. And wings it had with sundry colours dight, more sundry colours than the proud pavone bears in his boasted fan, or iris bright, when her discoloured bow she spreads through heaven's height. Blindfold he was, and in his cruel fist a mortal bow and arrows keen did hold, with which he shot at random when him list, some headed with sad lead, some with pure gold. Ah, man, beware how thou those darts behold. A wounded dragon under him did lie, whose hideous tail his left foot did enfold, and with a shaft was shot through either eye, that no man forth might draw, ne no man remedy. And underneath his feet was written thus, Unto the victor of the gods this be. And all the people in that ample house did to that image bow their humble knee, and oft committed foul idolatry. That wondrous sight fair Britomart amazed, ne seeing could her wonder satisfy, but ever more and more upon it gazed, the whiles the passing brightness her frail senses dazed. Though as she backward cast her busy eye to search each secret of that goodly stead, over the door thus written she did spy, Be bold. She oft it overread, yet could not find what sense it figured. But whatso were therein or writ or meant, she was no whit thereby discouraged from prosecuting of her first intent, but forward with bold steps into the next room went. Much fairer than the former was that room, and richlier by many parts arrayed, for not with arras made in painful loom, but with pure gold it all was overlaid, wrought with wild antics, which their follies played in the rich metal, as they living were. 1,000 monstrous forms therein were made, such as false love doth oft upon him wear, for love in 1,000 monstrous shapes doth oft appear. And all about the glistering walls were hung with warlike spoils, and with victorious praise of mighty conquerors and captains strong, which were whilome captived in their days to cruel love, and wrought their own decays. Their swords and spears were broke, and hauberks rent, and their proud girlands of triumphant bays trodden in dust with fury insolent, to show the victor's might and merciless intent. The warlike maid, beholding earnestly the goodly ordinance of this rich place, did greatly wonder. They could satisfy her greedy eyes with gazing a long space, but more she marvelled that no footings trace nor white appeared, but wasteful emptiness and solemn silence over all that place. Strange thing it seemed that none was to possess so rich purveyance, ne them keep with carefulness. But as she looked about, she did behold how over that same door was likewise writ, Be bold, and everywhere, Be bold. That much she mused, yet could not construe it by any riddling skill or common wit. At last she spied at that room's upper end another iron door, on which was writ, Be not too bold. Whereto, though she did bend her earnest mind, yet wist not what it might intend. Thus there she waited until eventide, yet living creature none she saw appear. And now sad shadows 'gan the world to hide from mortal view, and wrap in darkness drear. Yet nold she doff her weary arms for fear of secret danger, ne let sleep oppress her heavy eyes with nature's burden dear, but drew herself aside in sickerness, and her well-pointed weapons did about her dress. The mask of Cupid and the enchanted chamber are displayed, whence Britomart redeems fair Amoret through charms decayed. Though, when as cheerless night covered had fair heaven with an universal cloud, that every wight, dismayed with darkness sad, in silence and in sleep themselves did shroud, she heard a shrilling trumpet sound aloud, sign of nigh battle, or got victory. Not therewith daunted was her courage proud, but rather stirred to cruel enmity, expecting ever when some foe she might descry. With that an hideous storm of wind arose, with dreadful thunder and lightning atwixt, and an earthquake, as if it straight would loose the world's foundations from his centre fixed. A direful stench of smoke and sulphur mixed ensued, whose noyance filled the fearful stead from the 4th hour of night until the 6th. Yet the bold Britoness was not adread, though much enmoved, but steadfast still perseverate. All suddenly a stormy whirlwind blew throughout the house, that clapped every door, with which that iron wicket open flew, as it with mighty levers had been tore, and forth issued, as on the ready floor of some theatre, a grave personage, that in his hand a branch of laurel bore, with comely haviour and countenance sage, clad in costly garments fit for tragic stage. Proceeding to the midst, he still did stand, as if in mind he somewhat had to say, and to the vulgar beckoning with his hand in sign of silence, as to hear a play, by lively actions he 'gan bewray some argument of matter passionate. Which done, he back retired soft away, and passing by his name discovered, Ease on his robe in golden letters ciphered. The noble maid, still standing, all this viewed, and marvelled at his strange intendiment. With that a joyous fellowship issued of minstrels making goodly merriment, with wanton bards and rhymers impudent, all which together sung full cheerfully a lay of love's delight with sweet consent. After whom marched a jolly company in manner of a masque, and ranged orderly. The whiles a most delicious harmony in full strange notes was sweetly heard to sound, that the rare sweetness of the melody the feeble senses wholly did confound, and the frail soul in deep delight nigh drown. And when it ceased, shrill trumpets loud did bray, that their report did far away rebound. And when they ceased, it 'gan again to play, the whiles the maskers marched forth in trim array. The first was Fancy, like a lovely boy, of rare aspect and beauty without peer, matchable either to that imp of Troy, whom Jove did love and chose his cup to bear, or that same dainty lad which was so dear to great Alcides, that when as he died he wailed woman-like with many a tear, and every wood and every valley wide he filled with Hylas' name. The nymphs eke Hylas cried. His garment neither was of silk nor say, but painted plumes in goodly order dight, like as the sunburnt Indians do array their tawny bodies in their proudest plight. As those same plumes, so seemed he vain and light, that by his gait might easily appear, for still he fared as dancing in delight, and in his hand a windy fan did bear, that in the idle air he moved still here and there. And him beside marched amorous Desire, who seemed of riper years than t'other swain, yet was that other swain this elder's sire, and gave him being, common to them twain. His garment was disguised very vain, and his embroidered bonnet sat awry. Twixt both his hands few sparks he close did strain, which still he blew and kindled busily, that soon they life conceived, and forth in flames did fly. Next after him went Doubt, who was yclad in a discoloured coat of strange disguise, that at his back a crowed capuccio had, and sleeves dependent Albanese-wise. He looked askew with his mistrustful eyes, and nicely trode, as thorns lay in his way, or that the floor to shrink he did avise, and on a broken reed he still did stay his feeble steps, which shrunk when hard thereon he lay. With him went Danger, clothed in ragged weed, made of a bear's skin, that him more dreadful made. Yet his own face was dreadful, ne did need strange horror to deform his grisly shade. A net in one hand, and a rusty blade in th'other was, this mischief, that mishap. With one his foes he threatened to invade, with th'other he his friends meant to enwrap. For whom he could not kill, he practised to entrap. Next him was Fear, all armed from top to toe, yet thought himself not safe enough thereby, but feared each shadow moving to and fro. And his own arms when glittering he did spy, or clashing heard, he fast away did fly, as ashes pale of hue, and wingy heeled. And evermore on Danger fixed his eye, 'gainst whom he always bent a brazen shield, which his right hand unarmed fearfully did wield. With him went Hope in rank, a handsome maid, of cheerful look and lovely to behold. In silken samite she was light arrayed, and her fair locks were woven up in gold. She always smiled, and in her hand did hold an holy water sprinkle dipped in dew, with which she sprinkled favours manifold on whom she list, and did great liking show, great liking unto many, but true love to few. And after them Dissemblance and Suspect marched in one rank, yet an unequal pair, for she was gentle and of mild aspect, courteous to all, and seeming debonair, goodly adorned and exceeding fair. Yet was that all but painted and purloined, and her bright brows were decked with borrowed hair. Her deeds were forged, and her words false coined, and always in her hand 2 clues of silk she twined. But he was foul, ill-favoured, and grim, under his eyebrows looking still askance, and ever as Dissemblance laughed on him, he lowered on her with dangerous eye-glance, showing his nature in his countenance. His rolling eyes did never rest in place, but walked each-where for fear of hid mischance, holding a lattice still before his face, through which he still did peep, as forward he did pace. Next him went Grief and Fury matched to Fear, Grief all in sable sorrowfully clad, down hanging his dull head with heavy cheer, yet inly being more than seeming sad. A pair of pincers in his hand he had, with which he pinched people to the heart, that from thenceforth a wretched life they led, in wilful languor and consuming smart, dying each day with inward wounds of dolour's dart. But Fury was full ill apparelled in rags, that naked nigh she did appear, with ghastly looks and dreadful dreary head. For from her back her garment she did tear, and from her head oft rent her snarled hair. In her right hand a firebrand she did toss about her head, still roaming here and there, as a dismayed deer in chase embossed, forgetful of his safety, hath his right way lost. After them went Displeasure and Pleasance, he looking lumpish and full sullen sad, and hanging down his heavy countenance. She cheerful, fresh, and full of joyance glad, as if no sorrow she ne felt ne dread. That evil matched pair they seemed to be. An angry wasp the one in a vial had, th'other in hers an honey lady bee. Thus marched these 6 couples forth in fair degree. After all these there marched a most fair dame, led of two greasy villains, the one despite, the other cleaped cruelty by name. She, doleful lady, like a dreary sprite, called by strong charms out of eternal night, had death's own image figured in her face, full of sad signs, fearful to living sight. Yet in that horror showed a seemly grace, and with her feeble feet did move a comely pace. Her breast all naked as net ivory, without adorn of gold or silver bright, wherewith the craftsman once it beautify, of her due honour was despoiled quite, and a wide wound therein, O rueful sight, entrenched deep with knife accursed keen, yet freshly bleeding forth her fainting sprite, the work of cruel hand, was to be seen, that dyed in sanguine red her skin, all snowy clean. At that wide orifice her trembling heart was drawn forth, and in silver basin laid, quite through transfixed with a deadly dart, and in her blood yet steaming fresh embayed. And those two villains which her steps upstayed, when her weak feet could scarcely her sustain, and fading vital powers gan to fade, her forward still with torture did constrain, and evermore increased her consuming pain. Next after her, the winged god himself came riding on a lion ravenous, taught to obey the menage of that elf, that man and beast with power imperious subdueth to his kingdom tyrannous. His blindfold eyes he bade a while unbind, that his proud spoil of that same dolorous fair dame he might behold in perfect kind, which seen he much rejoiced in his cruel mind. Of which full proud, himself uprearing high, he looked round about with stern disdain, and did survey his goodly company, and marshalling the evil-ordered train, with that the darts which his right hand did strain, full dreadfully he shook, that all did quake, and clapped on high his coloured winges twain, that all his many it afraid did make, though blinding him again, his way he forth did take. Behind him was reproach, repentance, shame. Reproach the first, shame next, repent behind. Repentance feeble, sorrowful, and lame. Reproach despiteful, careless, and unkind. Shame most ill-favoured, bestial, and blind. Shame lowered, repentance sighed, reproach did scold. Reproach sharp stings, repentance whips entwined. Shame burning brondirons in her hand did hold, all three to each unlike, yet all made in one mould. And after them a rude confused rout of persons flocked, whose names is hard to read. Amongst them was stern strife and anger stout, unquiet care and fond unthriftyhead, lewd loss of time and sorrows seeming dead, inconstant change and false disloyalty, consuming rioties and guilty dread of heavenly vengeance, faint infirmity, vile poverty, and lastly death with infamy. There were full many mo-like maladies, whose names and natures I note reading well, so many mo as there be fantasies in wavering women's wit, that none can tell, or pains in love, or punishments in hell, all which disguised marched in masking wise about the chamber with that damosel, and then returned, having marched thrice, into the inner room from whence they first did rise. So soon as they were in, the door straightway fast locked, driven with that stormy blast which first it opened, and bore all away. Then the brave maid, which all this while was placed in secret shade, and saw both first and last, issued forth, and went unto the door to enter in, but found it locked fast. In vain she thought with rigorous uproar for to enforce, when charms had closed it afore. Where force might not avail, there sleights and art she cast to use, both fit for hard emprise. For they from that same room not to depart till morrow next she did herself avise, when that same mask again should forth arise. The morrow next appeared with joyous cheer, calling men to their daily exercise. Then she, as morrow fresh, herself did rear, out of her secret stand, that day for to outwear. All that day she outwore in wandering and gazing on that chamber's ornament, till that again, the second evening, her covered with her sable vestiment, wherewith the world's fair beauty she hath blent. Then, when the second watch was almost past, that brazen door flew open, and in went bold Britomart, as she had late forecast, neither of idle shows nor of false charms aghast. So soon as she was entered, round about she cast her eyes to see what was become of all those persons which she saw without. But lo, they straight were vanished, all and some. A living wight she saw in all that room, save that same woeful lady, both whose hands were bounden fast, that did her ill become, and her small waist girt round with iron bands unto a brazen pillar, by the which she stands. And her before the vile enchanter sate, figuring strange characters of his art. With living blood he those characters rate, dreadfully dropping from her dying heart, seeming transfixed with a cruel dart, and all perforce to make her him to love. Ah, who can love the worker of her smart? 1,000 charms he formerly did prove, yet 1,000 charms could not her steadfast heart remove. Soon as that virgin knight he saw in place, his wicked books in haste he overthrew, not caring his long labours to deface, and fiercely running to that lady true, a murderous knife out of his pocket drew, the which he thought for villainous despite in her tormented body to embrue. But the bold damsel to him leaping light his cursed hand withheld, and mastered his might. From her to whom his fury first he meant, the wicked weapon rashly he did wrest, and turning to herself his fell intent, unwares it struck into her snowy chest, that little drops empurpled her fair breast. Exceeding wroth therewith the virgin grew, albeit the wound were nothing deep impressed, and fiercely forth her mortal blade she drew, to give him the reward of such vile outrage due. So mightily she smote him that to ground he fell half dead. Next stroke him should have slain, had not the lady, which by him stood bound, sternly unto her called to abstain from doing him to die. For else her pain should be remediless, sith none but he which wrought it could the same recure again. Therewith she stayed her hand, loath stayed to be, for life she him envied, and longed revenge to see. And to him said, Thou wicked man, whose meed for so huge mischief and vile villainy as death, or if that aught do death exceed, be sure that naught may save thee from to die, but if that thou this dame do presently restore unto her health and former state. This do and live, else die undoubtedly. He, glad of life, that looked for death but late, did yield himself right willing to prolong his date. And rising up, gan straight to overlook those cursed leaves, his charms back to reverse. Full dreadful things out of that baleful book he read, and measured many a sad verse, that horror gan the virgin's heart to pierce, and her fair locks upstared stiff on end, hearing him those same bloody lines rehearse. And all the while he read, she did extend her sword high over him, if aught he did offend. Anon she gan perceive the house to quake, and all the doors to rattle round about. Yet all that did not her dismayed make, nor slack her threatful hand for danger's doubt, but still with steadfast eye and courage stout abode, to weet what end would come of all. At last that mighty chain which round about her tender waist was wound, adown 'gan fall, and that great brazen pillar broke in pieces small. The cruel steel which thrilled her dying heart fell softly forth as of his own accord, and the wide wound which lately did dispart her bleeding breast and riven bowels gored was closed up as it had not been bored, and every part to safety full sound as she were never hurt was soon restored. Though when she felt herself to be unbound and perfect whole, prostrate she fell unto the ground. Before fair Britomart she fell prostrate, saying, "Ah, noble knight, what worthy meed can wretched lady quit from woeful state yield you in lieu of this your gracious deed? Your virtue's self her own reward shall breed, even immortal praise and glory wide, which I, your vassal, by your prowess freed, shall through the world make to be notified, and goodly well advance, that goodly well was tried." But Britomart, uprearing her from ground, said, "Gentle dame, reward enough, I ween, for many labours more than I have found, this, that in safety now I have you seen, and mean of your deliverance have been. Henceforth, fair lady, comfort do you take, and put away remembrance of late teen. Instead thereof, know that your loving make hath no less grief endured for your gentle sake." She much was cheered to hear him men she owned, whom of all living wights she loved best. Then laid the noble championess strong hand upon the enchanter, which had her distressed so sore and with foul outrages oppressed. With that great chain wherewith not long ago he bound that piteous lady prisoner, now released, himself she bound, more worthy to be so, and captive with her led to wretchedness and woe. Returning back, those goodly rooms which erst she saw so rich and royally arrayed, now vanished utterly, and clean subversed she found, and all their glory quite decayed. At sight of such a change her much dismayed. Thence forth descending to that peerless porch, whose dreadful flames she also found delayed, and quenched quite like a consumed torch, that erst all enterers wont so cruelly to scorch. More easy issue now than entrance late she found, for now that feigned dreadful flame which choked the porch of that enchanted gate, and passage barred to all that thither came, was vanished quite, as it were not the same, and gave her leave at pleasure forth to pass. The enchanter self, which all that fraud did frame, to have afforced the love of that fair lass, seeing his work now wasted, deep and grieved was. But when the victoress arrived there where late she left the pensive Scudamore, with her own trusty squire, both full of fear, neither of them she found where she them lore. Thereat her noble heart was astonished sore, but most fair Amoret, whose gentle sprite now 'gan to feed on hope, which she before conceived had to see her own dear knight, being thereof beguiled, was filled with new affright. But he, sad man, when he had long in dread awaited there for Britomart's return, yet saw her not, nor sign of her good speed, his expectation to despair did turn, misdeeming sure that her those flames did burn, and therefore 'gan advise with her old squire, who her dear nursling's loss no less did mourn, thence to depart for further aid t'enquire, where let them wend at will, whilst here I do respire.
Stanzas in 1590, replaced in 1596 with others.
At last she came unto that place where late she left Sir Scudamore in great distress, twixt dolour and despite half desperate, of his love's succour, of his own redress, and of the hardy Britomart's success. There on the cold earth him now thrown she found in wilful anguish and dead heaviness, and to him called, whose voices knowen sound, soon as he heard, himself he reared light from ground. There did he see that most on earth him joyed, his dearest love, the comfort of his days, whose too long absence him had sore annoyed, and wearied his life with dull delays. Straight he upstarted from the loathed lays, and to her ran with hasty eagerness, like as a deer that greedily embays in the cool soil, after long thirstiness, which he in chase endured hath, now nigh breathless. Lightly he clipped her twixt his armes twain, and straightly did embrace her body bright. Her body late the prison of sad pain, now the sweet lodge of love and dear delight. But she, fair lady, overcomen quite of huge affection, did in pleasure melt, and in sweet ravishment poured out her sprite. No word they spake, nor earthly thing they felt, but like two senseless stalks in long embracement dwelt. Had ye them seen, ye would have surely thought that they had been that fair hermaphrodite, which that rich Roman of white marble wrought, and in his costly bath caused to be sight. So seemed those two as grown together quite, that Britomart, half envying their bless, was much impassioned in her gentle sprite, and to herself oft wished like happiness. In vain she wished that fate nold let her yet possess. Thus do those lovers with sweet countervail each other of love's bitter fruit to spoil. But now my team begins to faint and fail, all waxen weary of their journal toil. Therefore I will their sweaty yokes assoil at this same furrow's end till a new day. And ye, fair swains, after your long turmoil, now cease your work, and at your pleasure play. Now cease your work, tomorrow is an holy day. The rugged forehead, that with grave foresight welds kingdoms' causes and affairs of state, my looser rhymes, I wot, doth sharply white, for praising love, as I have done of late, and magnifying lovers' dear debate, by which frail youth is oft to folly led, through false allurement of that pleasing bait, that better were in virtues dissipate, than with vain poems' weeds to have their fancies fed. Such ones ill judge of love that cannot love, ne in their frozen hearts feel kindly flame, for they ought not thing unknown reprove, ne natural affection faultless blame, for fault of few that have abused the same. For it of honour and all virtue is the root, and brings forth glorious flowers of fame, that crown true lovers with immortal bliss, the meed of them that love and do not live amiss. Which whoso list look back to former ages, and call to count the things that then were done, shall find that all the works of those wise sages and brave exploits which great heroes won, in love were either ended or begun. Witness the father of philosophy, which to his Critias, shaded oft from sun, of love full many lessons did apply, the which these stoic censors cannot well deny. To such therefore I do not sing at all, but to that sacred saint, my sovereign queen, in whose chaste breast all bounty natural and treasures of true love enlocked been, above all her sex that ever yet was seen. To her I sing of love that loveth best, and best is loved of all alive, I ween. To her this song most fitly is addressed, the Queen of love and Prince of peace, from heaven blessed. Which that she may the better deign to hear, do thou, dread infant, Venus' dearling dove, from her high spirit chase imperious fear, and use of awful majesty remove. Instead thereof, with drops of melting love, dewed with ambrosial kisses, by thee gotten from thy sweet smiling mother from above, sprinkle her heart and haughty courage soften, that she may hark to love and read this lesson often. Canto 1. Fair Britomart saves Amoret. Duessa discord breeds, twixt Scudamore and Blandamore, their fight and warlike deeds. Of lovers' sad calamities of old, full many piteous stories do remain, but none more piteous ever was it told than that of Amoret's heart-binding chain, and this of Florimell's unworthy pain.
The dear compassion of whose bitter fit my softened heart so sorely doth constrain, that I with tears full oft do pity it, and oftentimes do wish it never had been writ. For from the time that Scudamore her brought in perilous fight, she never joyed day, a perilous fight, when he with force her brought from 20 knights that did him all assay. Yet fairly well he did them all dismay, and with great glory both the shield of love and eke the lady's self he brought away, whom having wedded, as did him behoove, a new unknown mischief did from him remove. For that same vile enchanter busy ran, the very self-same day that she was wedded, amidst the bridal feast, whilst every man surcharged with wine were heedless and ill-headed, all bent to mirth before the bride was bedded, brought in that mask of love which late was shown, and there the lady, ill of friends besteaded, by way of sport, as often masks is known, conveyed quite away to living white unknown. 7 months he so her kept, in bitter smart, because his sinful lust she would not sarve, until such time as noble Britomart released her, that else was like to starve, through cruel knife that her dear heart did carve. And now she is with her upon the way, marching in lovely wise, that could deserve no spot of blame, though spite did oft essay to blot her with dishonour of so fair a prey. Yet should it be a pleasant tale to tell the diverse usage, and demeanour daint, that each to other made, as oft befell, for Amoret right fearful was and faint, lest she with blame her honour should attaint, that every word did tremble as she spake, and every look was coy and wondrous quaint, and every limb that touched her did quake, yet could she not but courteous countenance to her make. For well she wist, as true it was indeed, that her live's lord and patron of her health right well deserved as his dewful meed her love, her service, and her utmost wealth. All is his justly, that all freely dealt. Natheless her honour, dearer than her life, she sought to save, as thing reserved from stealth. Die had she liever with enchanter's knife, than to be false in love, professed a virgin wife. Thereto her fear was made so much the greater, through fine abusion of that Briton maid, who, for to hide her feigned sex the better, and mask her wounded mind, both did and say full many things so doubtful to be weighed, that well she wist not what by them to guess. For other whiles to her she purpose made of love, and other whiles of lustfulness, that much she feared his mind would grow to some excess. His will she feared. For him she surely thought to be a man, such as indeed he seemed, and much the more by that he lately wrought, when her from deadly thraldom he redeemed, for which no service she too much esteemed, yet dread of shame and doubt of foul dishonour made her not yield so much as due she deemed. Yet Britomart attended duly on her, as well became a knight, and did to her all honour. It so befell one evening, that they came unto a castle lodged there to be, where many a knight and many a lovely dame was then assembled deeds of arms to see. Amongst all which was none more fair than she, that many of them moved to eye her sore. The custom of that place was such, that he which had no love nor leman there in store should either win him one, or lie without the door. Amongst the rest there was a jolly knight, who, being asked for his love, avowed that fairest Amoret was his by right, and offered that to justify aloud. The warlike virgin, seeing his so proud and boastful challenge, waxed inly wroth, but for the present did her anger shroud, and said her love to lose she was full loath, but either he should neither of them have, or both. So forth they went, and both together justed. But that same younker soon was overthrown, and made repent that he had rashly lusted for thing unlawful, that was not his own. Yet since he seemed valiant, though unknown, she, that no less was courteous than stout, cast out a salve, that both the custom shown were kept, and yet that night not locked out. That seemed full hard to cord two things so far in doubt. The seneschal was called to deem the right, whom she required that first fair amoret might be to her allowed, as to a knight that did her win and free from challenge set, which straight to her was yielded without let. Then, since that strange knight's love from him was quitted, she claimed that to herself, as lady's debt, he as a knight might justly be admitted, so none should be outshut, sith all of loves were fitted. With that her glistering helmet she unlaced, which doffed her golden locks, that were upbound still in a knot, unto her heels down traced, and like a silken veil encompassed round about her back and all her body wound, like as the shining sky in summer's night, what time the days with scorching heat abound, is crested all with lines of fiery light, that it prodigious seems in common people's sight. Such, when those knights and ladies all about beheld her, all were with amazement smit, and every one gan grow in secret doubt of this and that according to each wit. Some thought that some enchantment feigned it, some that Bellona in that warlike wise to them appeared with shield and armour fit, some that it was a mask of strange disguise. So diversely each one did sundry doubts devise. But that young knight, which through her gentle deed was to that goodly fellowship restored, 10,000 thanks did yield her for her meed, and doubly overcomen her adored. So did they all their former strife accord, and eke fair amoret, now freed from fear, more frank affection did to her afford, and to her bed, which she was wont forbear, now freely drew, and found right safe assurance there. Where all that night they of their loves did treat, and hard adventures twixt themselves alone, that each the other gan with passion great and grifeful pity privately bemoan. The morrow next, so soon as Titan shone, they both uprose, and to their ways them dight. Long wandered they, yet never met with none that to their wills could them direct aright, or to them tidings tell that mote their hearts' delight. Lo, thus they rode, till at the last they spied two armed knights that toward them did pace, and each of them had riding by his side a lady, seeming in so far a space. But ladies none they were, albeit in face and outward show fair semblance they did bear, for under mask of beauty and good grace vile treason and foul falsehood hidden were, that mote to none but to the wary wise appear. For one of them the false Duessa hight, that now had changed her former wonted hue, for she could don so many shapes in sight as ever could chameleon colours new. So could she forge all colours save the true. The other no whit better was than she, but that such as she was, she plain did show. Yet otherwise much worse, if worse might be, and daily more offensive unto each degree. Her name was Ate, mother of debate and all dissension, which doth daily grow amongst frail men, that many a public state and many a private oft doth overthrow. Her false Duessa, who full well did know to be most fit to trouble noble knights, which hunt for honour, raised from below out of the dwellings of the damned sprites, where she in darkness wastes her cursed days and nights. Hard by the gates of hell her dwelling is, there whereas all the plagues and harms abound, which punish wicked men that walk amiss. It is a darksome dell far underground, with thorns and barren brakes and barren ground, that none the same may easily outwin. Yet many ways to enter may be found, but none to issue forth when one is in. For discord harder is to end than to begin. And all within the riven walls were hung with ragged monuments of times forepast, all which the sad effects of discord sung. There were rent robes and broken sceptres placed, altars defiled and holy things defaced, dishivered spears and shields torn in twain, great cities ransacked and strong castles raced, nations captived and huge armies slain, of all which ruins there some relics did remain. There was the sign of antique Babylon, of fatal Thebes, of Rome that reigned long, of sacred Salem and sad Ilion, for memory of which on high there hung the golden apple, cause of all their wrong, for which the three fair goddesses did strive. There also was the name of Nimrod strong, of Alexander and his princes 5, which shared to them the spoils that he had got alive. And there the relics of the drunken fray, the which amongst the Lapithes befell, and of the bloody feast, which sent away so many centaurs, drunken souls, to hell, that under great Alcides' fury fell, and of the dreadful discord which did drive the noble Argonauts to outrage fell, that each of life sought others to deprive, all mindless of the golden fleece which made them strive, and eke of private persons many mo, that were too long a work to count them all, some of sworn friends that did their faith forego, some of born brethren proved unnatural, some of dear lovers, foes perpetual. Witness their broken bands there to be seen, their girlands rent, their bowers despoiled all, the monuments whereof there biding been, as plain as at the first, when they were fresh and green. Such was her house within, but all without, the barren ground was full of wicked weeds, which she herself had sown all about, now grown great, at first of little seeds, the seeds of evil words and factious deeds, which, when to ripeness due they grow and are, bring forth an infinite increase, that breeds tumultuous trouble and contentious jar, the which most often end in bloodshed and in war. And those same cursed seeds do also serve to her for bread, and yield her living food. For life it is to her when others starve, through mischievous debate and deadly feud, that she may suck their life and drink their blood, with which she from her childhood had been fed. For she at first was born of hellish brood, and by infernal furies nourished, that by her monstrous shape might easily be read. Her face most foul and filthy was to see, with squinted eyes contrary ways intended, and loathly mouth, unmeet a mouth to be, that naught but gall and venom comprehended, and wicked words that God and man offended. Her lying tongue was in 2 parts divided, and both the parts did speak, and both contended, and as her tongue, so was her heart decided, that never thought one thing, but doubly still was guided. Alls as she double spake, so heard she double, with matchless ears, deformed and distort, filled with false rumors and seditious trouble, bred in assemblies of the vulgar sort, that still are led with every light report. And as her ears, so eke her feet were odd, and much unlike, one long, the other short, and both misplaced, that when one forward yode, the other back retired, and contrary trode. Likewise unequal were her handes twain, that one did reach, the other pushed away, that one did make, the other marred again, and sought to bring all things unto decay, whereby great riches, gathered many a day, she in short space did often bring to naught, and their possessors often did dismay, for all her study was, and all her thought, how she might overthrow the things that concord wrought. So much her malice did her might surpass, that even the Almighty self she did malign, because to man so merciful he was, and unto all his creatures so benign, sith she herself was of his grace in dine, For all this world's fair workmanship she tried unto his last confusion to bring, and that great golden chain quite to divide, with which it blessed concord hath together tied. Such was that hag which with Duessa rode, and serving her in her malicious use to hurt good knights, was as it were her bawd, to sell her borrowed beauty to abuse. For though like withered tree that wanteth juice she old and crooked were, yet now of late as fresh and fragrant as the flower de luce she was become by change of her estate, and made full goodly joyance to her new-found mate. Her mate, he was a jolly youthful knight, that bore great sway in arms and chivalry, and was indeed a man of mickle might. His name was Blandamour, that did descry his fickle mind, full of inconstancy. And now himself he fitted had right well with two companions of like quality, faithless Duessa, and false Paradel, that whether were more false, full hard it is to tell. Now when this gallant, with his goodly crew, from far espied the famous Britomart, like knight adventurous in outward view, with his fair paragon his conquest's part approaching nigh, eftsoons his wanton heart was tickled with delight, and jesting said, Lo, there, Sir Paradel, for your desert, good luck presents you with yond lovely maid. For pity that ye want a fellow for your aid. By that the lovely pair drew nigh to Hond, whom when as Paradel more plain beheld, albeit in heart he like affection fond, yet mindful how he late by one was felled, that did those arms and that same scutcheon weld, he had small lust to buy his love so dear, but answered, Sir, him wise I never held, that having once escaped peril near, would afterwards afresh the sleeping evil rear. This night, too late his manhood and his might I did essay, that me right dearly cost. List I for revenge provoke new fight, ne for light lady's love that soon is lost. The Hotspur youth, so scorning to be crossed, Take then to you this dame of mine, quoth he, and I, without your peril or your cost, will challenge yon same other for my fee. So forth he fiercely pricked, that one him scarce could see. The warlike Britoness her soon addressed, and with such uncouth welcome did receive her feigned paramour, her forced guest, that, being forced his saddle soon to leave, himself he did of his new love deceive, and made himself then sample of his folly. Which done, she passed forth, not taking leave, and left him now as sad as whilom jolly, well warned to beware with whom he dared to dally. Which when his other company beheld, they to his succour ran with ready aid, and finding him unable once to weld, they reared him on horseback and upstayed, till on his way they had him forth conveyed. And all the way with wondrous grief of mind and shame he showed himself to be dismayed, more for the love which he had left behind, than that which he had to Sir Paradel resigned. Natheless he forth did march well as he might, and made good semblance to his company, dissembling his disease and evil plight, till that ere long they chanced to espy two other knights, that towards them did ply with speedy course, as bent to charge them new. Whom when as Blandamour approaching nigh perceived to be such as they seemed in view, he was full woe, and gan his former grief renew. For the one of them he perfectly described to be Sir Scudamore, by that he bore the god of love with wings displayed wide, whom mortally he hated evermore, both for his worth, that all men did adore, and eke because his love he won by right, which when he thought it grieved him full sore, that, through the bruises of his former fight, he now unable was to wreak his old despite. For they he thus to Paradel bespake, Fair sir, of friendship let me now you pray, that as I late adventured for your sake, the hurts whereof me now from battle stay, ye will me now with like good turn repay, and justify my cause on yonder night. Ah, sir, said Paradel, do not dismay yourself for this. Myself will for you fight, as ye have done for me. The left hand rubs the right. With that he put his spurs unto his steed, with spear in rest, and toward him did fare like shaft out of the bow preventing speed. But Scudamore was shortly well aware of his approach, and gan himself prepare him to receive with entertainment meet. So furiously they met, that either bare the other down under their horses' feet, that what of them became, themselves did scarcely weet. As when two billows in the Irish sounds, forcibly driven with contrary tides to meet together, each aback rebounds with roaring rage, and, dashing on all sides, that filleth all the sea with foam, divides the doubtful current into divers ways. So fell those two, in spite of both their prides. But Scudamore himself did soon upraise, and, mounting light, his foe for lying long upbraids, who, rolled on an heap, lay still enswound, all careless of his taunt and bitter rail, till that the rest, him seeing lie on ground, ran hastily to weet what did him ail, where, finding that the breath gan him to fail, with busy care they strove him to awake, and doffed his helmet, and undid his mail. So much they did, that, at the last, they brake his slumber, yet so mazed that he nothing spake. Which when as Blandemore beheld, he said, False fater Scudamore, that hast by slight and foul advantage this good knight dismayed, a knight much better than thyself behight. Well falls it thee that I am not in plight this day to reap the damage by thee done. Such is thy wont, that still when any knight is weakened, then thou dost him overrun. So hast thou to thyself false honour often won. He little answered, but in manly heart his mighty indignation did forbear, which was not yet so secret, but some part thereof did in his frowning face appear, like as a gloomy cloud, the which doth bear an hideous storm, is by the northern blast quite overblown, yet doth not pass so clear, but that it all the sky doth overcast with darkness dread, and threatens all the world to waste. Ah, gentle knight, then false Jewessa said, why do ye strive for ladies' love so sore, whose chief desire is love and friendly aid mongst gentle knights to nourish evermore? And be ye wroth, Sir Scudamore, therefore that she your love list love another knight? Ne do yourself dislike a whit the more? For love is free, and led with self-delight, ne will enforced be with maesterdom or might. So false Jewessa, but vile Ate thus, both foolish knights, I can but laugh at both that strive and storm with stir outrageous, for her that each of you alike doth loathe, and loves another, with whom now she goeth in lovely wise, and sleeps and sports and plays, whilst both you here, with many a cursed oath, swear she is yours, and stir up bloody frays to win a willow bough, whilst other wears the bays. Vile hag, said Scudamore, why dost thou lie, and falsely seek'st a virtuous wight to shame? Fond knight, said she, the thing that with this eye I saw, why should I doubt to tell the same? Then tell, quoth Blandemore, and fear no blame. Tell what thou saw'st, Malgré whoso it hears. I saw, quoth she, a stranger knight, whose name I wot not well, but in his shield he bears, that well I wot, the heads of many broken spears. I saw him have your Amoret at will, I saw him kiss, I saw him her embrace, I saw him sleep with her all night, his fill, all many nights, and many by in place, that present were to testify the case. Which, when as Scudamore did hear, his heart was thrilled with inward grief, as when in chase the Parthian strikes a stag with shivering dart, the beast astonished stands in midst of his smart. So stood Sir Scudamore, when this he heard, Ne word he had to speak for great dismay, but looked on Glauce grim, who waxed afeard of outrage for the words which he heard say, albe untrue she wist them by assay. But Blandemore, when as he did spy his change of cheer, that anguish did bewray, he walks full blithe, as he had got thereby, and gan thereat to triumph without victory. Lo, recreant, said he, the fruitless end of thy vain boast, and spoil of love misgotten, whereby the name of knighthood thou dost shend, and all true lovers with dishonour blotten. All things not rooted well will soon be rotten. Fie, fie, false knight, then false Jewessa cried, unworthy life, that love with guile hast gotten. Be thou, wherever thou do go or ride, loathed of ladies all, and of all knights defied. But Scudamore, for passing great despite, stayed not to answer, scarcely did refrain, but that in all those knights and ladies' sight he for revenge had guiltless Glauce slain. But, being past, he thus began amain, false traitor squire of falsest knight, why doth mine hand from thine avenge abstain? Whose lord hath done my love this foul despite? Why do I not it wreak on thee now in my might? Discourteous, disloyal Britomart, untrue to God and unto man unjust, what vengeance due can equal thy desart, that hast with shameful spot of sinful lust defiled the pledge committed to thy trust? Let ugly shame and endless infamy colour thy name, with foul reproaches rust. Yet thou, false squire, his fault shall dear abye, and with thy punishment his penance shalt supply. The aged dame, him seeing so enraged, was dead with fear. Natheless, as need required, his flaming fury sought to have assuaged with sober words, that sufferance desired, till time the trial of her truth expired, and evermore sought Britomart clear. But he the more with furious rage was fired, and thrice his hand to kill her did uprear, and thrice he drew it back, so did at last forbear.
Blandemore wins false Florimel. Paradel for her strives. They are accorded. Agape doth lengthen her sons' lives. Firebrand of hell, first tined in Phlegethon by thousand furies, and from thence outthrown into this world, to work confusion and set it all on fire by force unknown, is wicked Discord, whose small sparks once blown, none but a god or godlike man can slake, such as was Orpheus, that when strife was growing amongst those famous imps of Greece, did take his silver harp in hand, and shortly friends them make. For such as that celestial psalmist was, that when the wicked fiend his lord tormented, with heavenly notes that did all other pass, the outrage of his furious fit relented. Such music is wise words with time consented, to moderate stiff minds disposed to strive, such as that prudent Roman well invented, what time his people into parts did rive, them reconciled again, and to their homes did drive. Such used wise Glauce to that wrathful night to calm the tempest of his troubled thought. Yet Blandemore with terms of foul despite, and Paradel her scorned and set at naught, as old and crooked, and not good for aught. Both they unwise, and wareless of the evil that they by themselves unto themselves is wrought, through that false witch and that foul aged drevel, the one a fiend, the other an incarnate devil, with whom, as thus they rode accompanied, they were encountered of a lusty knight, that had a goodly lady by his side, by whom he made great dalliance and delight. It was, to weet, the bold Sir Ferra hight, he that from braggadocio whilome reft the snowy Florimel, whose beauty bright made him seem happy for so glorious theft. Yet was it in due trial but a wandering weft.
which when as Blandamour, whose fancy light was always flitting, as the wavering wind, after each beauty that appeared in sight, beheld, eftsoons it pricked his wanton mind with sting of lust, that reason's eye did blind, that to Sir Paradel these words he sent: Sir Knight, why ride ye dumpish thus behind, since so good fortune doth to you present so fair a spoil, to make you joyous merriment? But Paradel, that had too late a trial of the bad issue of his counsel vain, list not to hark, but made this fair denial: Last turn was mine, well proved to my pain. This now be yours, God send you better gain. Whose scoffed words he, taking half in scorn, fiercely forth pricked his steed, as in disdain, against that knight, ere he him well could turn, by means whereof he hath him lightly overborne, who with the sudden stroke, astonished sore, upon the ground a while in slumber lay, the whiles his love away the other bore, and showing her did Paradel upbray. Lo, sluggish knight, the victor's happy prey, so fortune friends the bold. Whom Paradel, seeing so fair indeed, as he did say, his heart with secret envy gan to swell, and inly grudge at him, that he had sped so well. Natheless, proud man himself the other deemed, having so peerless paragon got, for sure the fairest Florimel him seemed to him was fallen for his happy lot, whose like alive on earth he weened not. Therefore he her did court, did serve, did woo, with humblest suit that he imagine mought, and all things did devise, and all things do, that might her love prepare, and liking win thereto. She in regard thereof him recompensed with golden words, and goodly countenance, and such fond favours sparingly dispensed, sometimes him blessing with a light eye-glance, and coy looks tempering with loose dalliance, sometimes estranging him in sterner wise, that, having cast him in a foolish trance, he seemed brought to bed in paradise, and proved himself most fool in what he seemed most wise. So great a mistress of her art she was, and perfectly practised in woman's craft, that, though therein himself he thought to pass, and by his false allurements wily draught had 1,000 women of their love bereft, yet now he was surprised, for that false sprite, which that same witch had in this form and graft, was so expert in every subtle sleight, that it could overreach the wisest earthly wight. Yet he to her did daily service more, and daily more deceived was thereby. Yet Paradel him envied therefore, as seeming placed in sole felicity. So blind is lust, false colours to descry. But Ate, soon discovering his desire, and finding now fit opportunity to stir up strife twixt love and spite and ire, did privily put coals unto his secret fire. By sundry means thereto she pricked him forth, now with remembrance of those spiteful speeches, now with opinion of his own more worth, now with recounting of like former breaches made in their friendship, as that hag him teaches. And ever when his passion is allayed, she it revives, and new occasion reaches, that on a time, as they together weighed, he made him open challenge, and thus boldly said, Too boastful Blandamour, too long I bear the open wrongs thou dost me day by day. Well know'st thou, when we friendship first did swear, the covenant was, that every spoil or prey should equally be shared betwixt us tway. Where is my part then of this lady bright, whom to thyself thou takest quite away? Render therefore therein to me my right, or answer for thy wrong, as shall fall out in fight. Exceeding wroth thereat was Blandamour, and gan this bitter answer to him make: Too foolish Paradel, that fairest flower wouldst gather fain, and yet no pains wouldst take. But not so easy will I her forsake. This hand her won, this hand shall her defend. With that they gan their shivering spears to shake, and deadly points at either's breast to bend, forgetful each to have been ever other's friend. Their fiery steeds with so untamed force did bear them both to fell avenge's end, that both their spears with pitiless remorse through shield and mail and habergeon did wend, and in their flesh a grisly passage rend, that with the fury of their own affret each other, horse and man, to ground did send, where, lying still awhile, both did forget the perilous present stound in which their lives were set, as when two warlike brigandines at sea, with murderous weapons armed to cruel fight, do meet together on the watery lee, they stem each other with so fell despite, that with the shock of their own heedless might their wooden ribs are shaken nigh asunder. They which from shore behold the dreadful sight of flashing fire, and hear the ordnance thunder, do greatly stand amazed at such unwonted wonder. At length they both upstarted in amaze, as men awaked rashly out of dream, and round about themselves a while did gaze, till, seeing her that Florimel did seem, in doubt to whom she victory should deem, therewith their dulled sprites they edged anew, and drawing both their swords with rage extreme, like two mad mastiffs, each on other flew, and shields did share, and mails did rash, and helms did hew. So furiously each other did assail, as if their souls they would at once have rent out of their breasts, that streams of blood did rail adown, as if their springs of life were spent, that all the ground with purple blood was sprent, and all their armours stained with bloody gore, yet scarcely once to breathe they would relent, so mortal was their malice, and so sore become of feigned friendship, which they vowed afore. And that which is for ladies most befitting, to stint all strife, and foster friendly peace, was from those dames so far and so unfitting, as that, instead of praying them surcease, they did much more their cruelty increase, bidding them fight for honour of their love, and rather die than ladies' cause release. With which vain terms so much they did them move, that both resolved the last extremities to prove. There they, I ween, would fight until this day, had not a squire, even he the squire of dames, by great adventure travelled that way, who, seeing both bent to so bloody games, and both of old well knowing by their names, drew nigh to weet the cause of their debate, and first laid on those ladies 1,000 blames that did not seek to pease their deadly hate, but gazed on their harms, not pitying their estate. And then those knights he humbly did beseech to stay their hands, while he a while had spoken, who looked a little up at that his speech, yet would not let their battle so be broken, both greedy fierce on other to be wroken. Yet he to them so earnestly did call, and them conjured by some well-known token, that they at last their wrathful hands let fall, content to hear him speak, and glad to rest withal. First he desired their cause of strife to see. They said it was for love of Florimel. Ah, gentle knights, quoth he, how may that be, and she so far astray as none can tell? Fond squire, full angry then, said Paridel, seest not the lady there before thy face? He looked back, and her advising well weened, as he said, by that her outward grace, that fairest Florimel was present there in place. Glad man was he to see that joyous sight, for none alive but joyed in Florimel, and lowly to her louting thus behight, fairest of fair, that fairness dost excel, this happy day I have to greet you well, in which you safe I see, whom 1,000 late misdoubted lost, through mischief that befell. Long may you live in health and happy state. She little answered him, but lightly did it grate. Then, turning to those knights, he gan anew, and you, Sir Blandimour and Paridel, that for this lady present in your view have raised this cruel war and outrage fell, certes meseems been not advised well, but rather ought in friendship for her sake to join your force, their forces to repel that seek perforce her from you both to take, and of your gotten spoil their own triumph to make. Thereat Sir Blandimour with countenance stern, all full of wrath, thus fiercely him bespake. Read, thou squire, that I the man may learn, that dare for me think Florimel to take. Not one, quoth he, but many do partake herein, as thus. It lately so befell, that Satiran a girdle did uptake well known to appertain to Florimel, which for her sake he wore, as him beseemed well. But when as she herself was lost and gone, full many knights that loved her like dear, thereat did greatly grudge that he alone that lost fair lady's ornament should wear, and gan therefore close spite to him to bear, which he to shun and stop vile envy's sting, hath lately caused to be proclaimed each where a solemn feast, with public tourneying, to which all knights with them their ladies are to bring. And of them all she that is fairest found shall have that golden girdle for reward, and of those knights, who is most stout on ground, shall to that fairest lady be preferred. Since therefore she herself is now your ward, to you that ornament of hers pertains, against all those that challenge it to guard, and save her honour with your venturous pains. That shall you win more glory than ye here find gains. When they the reason of his words had hard, they gan abate the rancour of their rage, and with their honours and their love's regard, the furious flames of malice to assuage. Though each to other did his faith engage, like faithful friends thenceforth to join in one, with all their force, and battles strong to wage, gainst all those knights, as their professed foe, that challenged aught in Florimel, save they alone. So well accorded, forth they rode together in friendly sort, that lasted but a while, and of all old dislikes they made fair weather. Yet all was forged, and spread with golden foil, that under it hid hate and hollow guile. Ne certes can that friendship long endure, however gay and goodly be the style, that doth ill cause or evil end inure. For virtue is the band that bindeth hearts most sure. Thus, as they marched all in close disguise of feigned love, they chanced to overtake two knights, that linked rode in lovely wise, as if they secret counsels did partake, and each not far behind him had his make, two ladies of most goodly hue, that twixt themselves did gentle purpose make, unmindful both of that discordful crew, the which with speedy pace did after them pursue, who, as they now approached nigh at hand, deeming them doughty, as they did appear, they sent that squire afore to understand what mote they be, who, viewing them more near, returned ready news, that those same were two of the prowest knights in Fairyland, and those two ladies their two lovers dear, courageous Campbell and stout Triamond, with Canacee and Camping linked in lovely bond. Whilome, as antique stories tellin us, those two were foes, the felonest on ground, and battle made, the dreadest dangerous that ever shrilling trumpet did resound, though now their acts be nowhere to be found, as that renowned poet then compiled with warlike numbers and heroic sound, Dan Chaucer, well of English, undefiled, on fame's eternal bead roll worthy to be filed. But wicked time, that all good thoughts doth waste, and works of noblest wits to naught outwear, that famous monument hath quite defaced, and robbed the world of treasure endless dear, the which mote have enriched all us here. O cursed eld, the cankerworm of writs, how may these rhymes, so rude as doth appear, hope to endure, sith works of heavenly wits are quite devoured, and brought to naught by little bits? Then pardon, O most sacred happy spirit, that I, thy labours lost, may thus revive, and steal from thee the meed of thy due merit, that none durst ever whilst thou wast alive, and, being dead, in vain yet many strive. Ne dare I like, but through infusion sweet of thine own spirit, which doth in me survive, I follow here the footing of thy feet, that with thy meaning so I may the rather meet. Cambello's sister was fair Canacee, that was the learnedst lady in her days, well seen in every science that mote be, and every secret work of nature's ways, in witty riddles, and in wise soothsays, in power of herbs, and tunes of beasts and birds. And, that augmented all her other praise, she modest was in all her deeds and words, and wondrous chaste of life, yet loved of knights and lords. Full many lords and many knights her loved, yet she to none of them her liking lent, ne ever was with fond affection moved, but ruled her thoughts with goodly government, for dread of blame and honour's blemishment. And eke unto her looks a law she made, that none of them once out of order went, but like to wary sentinels well stayed, still watched on every side, of secret foes afraid. So much the more as she refused to love, so much the more she loved was and sought, that oftentimes unquiet strife did move amongst her lovers, and great quarrels wrought, that oft for her in bloody arms they fought, which when as Campbell, that was stout and wise, perceived would breed great mischief, he bethought how to prevent the peril that mote rise, and turn both him and her to honour in this wise. One day, when all that troop of warlike wooers assembled were, to weet whose she should be, all mighty men and dreadful daring doers, the harder it to make them well agree, amongst them all this end he did decree, that of them all which love to her did make, they by consent should choose the stoutest three, that with himself should combat for her sake, and of them all the victor should his sister take. Bold was the challenge, as himself was bold, and courage full of haughty hardiment, approved oft in perils manifold, which he achieved to his great ornament. But yet his sister's skill unto him lent most confidence and hope of happy speed, conceived by a ring which she him sent, that mongst the many virtues which we read had power to staunch all wounds that mortally did bleed. Well was that ring's great virtue known to all, that dread thereof and his redoubted might did all that youthly rout so much appall, that none of them durst undertake the fight. More wise they weened to make of love delight, than life to hazard for fair ladies' look, and yet uncertain by such outward sight, though for her sake they all that peril took, whether she would them love, or in her liking brook. Amongst those knights there were 3 brethren bold, 3 bolder brethren never were born of one mother, in one happy mould, born at one burden, in one happy morn. Thrice happy mother, and thrice happy morn, that bore 3 such not to be fond. Her name was Agape, whose children weren all 3 as one. The first hight Priamond, the second Diamond, the youngest Triamond. Stout Priamond, but not so strong to strike, strong Diamond, but not so stout a knight, but Triamond was stout and strong alike. On horseback used Triamond to fight, and Priamond on foot had more delight, but horse and foot knew Diamond to wield. With curtax used Diamond to smite, and Triamond to handle spear and shield, but spear and curtax both used Priamond in field. These 3 did love each other dearly well, and with so firm affection were allied, as if but one soul in them all did dwell, which did her power into 3 parts divide, like three fair branches budding far and wide, that from one root derive their vital sap, and like that root that doth her life divide, their mother was, and had full blessed hap, these three so noble babes to bring forth at one clap. Their mother was a fay, and had the skill of secret things, and all the powers of nature, which she by art could use unto her will, and to her service bind each living creature, through secret understanding of their feature. Thereto she was right fair, when so her face she list discover, and of goodly stature. But she, as fays are wont, in privy place did spend her days, and loved in forests wild to space. There on a day a noble youthly knight, seeking adventures in the savage wood, did by great fortune get of her the sight, as she sate careless by a crystal flood, combing her golden locks, as seemed her good, and, unawares, upon her laying hold, that strove in vain him long to have withstood, oppressed her, and there, as it is told, got these three lovely babes, that proved three champions bold, which she with her long fostered in that wood, till that to ripeness of man's state they grew. Then, showing forth signs of their father's blood, they loved arms, and knighthood did ensue, seeking adventures where they any knew. Which when their mother saw, she gan to doubt their safety, lest by searching dangers new, and rash provoking perils all about, their days mote be abridged through their courage stout. Therefore, desirous then of all their days to know, and them t'enlarge with long extent, by wondrous skill and many hidden ways, to the three fatal sisters' house she went. Far underground from tract of living went, down in the bottom of the deep abyss, where Demogorgon in dull darkness pent, far from the view of gods and heaven's bliss, the hideous chaos keeps, their dreadful dwelling is. There she them found, all sitting round about the direful distaff, standing in the mid, and with unwearied fingers drawing out the lines of life from living knowledge hid. Sad Clotho held the rock, the whiles the thrid by grisly Lachesis was spun with pain, that cruel Atropos eftsoons undid, with cursed knife cutting the twist in twain. Most wretched men, whose days depend on thrids so vain. She them saluting, there by them sate still, beholding how the thrids of life they span. And when at last she had beheld her fill, trembling in heart, and looking pale and wan, her cause of coming she to tell began, to whom fierce Atropos: Bold Fay, that durst come see the secret of the life of man, well worthy thou to be of Jove accursed, and eke thy children's thrids to be asunder burst. Whereat she, sore afraid, yet her besought to grant her boon, and rigour to abate, that she might see her children's thrids forth brought, and know the measure of their utmost state, to them ordained by eternal fate. Which Clotho granting, showed her the same, that when she saw, it did her much amate to see their thrids so thin as spider's frame, and eke so short, that seemed their ends out shortly came. She then began them humbly to entreat, to draw them longer out, and better twine, that so their lives might be prolonged late. But Lachesis thereat gan to repine, and said, Fond dame, that deem'st of things divine, as of humane, that they may altered be, and changed at pleasure for those imps of thine. Not so, for what the fates do once decree, not all the gods can change, nor Jove himself can free. Then, since, quoth she, the term of each man's life for naught may lessened nor enlarged be, grant this, that when ye shred with fatal knife his line, which is the eldest of the three, which is of them the shortest, as I see, eftsoons his life may pass into the next, And when the next shall likewise ended be, that both their lives may likewise be annexed unto the third, that his may so be trebly vexed. They granted it, and then that careful Fae departed thence with full contented mind, and coming home in warlike fresh array them found all three, according to their kind. But unto them what destiny was assigned, or how their lives were eked, she did not tell. But evermore, when she fit time could find, she warned them to tend their safeties well, and love each other dear, whatever them befell. So did they surely, during all their days, and never discord did amongst them fall, which much augmented all their other praise. And now, t'increase affection natural, in love of canacy they joined all, upon which ground this same great battle grew, great matter growing of beginning small, the which, for length, I will not here pursue, but rather will reserve it for a canto new. The battle twixt three brethren with Campbell for canacy. Cambina with true friendship's bond doth their long strife agree. Oh, why do wretched men so much desire to draw their days unto the utmost date, and do not rather wish them soon expire, knowing the misery of their estate, and thousand perils which them still await, tossing them like a boat amid the main, that every hour they knock at death's gate? And he that happy seems, and least in pain, yet is as nigh his end as he that most doth plain. Therefore this Fae I hold but fond and vain, the which in seeking for her children three long life, thereby did more prolong their pain. Yet whilst they lived, did none ever see more happy creatures than they seemed to be, nor more ennobled for their courtesy, that made them dearly loved of each degree, ne more renowned for their chivalry, that made them dreaded much of all men far and nigh. These three that hardy challenge took in hand for canacy with Campbell for to fight. The day was set, that all might understand, and pledges pawned the same to keep aright. That day, the dreadest day that living wight did ever see upon this world to shine, so soon as heaven's window showed light, these warlike champions, all in armour shine, assembled were in field the challenge to define. The field with lists was all about enclosed, to bar the press of people far away, and at the one side 6 judges were disposed to view and deem the deeds of arms that day, and on the other side in fresh array fair canacy upon a stately stage was set, to see the fortune of that fray, and to be seen, as his most worthy wage that could her purchase with his lives adventured gage. Then entered Campbell first into the list, with stately steps and fearless countenance, as if the conquest his he surely wist. Soon after did the brethren three advance, in brave array and goodly eminence, with scutcheons gilt and banners broad displayed, and marching thrice in warlike ordinance, thrice louted lowly to the noble maid, the whiles shrill trumpets and loud clarions sweetly played. Which done, the doughty challenger came forth, all armed to point, his challenge to abet. 'Gainst whom Sir Priamond, with equal worth and equal arms, himself did forward set. A trumpet blew. They both together met with dreadful force and furious intent, careless of peril in their fierce affret, as if that life to loss they had forlent, and cared not to spare that should be shortly spent. Right practic was Sir Priamond in fight, and truly skilled in use of shield and spear. Ne less approved was Cambello's might, ne less his skill in weapons did appear, that hard it was to ween which harder were. Full many mighty strokes on either side were sent, that seemed death in them to bear. But they were both so watchful and well-eyed, that they avoided were, and vainly by did slide. Yet one of many was so strongly bent by Priamond, that with unlucky glance through Campbell's shoulder it unwarely went, that forced him his shield to disadvance. Much was he grieved with that graceless chance, yet From the wound no drop of blood there fell, but wondrous pain, that did the more enhance his haughty courage to avengement fell. Smart daunts not mighty hearts, but makes them more to swell. With that his poignant spear he fierce aventured with doubled force, close underneath his shield, that through the mails into his thigh it entered, and there arresting, ready way did yield for blood to gush forth on the grassy field, that he for pain himself note right uprear, but to and fro in great amazement reeled, like an old oak, whose pith and sap is sere, at puff of every storm doth stagger here and there. Whom so dismayed when Campbell had espied, again he drove at him with double might, that naught mote stay the steel, till in his side the mortal point most cruelly empite, where fast infixed, whilst he sought by sleight it forth to rest, the staff asunder brake, and left the head behind, with which despite he, all enraged, his shivering spear did shake, and charging him afresh, thus fellly him bespake: Lo, Fater, there thy meed unto thee take, the meed of thy mischallenge and abet. Not for thine own, but for thy sister's sake, have I thus long thy life unto thee let. But to forbear doth not forgive the debt. The wicked weapon heard his wrathful vow, and passing forth with furious affret, pierced through his beaver quite into his brow, that with the force it backward forced him to bow. Therewith asunder in the midst it brast, and in his hand naught but the truncheon left, the other half behind yet sticking fast, out of his headpiece Campbell fiercely reft, and with such fury back at him he heft, that, making way unto his dearest life, his weazened pipe it through his gorget cleft. Thence streams of purple blood issuing rife let forth his weary ghost, and made an end of strife. His weary ghost, assoiled from fleshly band, did not, as others wont, directly fly unto her rest in Pluto's grisly land, nay, into air did vanish presently, ne changed was into a star in sky, but through traduction was eftsoons derived, like as his mother prayed the destiny, into his other brethren that survived, in whom he lived anew, of former life deprived. Whom when on ground his brother next beheld, though sad and sorry for so heavy sight, yet leave unto his sorrow did not yield, but rather, stirred to vengeance and despite, through secret feeling of his generous sprite, rushed fiercely forth, the battle to renew, as in reversion of his brother's right, and challenging the virgin as his due. His foe was soon addressed, the trumpets freshly blew. With that they both together fiercely met, as if that each meant other to devour, and with their axes both so sorely bet, that neither plate nor mail, whereas their power they felt, could once sustain the hideous stour, but rived were like rotten wood asunder, whilst through their rifts the ruddy blood did shower, and fire did flash like lightning after thunder, that filled the lookers on at once with ruth and wonder. As when two tigers, pricked with hunger's rage, have by good fortune found some beast's fresh spoil, on which they wean their famine to assuage, and gain a feastful guerdon of their toil, both falling out do stir up strifeful broil, and cruel battle twixt themselves do make, whiles neither lets the other touch the soil, but either deigns with other to partake. So cruelly these knights strove for that lady's sake. Full many strokes that mortally were meant the whiles were interchanged twixt them two. Yet they were all with so good werriment, or warded or avoided and let go, that still the life stood fearless of her foe. Till Diamond, disdaining long delay, of doubtful fortune wavering to and fro, resolved to end it one or other way, and heaved his murderous axe at him with mighty sway. The dreadful stroke, in case it had arrived where it was meant, so deadly it was meant, the soul had sure out of his body rived, and stinted all the strife incontinent. But Campbell's fate that fortune did prevent, for, seeing it at hand, he swerved aside, and so gave way unto his fell intent, who, missing of the mark which he had eyed, was with the force nigh felled, whilst his right foot did slide. As when a vulture, greedy of his prey through hunger long, that heart to him doth lend, strikes at an heron with all his body's sway, that from his force seems not may it defend, the wary fowl that spies him toward bend his dreadful souse, avoids it, shunning light, and maketh him his wing in vain to spend, that with the weight of his own wieldless might he falleth nigh to ground, and scarce recovereth flight. Which fair adventure when Campbell spied, full lightly, ere himself he could recover from danger's dread toward his naked side, he can let drive at him with all his power, and with his axe him smote in evil hour, that from his shoulders quite his head he reft. The headless trunk, as heedless of that stour, stood still a while, and his fast footing kept, till feeling life to fail it fell, and deadly slept. They which that piteous spectacle beheld were much amazed the headless trunk to see stand up so long, and weapon vain to weld, unweeting of the fate's divine decree for life's succession in those brethren three. For, notwithstanding that one soul was reft, yet had the body not dismembered be, it would have lived and revived eft. But, finding no fit seat, the lifeless corse it left. It left, but that same soul, which therein dwelt, straight entering into triamond, him filled with double life and grief, which when he felt, as one whose inner parts had been a-thrill with point of steel, that close his heart blood spilled, he lightly leapt out of his place of rest, and rushing forth into the empty field against Campbell fiercely him addressed, who him affronting soon to fight was ready pressed. Well mote ye wonder how that noble knight, after he had so often wounded been, could stand on foot now to renew the fight.
But had ye then him forth advancing seen, some newborn wight ye would him surely ween, so fresh he seemed and so fierce in sight, like as a snake whom weary winter's teen hath warned not, now feeling summer's might casts off his ragged skin, and freshly doth indite.
All was through virtue of the ring he wore, the which not only did not from him let one drop of blood to fall, but did restore his weakened powers, and dulled spirits wet, through working of the stone therein is set. Else how could one, of equal might with most, against so many no less mighty met, once think to match 3 such on equal cost? 3 such as able were to match a puissant host. Yet not thereof was Triamon adread, ne desperate of glorious victory, but sharply him assailed, and sore bestead with heaps of strokes, which he at him let fly, as thick as hail forth poured from the sky. He stroke, he soused, he foined, he hewed, he lashed, and did his iron brawn so fast apply, that from the same the fiery sparkles flashed, as fast as water sprinkles gainst a rock are dashed. Much was Campbell daunted with his blows, so thick they fell, and forcibly were sent, that he was forced from danger of the throes back to retire, and somewhat to relent, till the heat of his fierce fury he had spent, which when for want of breath gan to abate, he then afresh with new encouragement did him assail, and mightily amate, as fast as forward erst, now backward to retreat, like as the tide that comes for th' ocean main, flows up the Schienen with contrary force, and, overruling him in his own reign, drives back the current of his kindly course, and makes it seem to have some other source. But when the flood is spent, then back again, his borrowed waters forced to redisperse, he sends the sea his own with double gain, and tribute eke withal, as to his sovereign. Thus did the battle vary to and fro, with divers fortune doubtful to be deemed. Now this the better had, now had his foe, then he half vanquished, then the other seemed, yet victors both themselves always esteemed. And all the while the disentrailed blood adown their sides like little rivers streamed, that with the wasting of his vital flood Sir Triamond at last full faint and feeble stood. But Campbell still more strong and greater grew, ne felt his blood to waste, ne powers imperished, through that ring's virtue, that with vigour new, still when as he enfeebled was, him cherished, and all his wounds and all his bruises garished. Like as a withered tree, through husband's toil, is often seen full freshly to have flourished, and fruitful apples to have borne a while, as fresh as when it first was planted in the soil. Through which advantage, in his strength he rose, and smote the other with so wondrous might, that through the seam which did his hauberk close, into his throat and life it pierced quite, that down he fell as dead in all men's sight. Yet dead he was not, yet he sure did lie, as all men do that lose the living sprite. So did one soul out of his body fly unto her native home from mortal misery. But natheless, whilst all the lookers on him dead behight, as he to all appeared, all unawares he started up anon, as one that had out of a dream been reared, and fresh assailed his foe, who half afeared of th' uncouth sight, as he some ghost had seen, stood still amazed, holding his idol sweared, till, having often by him stricken been, he forced was to strike and save himself from teen. Yet from thenceforth more warily he fought, as one in fear the Stygian gods to fend, ne followed on so fast, but rather sought himself to save, and danger to defend, than life and labour both in vain to spend. Which Triamond perceiving, weened sure he gan to faint toward the battle's end, and that he should not long on foot endure, a sign which did to him the victory assure. Whereof full blithe eftsoons his mighty hand he heaved on high, in mind with that same blow to make an end of all that did withstand, which Campbell seeing come, was nothing slow himself to save from that so deadly throw, and at that instant reaching forth his sword, close underneath his shield that scarce did show, stroke him as he his hand to strike upreared, in th' armpit full, that through both sides the wound appeared. Yet still that direful stroke kept on his way, and falling heavy on Campbello's crest, strook him so hugely that in swoon he lay, and in his head an hideous wound impressed. And sure, had it not happily found rest upon the brim of his broad-plated shield, it would have cleft his brain down to his breast. So both at once fell dead upon the field, and each to other seemed the victory to yield. Which when as all the lookers on beheld, they weened sure the war was at an end, and judges rose, and marshals of the field broke up the lists, their arms away to rend, and Canacee gan wail her dearest friend. All suddenly they both upstarted light, the one out of the swound which did him blend, the other breathing now another sprite, and fiercely each assailing, gan afresh to fight. Long while they then continued in that wise, as if but then the battle had begun. Strokes, wounds, wards, weapons, all they did despise, ne either cared to ward or peril shun, desirous both to have the battle done. Ne either cared life to save or spill, ne which of them did win, ne which were won. So weary both of fighting had their fill, that life itself seemed loathsome, and long safety ill. Whilst thus the case in doubtful balance hung, unsure to whether side it would incline, and all men's eyes and hearts which thereamong stood gazing, filled were with rueful tine, and secret fear to see their fatal fine, All suddenly they heard a troublous noise, that seemed some perilous tumult to design, confused with women's cries and shouts of boys, such as the troubled theatres oft-times annoys. Thereat the champions both stood still a space, to weeten what that sudden clamour meant. Lo, where they spied, with speedy whirling pace, one in a chariot of strange firmament, towards them driving like a storm outsent. The chariot decked was in wondrous wise with gold, and many a gorgeous ornament, after the Persian monarch's antique guise, such as the maker's self could best by art devise. And drawn it was, that wonder is to tell, of two grim lions, taken from the wood in which their power all others did excel, now made forget their former cruel mood, to obey their rider's hest, as seemed good. And therein sate a lady passing fair and bright, that seemed born of angels' brood, and with her beauty bounty did compare, whether of them in her should have the greater share. Thereto she learned was in magic leer, and all the arts that subtle wits discover, having therein been trained many a year, and well instructed by the Fae her mother, that in the same she far excelled all other, who, understanding by her mighty art of the evil plight in which her dearest brother now stood, came forth in haste to take his part, and pacify the strife which caused so deadly smart. And as she passed through the unruly press of people, thronging thick her to behold, her angry team, breaking their bonds of peace, great heaps of them, like sheep in narrow fold, for haste did overrun in dust and rolled, that through a rude confusion of the rout, some fearing shrieked, some being harmed hold, some laughed for sport, some did for wonder shout, and some, that would seem wise, their wonder turned to doubt. In her right hand a rod of peace she bore, about the which two serpents were enwound, entrailed mutually in lovely lore, and by the tails together firmly bound, and both were with one olive garland crowned, like to the rod which Maia's son doth wield, wherewith the hellish fiends he doth confound.
And in her other hand a cup she held, the which was with nepenthe to the brim upfilled. Nepenthe is a drink of sovereign grace, devised by the gods for to assuage heart's grief, and bitter gall away to chase, which stirs up anguish and contentious rage. Instead thereof sweet peace and quiet age it doth establish in the troubled mind. Few men, but such as sober are and sage, are by the gods to drink thereof assigned, but such as drink, eternal happiness do find.
Such famous men, such worthies of the earth, as Jove will have advanced to the sky, and there made gods, though born of mortal birth, for their high merits and great dignity, are wont, before they may to heaven fly, to drink hereof, whereby all cares forepast are washed away quite from their memory. So did those old heroes hereof taste, before that they in bliss amongst the gods were placed. Much more of price, and of more gracious power is this, than that same water of Ardennes, the which Rinaldo drunk in happy hour, described by that famous Tuscan pen. For that had might to change the hearts of men for love to hate, a change of evil choice. But this doth hatred make in love to bren, and heavy heart with comfort doth rejoice. Who would not to this virtue rather yield his voice? At last arriving by the lista's side, she with her rod did softly smite the rail, which straight flew ope, and gave her way to ride. Eftsoons out of her coach she gan avail, and pacing fairly forth, did bid all hail, first to her brother, whom she loved dear, that so to see him made her heart to quail, and next to Campbell, whose sad rueful cheer made her to change her hue, and hidden love to peer. They lightly her requite, for small delight they had as then her long to entertain, and eft them turned both again to fight, which when she saw, down on the bloody plain herself she threw, and tears gan shed amain. Amongst her tears immixing prayers meek, and with her prayers reasons to restrain from bloody strife, and blessed peace to seek, by all that unto them was dear, did them beseech. But when as all might not with them prevail, she smote them lightly with her powerful wand. Then suddenly, as if their hearts did fail, their wrathful blades down fell out of their hand, and they like men astonished still did stand. Thus, whilst their minds were doubtfully distraught, and mighty spirits bound with mightier band, her golden cup to them for drink she wrought, whereof, full glad for thirst, each drunk and hearty draught. Of which so soon as they once tasted had, wonder it is that sudden change to see, instead of strokes, each other kissed glad, and lovely halse from fear of treason free, and plighted hands for ever friends to be. When all men saw this sudden change of things, so mortal foes so friendly to agree, for passing joy, which so great marvel brings, they all gan shout aloud, that all the heaven rings. All which when gentle Candace beheld, in haste she from her lofty chair descended, to weet what sudden tidings was befell. Where, when she saw that cruel war so ended, and deadly foes so faithfully affriended, in lovely wise she gan that lady greet, which had so great dismay so well amended, and entertaining her with courtesies meet, professed to her true friendship and affection sweet. Thus when they all accorded goodly were, the trumpet sounded, and they all arose, thence to depart with glee and gladsome cheer. Those warlike champions both together chose homeward to march, themselves there to repose, and wise Cambina, taking by her side fair Candace, as fresh as morning rose, unto her coach remounting home did ride, admired of all the people, and much glorified. Where, making joyous feast, their days they spent in perfect love, devoid of hateful strife, allied with bands of mutual couplement. For Triamond had Candace to wife, with whom he led a long and happy life, and Campbell took Cambina to his fear, the which as life were each to other lief. So all alike did love, and loved were, that since their days such lovers were not found elsewhere. Saturane makes a tournament for love of Florimel. Britomart wins the prize from all, and Artegall doth quell. It often falls, as here it erst befell, that mortal foes do turn to faithful friends, and friends professed are changed to foemen fell. The cause of both their minds depends, and then of both, likewise of both their ends. For enmity, that of no ill proceeds, but of occasion, with occasion ends. And friendship, which a faint affection breeds, without regard of good, dies like ill-grounded seeds. That well meseems appears by that of late twixt Campbell and Sir Triamond befell, as else by this, that now a new debate stirred up twixt Scudamore and Paradell, the which by course befalls me here to tell. Who, having those two other knights espied, marching afore, as you remember well, sent forth their squire to have them both descried, and eke those masked ladies riding them beside. Who, back returning, told, as he had seen, that they were doughty knights of dreaded name, and those two ladies their two loves unseen, and therefore wished them without blot or blame to let them pass at will for dread of shame. But Blandemore, full of vainglorious sprite, and rather stirred by his discordful dame, upon them gladly would have proved his might, but that he yet was sore of his late luckless fight. Yet, nigh approaching, he them foul bespake, disgracing them, himself thereby to grace, as was his wont, so weening way to make two ladies love, whereso he came in place, and with lewd terms their lovers to deface. Whose sharp provokement them incensed so sore, that both were bent to venge his usage base, and gan their shields address themselves afore, for evil deeds may better than bad words be bore. But fair Cambina, with persuasions mild, did mitigate the fierceness of their mode, that for the present they were reconciled, and gan to treat of deeds of arms abroad, and strange adventures all the way they rode. Amongst the which they told, as then befell, of that great tourney which was blazed broad, for that rich girdle of fair Florimel, the prize of her which did in beauty most excel. To which folk mote, they all with one consent, sith each of them his lady had him by, whose beauty each of them thought excellent, agreed to travel, and their fortunes try. So as they passed forth, they did espy one in bright arms, with ready spear in rest, that toward them his course seemed to apply, gainst whom Sir Paridel himself addressed, him weening, ere he nigh approached, to have repressed. Which the other seeing, gan his course relent, and vaunted spear eftsoons to disadvance, as if he naught but peace and pleasure meant, now fallen into their fellowship by chance, whereat they showed courteous countenance. So as he rode with them accompanied, his roving eye did on the lady glance which Blandemore had riding by his side, whom sure he weened that he somewhere tofore had eyed. It was to weet that snowy Florimel, which Pharaoh late from Brigadocchio won, whom he now seeing, her remembered well, how, having reft her from the witch's son, he soon her lost, wherefore he now begun to challenge her anew as his own prize, whom formerly he had in battle won, and proffer made by force her to reprise, which scornful offer Blandemore gan soon despise, and said, Sir Knight, sith ye this lady claim, whom he that hath were loath to lose so light, for so to lose a lady were great shame, ye shall her win as I have done in fight, and lo, she shall be placed here in sight, together with this hag beside her set, that whoso wins her may her have by right. But he shall have the hag that is ybbet, and with her always ride, till he another get. That offer pleased all the company, so Florimel with Ate forth was brought, at which they all gan laugh full merrily. But Brigadocchio said, he never thought for such an hag, that seemed worse than naught, his person to imperil so in fight. But if to match that lady they had sought another like, that were like fair and bright, his life he then would spend to justify his right. At which his vain excuse they all gan smile, as scorning his unmanly cowardize, and Florimel him foully gan revile, that for her sake refused to enterprise the battle, offered in so knightly wise. And Ate provoked him privily with love of her, and shame of such misprise. But naught he cared for friend or enemy, for in base mind nor friendship dwells, nor enmity. But Campbell thus did shut up all in jest. Brave knights and ladies, certes ye do wrong to stir up strife, when most us needeth rest, that we may us reserve both fresh and strong against the tournament, which is not long, when whoso lists to fight may fight his fill. Till then your challenges ye may prolong, and then it shall be tried, if ye will, whether shall have the hag, or hold the ladies still. They all agreed. So, turning all the game and pleasant board, they passed forth on their way, and all that while, whereso they rode or came, that masked mock knight was their sport and play, till that at length, upon the appointed day, unto the place of tournament they came, where they before them found in fresh array many a brave knight and many a dainty dame assembled, for to get the honour of that game. There this fair crew arriving did divide themselves asunder, Blandemore with those of his on one, the rest on the other side, but boastful Brigadocchio rather chose for glory vain their fellowship to lose, that men on him the more might gaze alone. The rest themselves in troops did else dispose, like as it seemed best to every one. The knights in couples marched, with ladies linked a ton. Then first of all forth came Sir Satyrane, bearing that precious relic in an ark of gold, that bad eyes might it not profane, which drawing softly forth out of the dark, he open showed, that all men mark, a gorgeous girdle, curiously embossed with pearl and precious stones, worth many a mark. Yet did the workmanship far pass the cost. It was the same which lately Florimel had lost. That same aloft he hung in open view, to be the prize of beauty and of might, the which eftsoons discovered, to it drew the eyes of all, allured with close delight, and hearts quite robbed with so glorious sight, that all men threw out vows and wishes vain. Thrice happy lady and thrice happy knight them seemed, that could so goodly riches gain, so worthy of the peril, worthy of the pain. Then took the bold Sir Satyrane in hand an huge great spear, such as he wont to wield, and vauncing forth from all the other band of knights, addressed his maiden-headed shield, showing himself all ready for the field. Gainst whom there singled from the other side a Paynim knight, that well in arms was skilled, and had in many a battle oft been tried, hight Bruncheval the bold, who fiercely forth did ride. So furiously they both together met, that neither could the other's force sustain, as two fierce bulls that strive the rule to get of all the herd meet with so hideous mane, that both, rebutted, tumble on the plain. So these two champions to the ground were felled, where in amaze they both did long remain, and in their hands their idle truncheons held, which neither able were to wag, or once to weld. Which when the noble Pharamond espied, he pricked forth in aid of Satyrane, and him against Sir Blandemore did ride, with all the strength and stiffness that he can. But the more strong and stiffly that he ran, so much more sorely to the ground he fell, that on an heap were tumbled horse and man. Unto whose rescue forth rode Paridel, but him likewise with that same spear he eke did quell. Which braggadocio seeing, had no will to hasten greatly to his party's aid, albeit his turn were next, but stood there still as one that seemed doubtful or dismayed. But Triamond, half wroth to see him stayed, sternly stepped forth and wrought away his spear, with which so sore he Pharamond assayed, that horse and man to ground he quite did bear, that neither could in haste themselves again uprear. Which to avenge, Sir Devon him did dight, but with no better fortune than the rest. For him likewise he quickly down did smite, and after him Sir Douglas him addressed, and after him Sir Paliamord forth pressed. But none of them against his strokes could stand, but all the more his praise increased. For either they were left upon the land, or went away sore wounded of his hapless hand. And now by this Sir Satyrane abrayed out of the swoon in which too long he lay, and looking round about like one dismayed, when as he saw the merciless affray which doughty Triamond had wrought that day unto the noble knights of Maidenhead, his mighty heart did almost rend in tway for very gall, that rather wholly dead himself he wished to have been, than in so bad a stead. Eftsoons he gan to gather up around his weapons, which lay scattered all abroad, and as it fell, his steed he ready found, on whom remounting, fiercely forth he rode, like spark of fire that from the anvil glowed. There where he saw the valiant Triamond chasing and laying on them heavy load, that none his force were able to withstand, so dreadful were his strokes, so deadly was his hand. With that, at him his beam-like spear he aimed, and thereto all his power and might applied, the wicked steel for mischief first ordained, and having now misfortune got for guide, stayed not till it arrived in his side, and therein made a very grisly wound, that streams of blood his armour all bedyed. Much was he daunted with that direful stound, that scarce he him upheld from falling in a sound. Yet, as he might, himself he soft withdrew out of the field, that none perceived it plain. Then gan the part of challengers anew to range the field, and victor-like to reign, that none against them battle durst maintain. By that the gloomy evening on them fell, and forced them from fighting to refrain, and trumpet sound to cease did them compel. So Satyrane that day was judged to bear the bell. The morrow next the tourney gan anew, and with the first the hardy Satyrane appeared in place, with all his noble crew. On the other side full many a warlike swain assembled were, that glorious prize to gain. But mongst them all was not Sir Triamond, unable he new battle to arraign, through grievance of his late received wound, that doubly him did grieve, when so himself he found. Which Campbell seeing, though he could not salve, ne yet undo, yet for to salve his name, and purchase honour in his friends' behalf, this goodly counterfeisance he did frame, the shield and arms, well known to be the same which Triamond had worn, unwares to wight, and to his friend unwist, for doubt of blame if he misdid, he on himself did dight, that none could him discern, and so went forth to fight. There sat Arraine, lord of the field, he found, triumphing in great joy and jollity, 'gainst whom none able was to stand on ground, that much he gan his glory to envy, and cast to venge his friend's indignity. A mighty spear eftsoons at him he bent, who, seeing him come on so furiously, met him midway with equal hardiment, that forcibly to ground they both together went. They up again themselves can lightly rear, and to their triad swords themselves betake, with which they wrought such wondrous marvels there, that all the rest it did amazed make. Nay, any dared their peril to partake, now cuffing close, now chasing to and fro, now hurtling round advantage for to take, as two wild boars together grappling go, chafing and foaming choler, each against his foe. So as they coursed and tourneyed here and there, it chanced Sir Satyrane his steed at last, whether through foundering or through sudden fear, to stumble, that his rider nigh he cast, which vantage Campbell did pursue so fast, that ere himself he had recovered well, so sore he soused him on the compassed crest, that forced him to leave his lofty cell, and rudely tumbling down under his horse feet fell. Lightly Cambello leapt down from his steed, for to have rent his shield and arms away, that whilom wont to be his victor's meed. When all unwares he felt an hideous sway of many swords that load on him did lay, 100 knights had him enclosed around, to rescue Satyrane out of his prey, all which at once huge strokes on him did pound, in hope to take him prisoner, where he stood on ground. He with their multitude was not dismayed, but with stout courage turned upon them all, and with his bronze iron round about him laid, of which he dealt large alms, as did befall, like as a lion that by chance doth fall into the hunter's toil, doth rage and roar, in royal heart disdaining to be thrall. But all in vain, for what might one do more? They have him taken captive, though it grieve him sore. Whereof, when news to Triamond was brought, there as he lay, his wound he soon forgot, and starting up, straight for his armour sought. In vain he sought, for there he found it not. Cambello it away before had got. Cambello's arms therefore he on him threw, and lightly issued forth to take his lot. There he in troop found all that warlike crew, leading his friend away, full sorry to his view. Into the thickest of that knightly press he thrust, and smote down all that was between, carried in fervent zeal, ne did he cease, till that he came where he had Campbell seen like captive thrall 2 other knights atween. There he amongst them cruel havoc makes, that they which lead him soon enforced been to let him loose, to save their proper stakes, who, being freed, from one a weapon fiercely takes. With that he drives at them with dreadful might, both in remembrance of his friend's late harm, and in revengement of his own despite. So both together give a new alarm, as if but now the battle waxed warm. As when 2 greedy wolves do break by force into an herd, far from the husband farm, they spoil and raven without all remorse, so did these 2 through all the field their foes enforce. Fiercely they followed on their bold emprise, till trumpet's sound did warn them all to rest. Then all with one consent did yield the prize to Triamond, and Campbell as the best. But Triamond to Campbell it relest, and Campbell it to Triamond transferred, each labouring to advance the other's guest, and make his praise before his own preferred, so that the doom was to another day deferred. The last day came, when all those knights again assembled were, their deeds of arms to shew. Full many deeds that day were shewed plain, but Satyrane, above all the other crew, his wondrous worth declared in all men's view. For from the first he to the last endured, and though somewhile fortune from him withdrew, yet evermore his honour he recured, and with unwearied power his party still assured. There was there knight that ever thought of arms, but that his utmost prowess there made known, that by their many wounds and careless harms, by shivered spears and swords all understrowen, by scattered shields, was easy to be showen. There might ye see loose steeds at random run, whose luckless riders late were overthrown, and squires make haste to help their lords fordone, but still the knights of Maidenhead the better won. Till that there entered on the other side a stranger knight, from whence no man could read, in quaint disguise, full hard to be descried, for all his armour was like salvage weed, with woody moss bedight, and all his steed with oaken leaves attract, that seemed fit for salvage wight, and thereto well agreed his word, which on his ragged shield was writ, Salvages sans finesse, showing secret wit. He, at his first incoming, charged his spear at him that first appeared in his sight, that was to weet the stout Sir Sanglier, who well was known to be a valiant knight, approved oft in many a perilous fight. Him at the first encounter down he smote, and overbore beyond his crupper quite, and after him another knight that hote Sir Brianor, so sore that none him life behote. Then ere his hand he reared, he overthrew 7 knights, one after other, as they came, and when his spear was brust, his sword he drew, the instrument of wrath, and with the same fared like a lion in his bloody game, hewing and slashing shields and helmets bright, and beating down whatever nigh him came, that every one gan shun his dreadful sight, no less than death itself in dangerous affright. Much wondered all men what or whence he came, that did amongst the troop so tyrannize, and each of other gan enquire his name, but when they could not learn it by no wise, most answerable to his wild disguise, it seemed him to term the salvage knight, but certes his right name was otherwise, though known to few, that Artegall he hight, the doughtiest knight that lived that day, and most of might. Thus was Sir Satyrane, with all his band, by his sole manhood and achievement stout dismayed, that none of them in field durst stand, but beaten were, and chased all about. So he continued all that day throughout till evening, that the sun gan downward bend. Then rushed forth out of the thickest rout a stranger knight, that did his glory shend, so not may be esteemed happy till the end. He at his entrance charged his powerful spear at Artegall, in midst of his pride, and therewith smote him on his umbrier so sore that tumbling back he down did slide over his horse's tail above a stride, whence little lust he had to rise again, which Campbell seeing, much the same envied, and ran at him with all his might and main, but shortly was likewise seen lying on the plain. Whereat full inly wroth was Triamond, and cast to venge the shame done to his friend,
but by his friend himself he soon he found,
in no less need of help than him he weened. All which when Blandamour from end to end beheld, he walks therewith displeased sore, and thought in mind it shortly to amend. His spear he feutred, and at him it bore, but with no better fortune than the rest afore. Full many others at him likewise ran, but all of them likewise dismounted were, ne certes wonder, for no power of man could bide the force of that enchanted spear, the which this famous Britomart did bear, with which she wondrous deeds of arms achieved, and overthrew whatever came her near, that all those stranger knights full sore aggrieved, and that late weaker band of challengers relieved. Like as in summer day, when raging heat doth burn the earth, and boiled rivers dry, that all brute beasts, forced to refrain from meat, do hunt for shade, where shrouded they may lie, and missing it, fain from themselves to fly, All travellers tormented are with pain. A watery cloud doth overcast the sky, and poureth forth a sudden shower of rain, that all the wretched world recomforteth again. So did the warlike Britomart restore the prize to knights of Maidenhead that day, which else was like to have been lost, and bore the praise of prowess from them all away. Then shrilling trumpets loudly gan to bray, and bade them leave their labours and long toil, to joyous feast and other gentle play, where beauty's prize should win that precious spoil, where I, with sound of trump, will also rest awhile. The ladies for the girdle strive of famous Florimel. Scudamore, coming to Care's house, doth sleep from him expel. It hath been through all ages ever seen, that with the praise of arms and chivalry, the prize of beauty still hath joined been, and that for reasons special privity. For either doth on other much rely, for he meseems most fit the fair to serve, that can her best defend from villainy, and she most fit his service doth deserve, that fairest is, and from her faith will never swerve. So fitly now here cometh next in place, after the proof of prowess ended well, the controverse of beauty's sovereign grace, in which, to her that doth the most excel, shall fall the girdle of fair Florimel, that many wish to win for glory vain, and not for virtuous use, which some do tell that glorious belt did in itself contain, which ladies ought to love and seek for to obtain. That girdle gave the virtue of chaste love and wifehood true to all that did it bear, but whosoever contrary doth prove, might not the same about her middle wear, but it would loose, or else asunder tear. Whilome it was, as fairies wont report, Dame Venus' girdle, by her esteemed dear, what time she used to live in wively sort, but laid aside, when so she used her looser sport. Her husband Vulcan, whilome for her sake, when first he loved her with heart entire, this precious ornament they say did make, and wrought in Lemno with unquenched fire, and afterwards did for her love's first hire give it to her, for ever to remain, therewith to bind lascivious desire, and loose affections straitly to restrain, which virtue it for ever after did retain. The same one day, when she herself disposed to visit her beloved paramour, the god of war, she from her middle loosed, and left behind her in her secret bower, on Acidalian mount, where many an hour she with the pleasant graces wont to play. There Florimel, in her first age's flower, was fostered by those graces, as they say, and brought with her from thence that goodly belt away. That goodly belt was Cestus hight by name, and as her life by her esteemed dear. No wonder then, if that to win the same so many ladies sought, as shall appear, for peerless she was thought that did it bear. And now, by this, their feast all being ended, the judges which thereto selected were, into the Martian field adown descended, to deem this doubtful case, for which they all contended. But first was question made, which of those knights that lately tourneyed had the wager won. There was it judged by those worthy wights that Satyrane the first day best had done, for he last ended, having first begun. The second was to Triamond behight, for that he saved the victor from fordone. For Campbell victor was in all men's sight, till by mishap he in his foeman's hand did light. The third day's prize unto that stranger knight, whom all men termed Knight of the Heban Spear, to Britomart, was given by good right, for that with puissant stroke she down did bear the salvage knight, that victor was whilere, and all the rest, which had the best afore, and to the last, unconquered, did appear, for last is deemed best. To her, therefore, the fairest lady was adjudged for paramour. But thereat greatly grudged Artegall, and much repined, that both of victor's meed and eke of honour she did him forestall. Yet mote he not withstand what was decreed, but inly thought of that despiteful deed fit time to wait, avenged for to be. This being ended thus, and all agreed, then next ensued the paragon to see of beauty's praise, and yield the fairest her due fee. Then first Cambello brought unto their view his fair Cambina, covered with a veil, which being once withdrawn, most perfect hue and passing beauty did eftsoons reveal, that able was weak hearts away to steal. Next did Sir Triamond unto their sight the face of his dear Canacee unheal, whose beauty's beam eftsoons did shine so bright that dazed the eyes of all, as with exceeding light. And after her did Paridel produce his false Duessa, that she might be seen, who with her forged beauty did seduce the hearts of some that fairest did her ween, as divers wits affected divers been. Then did Sir Pharamond unto them shew his Lucida, that was full fair and sheen, and after these 100 ladies mo appeared in place, which each other did outgo. All which, whoso dare think for to enchase, him needeth sure a golden pen, I ween, to tell the feature of each goodly face. For since the day that they created been, so many heavenly faces were not seen assembled in one place. And he that thought for Chian folk to portrait beauty's queen, by view of all the fairest to him brought, so many fair did see as here he might have sought. At last the most redoubted Britoness her lovely Amoret did open shew, whose face discovered plainly did express the heavenly portrait of bright angel's hue. Well weened all which her that time did view, that she should surely bear the bell away, till Blandamour, who thought he had the true and very Florimel, did her display, the sight of whom, once seen, did all the rest dismay. For all afore that seemed fair and bright, now base and contemptible did appear, compared to her that shone as Phoebe's light amongst the lesser stars in evening clear. All that her saw with wonder ravished were, and weened no mortal creature she should be, but some celestial shape that flesh did bear. Yet all were glad their Florimel to see, yet thought that Florimel was not so fair as she. As guileful goldsmith, that by secret skill with golden foil doth finely overspread some baser metal, which commend he will unto the vulgar for good gold instead, he much more goodly gloss thereon doth shed to hide his falsehood than if it were true. So hard this idol was to be aread, that Florimel herself in all men's view she seemed to pass, so forged things do fairest shew. Then was that golden belt by doom of all granted to her as to the fairest dame, which being brought about her middle small they thought to gird, as best it her became. But by no means they could it thereto frame, for ever as they fastened it, it loosed, and fell away, as feeling secret blame. Full oft about her waist she it enclosed, and it as oft was from about her waist disclosed, that all men wondered at the uncouth sight, and each one thought as to their fancies came. But she herself did think it done for spite, and touched was with secret wrath and shame therewith, as thing devised her to defame. Then many other ladies likewise tried about their tender loins to knit the same, but it would not on none of them abide. But when they thought it fast, eftsoons it was untied. Which, when that scornful squire of dames did view, he loudly gan to laugh, and thus to jest. Alas, for pity that so fair a crew as like cannot be seen from east to west, cannot find one this girdle to invest. Fie on the man that did it first invent, to shame us all with this ungirt, unblessed. Let never lady to his love assent, that hath this day so many so unmanly shent. Thereat all knights gan laugh, and ladies lour, till that at last the gentle Amoret likewise essayed to prove that girdle's power, and having it about her middle set, did find it fit, withouten breach or let. Whereat the rest gan greatly to envy. But Florimel exceedingly did fret, and snatching from her hand half angrily the belt again, about her body gan it tie. Yet not the more did her body fit, yet not the less to her as her due right it yielded was by them that judged it, and she herself adjudged to the knight that bore the Heban spear, as one in fight. But Britomart would not thereto assent, ne her own Amoret forgo so light, for that strange dame whose beauty's wonderment she less esteemed than th'other's virtuous government. Whom when the rest did see her to refuse, they were full glad in hope themselves to get her. Yet at her choice they all did greatly muse, but after that the judges did arret her unto the second best, that loved her better. That was the Savage Knight, but he was gone in great displeasure, that he could not get her. Then was she judged Sir Triamond his one, but Triamond loved Canacee, and other none. Though unto Satyrane she was adjudged, who was right glad to gain so goodly meed, but Blandimour thereat full greatly grudged, and little praised his labour's evil speed, that for to win the saddle lost the steed. Nay, less thereat did Paridel complain, and thought to peel from that which was decreed to single combat with Sir Satyrane. Thereto him Ates stirred, new discord to maintain. And eke with these, full many other knights, she through her wicked working did incense, her to demand and challenge as their rights, deserved for their perils recompense. Amongst the rest, with boastful vain pretence, stepped Braggadocio forth, and as his thrall her claimed, by him in battle won long since, whereto herself he did to witness call, who being asked, accordingly confessed all. Thereat exceeding wroth was Satyrane, and wroth with Satyrane was Blandimour, and wroth with Blandimour was Erivan, and at them both Sir Paridel did lour. So all together stirred up strifeful stour, and ready were new battle to darraign. Each one professed to be her paramour, and vowed with spear and shield it to maintain. Ne judge's power, ne reason's rule mote them restrain. Which troublous stir when Satyrane advised, he gan to cast how to appease the same, and to accord them all this means devised. First, in the midst, to set that fairest dame, to whom each one his challenge should disclaim, and he himself his right would eke release. Then look, to whom she voluntary came, he should without disturbance her possess. Sweet is the love that comes alone with willingness. They all agreed, and then that snowy maid was in the middest placed among them all. All on her gazing wished and vowed and prayed, and to the Queen of Beauty close did call, that she unto their portion might befall. Then when she long had looked upon each one, as though she wished to have pleased them all, at last to Braggadocio's self alone she came of her accord, in spite of all his foam. Which when they all beheld, they chafed and raged, and walked nigh mad for very heart's despite, that from revenge their wills they scarce assuaged. Some thought from him her to have reft by might, some proffer made with him for her to fight. But he not cared for all that they could say, for he their words as wind esteemed light. Yet not fit place he thought it there to stay, but secretly from thence that night her bore away. They which remained, so soon as they perceived that she was gone, departed thence with speed, and followed them, in mind her to have reaved from wight unworthy of so noble meed. In which pursuit, how each one did succeed, shall else be told in order as it fell. But now of Britomart it here doth need the hard adventures and strange haps to tell, since with the rest she went not after Florimel. For soon as she them saw to discord set, her list no longer in that place abide, but taking with her lovely Amoret, upon her first adventure forth did ride, to seek her loved, making blind love her guide. Unlucky maid to seek her enemy, unlucky maid to seek him far and wide, whom, when he was unto herself most nigh, she through his late disguisement could him not descry. So much the more her grief, the more her toil, yet neither toil nor grief she once did spare in seeking him that should her pain assoil. Whereto great comfort in her sad miss fair was Amoret, companion of her care, who likewise sought her lover long miswent, the gentle Scudamore, whose heart while'er that strifeful hag with jealous discontent had filled, that he to fell revenge was fully bent. Bent to revenge on blameless Britomart, the crime which cursed Attic kindled erst, the which like thorns did prick his jealous heart, and through his soul like poisoned arrow pierced, that by no reason it might be reversed for aught that Glauce could or do or say. For the more that she the same rehearsed, the more it galled and grieved him night and day, that naught but dire revenge his anger mote defray. So as they travelled, the drooping night, covered with cloudy storm and bitter shower, that dreadful seemed to every living wight, upon them fell before her timely hour, that forced them to seek some covered bower, where they might hide their heads in quiet rest, and shroud their persons from that stormy stour. Not far away, not meet for any guest, they spied a little cottage, like some poor man's nest. Under a steep hill's side it placed was, there where the mouldered earth had caved the bank, and fast beside a little brook did pass of muddy water, that like puddles stank, by which few crooked sallows grew in rank, whereto approaching nigh, they heard the sound of many iron hammers beating rank and answering their weary turns around, that seemed some blacksmith dwelt in that desert ground. There entering in, they found the good man's self full busily unto his work bent, who was to weet a wretched, wearish elf, with hollow eyes and raw-boned cheeks forspent, as if he had in prison long been pent. Full black and grisly did his face appear, besmeared with smoke, that nigh his eyesight blent, with rugged beard and hoary shagged hair, the which he never wont to comb or comely share. Rude was his garment, and to rags all rent, ne better had he, ne for better cared, with blistered hands amongst the cinders brent, and fingers filthy, with long nails unpared, right fit to rend the food on which he fared. His name was Care, a blacksmith by his trade, that neither day nor night from working spared, but to small purpose iron wedges made. Those be unquiet thoughts that careful minds invade. In which his work he had 6 servants pressed about his anvil, standing evermore, with huge great hammers that did never rest from heaping strokes which thereon soused sore. All 6 strong grooms, but one than other more, for by degrees they all were disagreed. So likewise did the hammers which they bore like bells in greatness orderly succeed, that he which was the last the first did far exceed. He like a monstrous giant seemed in sight, far passing Brontius or Pyracmon great, the which in Lipari do day and night frame thunderbolts for Jove's avengeful threat. So dreadfully he did the anvil beat, that seemed to dust he shortly would it drive, so huge his hammer, and so fierce his heat, that seemed a rock of diamond it could rive, and rend asunder quite, if he thereto list strive. Sir Scudamore, there entering, much admired the manner of their work and weary pain, and having long beheld, at last inquired the cause and end thereof, but all in vain, for they for naught would from their work refrain, ne let his speeches come unto their ear. And eke the breathful bellows blew amain, like to the northern wind, that none could hear. Those pensiveness did move, and sighs the bellows were. Which when that warrior saw, he said no more, but in his armour laid him down to rest. To rest he laid him down upon the floor, whilome for venturous nights the bedding best, and thought his weary limbs to have redressed. And that old aged dame, his faithful squire, her feeble joints laid eke down to rest, that needed much her weak age to desire, after so long a travel, which them both did tire. There lay Sir Scudamore long while expecting when gentle sleep his heavy eyes would close, oft changing sides, and oft new place electing, where better seemed he mote himself repose, and oft in wrath he thence again uprose, and oft in wrath he laid him down again. But wheresoe'er he did himself dispose, he by no means could wished ease obtain. So every place seemed painful, and each changing vain. And evermore when he to sleep did think, the hammer's sound his senses did molest. And evermore when he began to wink, the bellows' noise disturbed his quiet rest, suffered sleep to settle in his breast. And all the night the dogs did bark and howl about the house, at scent of stranger guest. And now the crowing cock, and now the owl loud shrieking, him afflicted to the very soul. And if by fortune any little nap upon his heavy eyelids chanced to fall, eftsoons one of those villains did him rap upon his headpiece with his iron maul, that he was soon awaked therewithal, and lightly started up as one afraid, or as if one him suddenly did call. So oftentimes he out of sleep abrayed, and then lay musing long on that him ill apaid. So long he mused, and so long he lay, that at the last his weary sprite, oppressed with fleshly weakness, which no creature may long time resist, gave place to kindly rest, that all his senses did full soon arrest. Yet in his soundest sleep his daily fear his idle brain gan busily molest, and made him dream those too disloyal were the things that day most minds, at night do most appear. With that the wicked carle, the maester smith, a pair of red-hot iron tongs did take out of the burning cinders, and therewith under his side him nipped, that forced to wake he felt his heart for very pain to quake, and started up avenged for to be on him the which his quiet slumber brake. Yet looking round about him none could see, yet did the smart remain, though he himself did flee. In such disquiet and heart-fretting pain he all that night, that too long night, did pass. And now the day out of the ocean main began to peep above this earthly mass, with pearly dew sprinkling the morning grass. Then up he rose like heavy lump of lead, that in his face, as in a looking-glass, the signs of anguish one mote plainly read, and guess the man to be dismayed with jealous dread. Unto his lofty steed he clomb anon, and forth upon his former voyage fared, and with him eke that aged squire atone, who, whatsoever peril was prepared, both equal pains and equal peril shared. The end whereof, and dangerous event, shall for another canticle be spared. But here my weary team, nigh overspent, shall breathe itself a while, after so long a went. Both Scudamore and Artegall do fight with Britomart. He sees her face, doth fall in love, and soon from her depart. What equal torment to the grief of mind, and pining anguish hid in gentle heart, that inly feeds itself with thoughts unkind, and nourisheth her own consuming smart. What medicine can any leech's art yield such a sore, that doth her grievance hide, and will to none her malady impart? Such was the wound that Scudamore did gride, for which Dan Phoebus' self cannot a salve provide. Who having left that restless house of care, the next day, as he on his way did ride, full of melancholy and sad misfare through misconceit, all unawares espied an armed knight under a forest side, sitting in shade beside his grazing steed, who, soon as them approaching he descried, gan towards them to prick with eager speed, that seemed he was full bent on some mischievous deed, which Scudamore perceiving, forth issued to have encountered him in equal race. But soon as thither nigh approaching viewed the arms he bore, his spear he gan abase, and void his course, at which so sudden case he wondered much, But thither thus can say, Ah, gentle Scudamore, unto your grace I me submit, and you of pardon pray, that almost had against you trespassed this day. Whereto thus Scudamore, small harm it were for any knight, upon a venturous night without displeasance, for to prove his spear. But read you, sir, sith ye my name have hight, what is your own, that I mote you requite? Certes, said he, ye mote as now excuse me from discovering you my name aright, for time yet serves that I the same refuse. But call ye me the Salvage Knight, as others use. Then this Sir Salvage Knight, quoth he, read. Or do you here within this forest one that seemeth well to answer to your weed? Or have ye it for some occasion done? That rather seems, sith no in arms ye shun. This other day, said he, a stranger knight, shame, dishonour hath unto me done, on whom I wait to wreak that foul despite, whenever he this way shall pass, by day or night. Shame be his meed, quoth he, that meaneth shame. But what is he by whom ye shamed were? A stranger knight, said he, unknown by name, but known by fame, and by an Heban spear, with which he all that met him down did bear. He in an open tourney lately held, from me the honour of that game did rear, and having me all weary erst down felled, the fairest lady reft, and ever since withheld. When Scudamore heard mention of that spear, he wist right well that it was Britomart, the which from him his fairest love did bear, though gan he swell in every inner part, for fell despite, and gnaw his jealous heart, that thus he sharply said, Now by my head, yet is not this the first unknightly part, which that same knight, whom by his lance I read, hath done to noble knights, that many makes him dread. For lately he my love hath from me reft, and eke defiled with foul villainy the sacred pledge which in his faith was left, in shame of knighthood and fidelity, the which ere long full dear he shall abye. And if to that avenge by you decreed this hand may help, or succour aught supply, it shall not fail, whenso ye shall it need. So both to wreak their wraths on Britomart agreed. Whiles thus they communed, lo, far away, a knight soft riding toward them they spied, attired in foreign arms and strange array, whom when they nigh approached, they plain descried to be the same for whom they did abide. Said then Sir Scudamore, Sir Salvage Knight, let me this crave, sith first I was defied, that first I may that wrong to him requite, and if I have to fail, you shall recure my right. Which being yielded, he his threatful spear gan feuter, and against her fiercely ran, who soon as she him saw approaching near with so fell rage, herself she lightly gan to dight, to welcome him well as she can, but entertained him in so rude a wise, that to the ground she smote both horse and man,
whence neither greatly hasted to arise,
but on their common harms together did devise. But Artegall, beholding his mischance, new matter added to his former fire, and eft, aventring his steel-headed lance against her rode, full of dispiteous ire, that naught but spoil and vengeance did require, but to himself his felonious intent returning, disappointed his desire, whiles unawares his saddle he forwent, and found himself on ground in great amazement. Lightly he started up out of that stound, and snatching forth his direful deadly blade, did leap to her, as doth an eager hound thrust to an hind within some covert glade, whom without peril he cannot invade. With such fell greediness he her assailed, that though she mounted were, yet he her made to give him ground, so much his force prevailed, and shun his mighty strokes, gainst which no arms availed. So, as they coursed here and there, it chanced that in her wheeling round, behind her crest, so sorely he her strook, that thence it glanced adown her back, the which it fairly blessed from foul mischance. Ne did it ever rest, till on her horse's hinder parts it fell, where biting deep, so deadly it impressed, that quite it kined his back behind the selle, and to alight on foot her algates did compel. Like as the lightning brawn from riven sky, thrown out by angry Jove in his vengeance, with dreadful force falls on some steeple high, which battering, down it on the church doth glance, and tears it all with terrible mischance. Yet she no whit dismayed, her steed forsook, and casting from her that enchanted lance, unto her sword and shield her soon betook, and therewithal at him right furiously she strook. So furiously she strook in her first heat, whiles with long fight on foot he breathless was, that she him forced backward to retreat, and yield unto her weapon way to pass, whose raging rigour neither steel nor brass could stay, but to the tender flesh it went, and poured the purple blood forth on the grass, that all his mail irrived, and plates irrent, showed all his body bare unto the cruel dent. At length, when as he saw her hasty heat abate, and panting breath begin to fail, he, through long sufferance growing now more great, rose in his strength, and gan her fresh assail, heaping huge strokes as thick as shower of hail, and lashing dreadfully at every part, as if he thought her soul to disentrail. Ah, cruel hand, and thrice more cruel heart, that work'st such wreck on her to whom thou dearest art! What iron courage ever could endure to work such outrage on so fair a creature, and in his madness think with hands impure to spoil so goodly workmanship of nature, the Maker's self resembling in her feature? Certes some hellish fury, or some fiend this mischief framed, for their first love's defature, to bathe their hands in blood of dearest friend, thereby to make their love's beginning their lives' end. Thus long they traced and traversed to and fro, sometimes pursuing, and sometimes pursued, till as advantage they espied thereto. But toward the end Sir Artegall renewed his strength still more, but she still more decrewed. At last his luckless hand he heaved on high, having his forces all in one accrued, and therewith stroke at her so hideously, that seemed naught but death mote be her destiny. The wicked stroke upon her helmet chanced, and with the force, which in itself it bore, her ventail shared away, and thenceforth glanced adown in vain, ne harmed her any more. With that her angel's face, unseen afore, like to the ruddy morn appeared in sight, dewed with silver drops, through sweating sore, but somewhat redder than beseemed aright, through toilsome heat and labour of her weary fight. And round about the same her yellow hair, having through stirring loosed their wonted band, like to a golden border did appear, framed in goldsmith's forge with cunning hand. Yet goldsmith's cunning could not understand to frame such subtle wire so shiny clear, for it did glister like the golden sand, the which Pactolus, with his waters sheer, throws forth upon the rivage round about him near. And as his hand he up again did rear, thinking to work on her his utmost wrack, his powerless arm, benumbed with secret fear, from his revengeful purpose shrunk aback, and cruel sword out of his fingers slack fell down to ground, as if the steel had sense, and some more ruth, or sense his hand did lack, or both of them did think obedience to do to so divine a beauty's excellence. And he himself, long gazing thereupon, at last fell humbly down upon his knee, and of his wonder made religion, weening some heavenly goddess he did see, or else unweeting what it else might be, and pardon her besought his error frail, that had done outrage in so high degree, whilst trembling horror did his sense assail, and made each member quake, and manly heart to quail. Nathless she, full of wrath for that late stroke, all that long while upheld her wrathful hand, with fell intent on him to bin a roke, and looking stern, still over him did stand, threatening to strike, unless he would withstand, and bade him rise, or surely he should die. But die or live, for naught he would upstand, but her of pardon prayed more earnestly, or wreak on him her will for so great injury. Which when as Scudamore, who now abraid, beheld, whereas he stood not far aside, he was therewith right wondrously dismayed, and drawing nigh, when as he plain descried that peerless pattern of Dame Nature's pride, and heavenly image of perfection, he blessed himself, as one sore terrified, and turning fear to faint devotion, did worship her as some celestial vision. But Glauce, seeing all that chanced there, well weeting how their error to assoil, full glad of so good end, to them drew near, and her salued with seemly bellacoil, joyous to see her safe after long toil. Then her besought, as she to her was dear, to grant unto those warriors truce a while, which yielded, they their beavers up did rear, and showed themselves to her such as indeed they were. When Britomart with sharp aviseful eye beheld the lovely face of Artegall, tempered with sternness and stout majesty, she gan eftsoons it to her mind to call, to be the same which in her father's hall long since in that enchanted glass she saw. Therewith her wrathful courage gan appall, and haughty spirits meekly to adow, that her enchanted hand she down can soft withdraw. Yet she it forced to have again upheld as feigning choler, which was turned to cold. But ever when his visage she beheld, her hand fell down, and would no longer hold the wrathful weapon 'gainst his countenance bold. But when in vain to fight she oft essayed, she armed her tongue, and thought at him to scold, natheless her tongue not to her will obeyed, but brought forth speeches mild, when she would have missayed. But Scudamore now waxen inly glad, that all his jealous fear he false had found, and how that hag his love abused had with breach of faith and loyalty unsound, the which long time his grieved heart did wound. He thus bespake, Certes, Sir Artegall, I joy to see you lout so low on ground, and now become to live a lady's thrall, that whilome in your mind wont to despise them all. Soon as she heard the name of Artegall, her heart did leap, and all her heartstrings tremble for sudden joy, and secret fear withal. And all her vital powers, with motion nimble, to succour it themselves gan there assemble, that by the swift recourse of flushing blood, right plain appeared, though she it would dissemble, and feigned still her former angry mood, thinking to hide the depth by troubling of the flood. When Glauce thus gan wisely all upknit, Ye knights, whom fortune here hath brought to be spectators of this uncouth fit, which secret fate hath in this lady wrought against the course of kind, ne mervail not, ne thenceforth fear the thing that hitherto hath troubled both your minds with idle thought, fearing lest she your loves away should woo. Fear it in vain, sith means ye see there wants thereto. And you, Sir Artegall, the salvage knight, henceforth may not disdain that woman's hand hath conquered you anew in second fight. For whilome they have conquered sea and land and heaven itself, that naught may them withstand, ne henceforth be rebellious unto love, that is the crown of knighthood, and the band of noble minds derived from above, which being knit with virtue, never will remove. And you, fair lady knight, my dearest dame, relent the rigour of your wrathful will, whose fire were better turned to other flame, and, wiping out remembrance of all ill, grant him your grace, but so that he fulfil the penance which ye shall to him impart. For lovers' heaven must pass by sorrow's hell. Thereat full inly blushèd Britomart, but Artegall, close smiling, joyed in secret heart. Ne durst he not make love so suddenly, ne think th' affection of her heart to draw from one to other, so quite contrary. Besides her modest countenance he saw so goodly grave, and full of princely awe, that it his raging fancy did refrain, and looser thoughts to lawful bounds withdraw, whereby the passion grew more fierce and fain, like to a stubborn steed whom strong hand would restrain. But Scudamore, whose heart twixt doubtful fear and feeble hope hung all this while suspense, desiring of his amoret to hear some gladful news and sure intelligence, her thus bespake, But, sir, without offence, mote I request you tidings of my love, my amoret, sith you her freed for thence, where she captived long great woes did prove, that where ye left I may her seek as doth behoove. To whom thus Britomart, Certes, Sir Knight, what is of her become, or whether reft, I cannot unto you a reader write. For from that time I from enchanters' theft her freed, in which ye her all hopeless left, I her preserved from peril and from fear, and evermore from villainy her kept. Ne ever was there wight to me more dear than she, ne unto whom I more true love did bear. Till on a day, as through a desert wild we travelled, both weary of the way, we did alight, and sate in shadow mild, where fearless I to sleep me down did lay. But when, as I did out of sleep apray, I found her not where I her left while ere, but thought she wandered was, or gone astray. I called her loud, I sought her far and near, but nowhere could her find, nor tidings of her hear. When Scudamore those heavy tidings heard, his heart was thrilled with point of deadly fear, ne in his face or blood or life appeared, but senseless stood like to a mazed steer, that yet of mortal stroke the stound doth bear. Till Glauce thus, Fair sir, be not dismayed with needless dread, till certainty ye hear, for yet she may be safe, though somewhat strayed. It's best to hope the best, though of the worst afraid. Natheless, he hardly of her cheerful speech did comfort take, or in his troubled sight showed change of better cheer, so sore a breach that sudden news had made into his sprite, till Britomart him fairly thus behight. Great cause of sorrow, certes, sir, ye have, but comfort take, for by this heaven's light I vow you dead or living not to leave till I her find, and wreak on him that did her reave. Therewith he rested, and well pleased was. So peace being confirmed amongst them all, they took their steeds, and forward thence did pass unto some resting place, which mote befall, all being guided by Sir Artegall, where goodly solace was unto them made, and daily feasting both in bower and hall, until that they their wounds well healed had, and weary limbs recured after late usage bad. In all which time Sir Artegall made way unto the love of noble Britomart, and with meek service and much suit did lay continual siege unto her gentle heart, which being whilome launched with lovely dart, more eath was new impression to receive. However she her pained with womanish art to hide her wound, that none might it perceive. Vain is the art that seeks itself for to deceive. So well he wooed her, and so well he wrought her, with fair entreaty and sweet blandishment, that at the length unto a bay he brought her, so as she to his speeches was content to lend an ear, and softly to relent. At last, through many vows which forth he poured, and many oaths, she yielded her consent to be his love, and take him for her lord, till they with marriage meet might finish that accord. Though when they had long time there taken rest, Sir Artegall, who all this while was bound upon an hard adventure, yet in quest, fit time for him thence to depart had found, to follow that which he did long propound, and unto her his congee came to take. But her therewith full sore displeased he found, and loath to leave her late betrothed make, her dearest love full loath so shortly to forsake. Yet he with strong persuasions her assuaged, and won her will to suffer him depart, for which his faith with her he fast engaged, and thousand vows from bottom of his heart, that all so soon as he by wit or art could that achieve whereto he did aspire, he unto her would speedily revart. No longer space thereto he did desire, but till the horned moon 3 courses did expire. With which she for the present was appeased, and yielded leave, however malcontent she inly were, and in her mind displeased. So early in the morrow next he went forth on his way, to which he was bent.
Ne wight him to attend or way to guide, as whilome was the custom ancient mongst knights, when on adventures they did ride, save that she algates him a while accompanied.
And by the way she sundry purpose found, of this or that the time for to delay, and of the perils whereto he was bound, the fear whereof seemed much her to affray. But all she did was but to wear out day, Full oftentimes she leave of him did take, and eft again devised somewhat to say, which she forgot, whereby excuse to make. So loath she was his company for to forsake. At last, when all her speeches she had spent, and new occasion failed her more to find, she left him to his fortune's government, and back returned with right heavy mind to Scudamore, who she had left behind. With whom she went to seek fair Amoret, her second care, though in another kind, for virtue's only sake, which doth beget true love and faithful friendship, she by her did set. Back to that desert forest they retired, where sorry Britomart had lost her late. There they her sought, and everywhere inquired where they might tidings get of her estate, yet found they none. But by what hapless fate or hard misfortune she was thence conveyed and stolen away from her beloved mate were long to tell. Therefore I here will stay until another tide, that I it finish may.
Amoret, trapped by greedy lust, Belphoebe saves from dread. The squire her loves, and being blamed, his days in dole doth lead. Great God of love, that with thy cruel darts dost conquer greatest conquerors on ground, and setst thy kingdom in the captive hearts of kings and keisers, to thy service bound, what glory or what guerdon hast thou found in feeble ladies, tyranning so sore, and adding anguish to the bitter wound, with which their lives thou launchedst long afore, by heaping storms of trouble on them daily more? So whilom didst thou to fair Florimel, and so to noble Britomart. So dost thou now to her of whom I tell, the lovely Amoret, whose gentle heart thou martyrest with sorrow and with smart in salvage forests, and in deserts wide, with bears and tigers taking heavy part, withouten comfort, and withouten guide. That pity is to hear the perils which she tried. So soon as she with that brave Britoness had left that tournament, for beauty's prize, they travelled long, that now for weariness, both of the way and warlike exercise, both through a forest riding did devise to light, and rest their weary limbs a while. There heavy sleep the eyelids did surprise of Britomart, after long tedious toil, that did her passed pains in quiet rest assoil. The whiles fair Amoret, of naught afeard, walked through the wood for pleasure or for need, when suddenly behind her back she heard one rushing forth out of the thickest weed, that ere she back could turn to take an heed, had unawares her snatched up from ground. Feebly she shrieked, but so feebly indeed, that Britomart heard not the shrilling sound, there where through weary travel she lay sleeping sound. It was to weet a wild and savage man, yet was no man, but only like in shape, and eke in stature higher by a span, all overgrown with hair, that could awape an hardy heart, and his wide mouth did gape with huge great teeth, like to a tusked boar, for he lived all on ravin and on rape of men and beasts, and fed on fleshly gore, the sign whereof yet stained his bloody lips afore. His nether lip was not like man or beast, but like a wide deep poke, down hanging low, in which he wont the relics of his feast, and cruel spoil, which he had spared, to stow. And over it his huge great nose did grow, full dreadfully empurpled all with blood, and down both sides 2 wide long ears did glow, and wrought down to his waist, when up he stood, more great than the ears of elephants by Indus flood. His waist was with a wreath of ivy green engirt about, ne other garment wore, for all his hair was like a garment seen. And in his hand a tall young oak he bore, whose knotty snags were sharpened all afore, and breathed in fire for steel to be instead. But whence he was, or of what womb he bore of beasts, or of the earth, I have not read, but certes was with milk of wolves and tigers fed. This ugly creature in his arms her snatched, and through the forest bore her quite away, with briars and bushes all to rent and scratched. Ne care he had, ne pity of the prey, which many a night had sought so many a day.
He stayed not, but in his arms her bearing ran till he came to the end of all his way unto his cave, far from all people's hearing. And there he threw her in, not feeling, nay, not fearing. For she, dear lady, all the way was dead, whilst he in arms her bore. But when she felt herself down soused, she waked out of dread straight into grief, that her dear heart nigh swelt, and eft gan into tender tears to melt. Then when she looked about, and nothing found but darkness and dread horror where she dwelt, she almost fell again into a swound, ne wist whether above she were or underground. With that she heard someone close by her side sighing and sobbing sore, as if the pain her tender heart in pieces would divide, which she long listening softly asked again what Mr. White it was that so did plain, to whom thus answered was, Ah, wretched wight, that seeks to know another's grief in vain, unweeting of thine own like hapless plight, self to forget, to mind another, is oversight. Ay me, said she, where am I, or with whom? Among the living or among the dead? What shall of me, unhappy maid, become? Shall death be the end, or aught else worse areed? Unhappy maid, then answered she, whose dreed, untried, is less than when thou shalt it try. Death is to him that wretched life doth lead both grace and gain, but he in hell doth lie that lives a loathed life, and wishing cannot die. This dismal day hath thee a caitiff made and vassal to the vilest wretch alive, whose cursed usage and ungodly trade the heavens abhor, and into darkness drive. For on the spoil of women he doth live, whose bodies chaste, whenever in his power he may them catch, unable to gain strive, he with his shameful lust doth first deflower, and afterwards themselves doth cruelly devour. Now 20 days, by which the sons of men divide their works, have passed through heaven's sheen, since I was brought into this doleful den, during which space these sorry eyes have seen 7 women by him slain and eaten clean. And now no more for him but I alone, and this old woman here remaining been, till thou camest hither to augment our moan, and of us 3 tomorrow he will sure eat 1. Ah, dreadful tidings which thou dost declare, quoth she, of all that ever hath been known. Full many great calamities, and rare this feeble breast endured hath, but none equal to this, wherever I have gone. But what are you, whom like unlucky lot hath linked with me in the same chain at own? To tell, quoth she, that which ye see needs not, a woeful wretched maid, of God and man forgot. But what I was, it irks me to rehearse, daughter unto a lord of high degree, that joyed in happy peace, till fates perverse with guileful love did secretly agree to overthrow my state and dignity. It was my lot to love a gentle swain, yet was he but a squire of low degree. Yet was he meet, unless mine eye did feign, by any lady's side for leman to have lain. But for his meanness and disparagement, my sire, whom he too dearly well did love, unto my choice by no means would assent, but often did my folly foul reprove. Yet nothing could my fixed mind remove, but whether willed or nilled, friend or foe, I me resolved the utmost end to prove, and rather than my love abandon so, both sire and friends and all for ever to forego. Thenceforth I sought by secret means to work time to my will, and from his wrathful sight to hide the intent which in my heart did lurk, till I thereto had all things ready dight. So on a day unweeting unto White, I with that squire agreed a way to flit, and in a privy place betwixt us hight, within a grove appointed him to meet, to which I boldly came upon my feeble feet. But unhappy hour me thither brought, for in that place where I him thought to find, there was I found, contrary to my thought, of this accursed carle of hellish kind, the shame of men, and plague of womankind, who, trussing me as eagle doth his prey, me hither brought with him, as swift as wind. Where yet untouched, till this present day, I rest his wretched thrall, the sad Emilie. Ah, sad Emilia, then said Amoret, thy rueful plight I pity as mine own. But read to me, by what device or wit hast thou in all this time from him unknown thine honour saved, though into thraldom thrown? Through help, quoth she, of this old woman here I have so done, as she to me hath shown. For ever, when he burnt in lustful fire, she in my stead supplied his bestial desire. Thus of their evils as they did discourse, and each did other much bewail and moan, lo, where the villain self, their sorrow's source, came to the cave, and rolling thence the stone, which went to stop the mouth thereof, that none might issue forth, came rudely rushing in, and spreading over all the floor alone, gan dight himself unto his wonted sin, which ended, then his bloody banquet should begin. Which, when as fearful Amoret perceived, she stayed not the utmost end thereof to try, but like a ghastly gelt, whose wits are reaved, ran forth in haste, with hideous outcry, for horror of his shameful villainy. But after her full lightly he uprose, and her pursued as fast as she did fly. Full fast she flies, and far afore him goes, ne feels the thorns and thickets prick her tender toes. Nor hedge, nor ditch, nor hill, nor dale she stays, but overleaps them all like roebuck light, and through the thickest makes her nighest ways. And evermore, when with regardful sight she looking back espies that grisly wight approaching nigh, she gins to mend her pace, and makes her fear a spur to haste her flight. More swift than Myrrh or Daphne in her race, or any of the Thracian nymphs in salvage chase. Long so she fled, and so he followed long. A living aid for her on earth appears, but if the heavens help to redress her wrong, moved with pity of her plenteous tears. It fortuned, belle Phoebe, with her peers, the woody nymphs, and with that lovely boy, was hunting then the lizards and the bears in these wild woods, as was her wonted joy, to banish sloth, that oft doth noble minds annoy. It so befell, as oft it falls in chase, that each of them from other sundered were. And that same gentle squire arrived in place, where this same cursed caitiff did appear, pursuing that fair lady full of fear. And now he her quite overtaken had, and now he her away with him did bear under his arm, as seeming wondrous glad, that by his grinning laughter mote far off to rad. Which dreary sight the gentle squire espying, doth haste to cross him by the nearest way, led by that woeful lady's piteous crying, and him assails with all the might he may, yet will not he the lovely spoil down lay, but with his craggy club in his right hand defends himself, and saves his gotten prey. Yet had it been right hard him to withstand, but that he was full light and nimble on the land. Thereto the villain used craft in fight, for ever when the squire his javelin shook, he held the lady forth before him right, and with her body as a buckler broke the puissance of his intended stroke. And if it chanced, as needs it must in fight, whilst he on him was greedy to be roke, that any little blow on her did light, then would he laugh aloud, and gather great delight. Which subtle sleight did him encumber much, and made him oft, when he would strike, forbear, for hardly could he come the carle to touch, but that he her must hurt, or hazard near. Yet he his hand so carefully did bear, that at the last he did himself attain, and therein left the pike-head of his spear. A stream of coal-black blood thence gushed amain, that all her silken garments did with blood bestain. With that he threw her rudely on the floor, and laying both his hands upon his glaive, with dreadful strokes let drive at him so sore, that forced him fly aback himself to save. Yet he therewith so felly still did rave, that scarce the squire his hand could once uprear, but for advantage ground unto him gave, tracing and traversing, now here and now there, for bootless thing it was to think such blows to bear. Whilst thus in battle they embusied were, Belphoebe, ranging in that forest wide, the hideous noise of their huge strokes did hear, and drew thereto, making her ear her guide. Whom, when that thief approaching nigh espied, with bow in hand and arrows ready bent, he by his former combat would not bide, but fled away with ghastly dreariment, well knowing her to be his death's sole instrument. Whom seeing fly she speedily pursued with winged feet, as nimble as the wind, and ever in her bow she ready shewed the arrow to his deadly mark designed, as when Latona's daughter, cruel kind, in vengement of her mother's great disgrace, with fell despite her cruel arrows tined 'gainst woeful Niobe's unhappy race, that all the gods did moan her miserable case. So well she sped her, and so far she ventured, that ere unto his hellish den he wrought, even as he ready was there to have entered, she sent an arrow forth with mighty draught, that in the very door him overcaught, and in his nape arriving, through it thrilled his greedy throat, therewith in two distraught, that all his vital spirits thereby spilled, and all his hairy breast with gory blood was filled. Whom when on ground she grovelling saw to roll, she ran in haste his life to have bereft, but ere she could him reach, the sinful soul, having his carrion course quite senseless left, was fled to hell, surcharged with spoil and theft. Yet over him she there long gazing stood, and oft admired his monstrous shape, and oft his mighty limbs, whilst all with filthy blood the place there overflown seemed like a sudden flood. Thenceforth she passed into his dreadful den, where naught but darksome dreariness she found, ne creature saw, but hearkened now and then some little whispering and soft groaning sound. With that she asked what ghosts there underground lay hid in horror of eternal night, and bade them, if so be they were not bound, to come and show themselves before the light, now freed from fear and danger of that dismal wight. Then forth the sad Emilia issued, yet trembling every joint through former fear, and after her the hag, there with her mewed, a foul and loathsome creature, did appear, a lemon fit for such a lover dear. That moved Belphoebe her no less to hate, than for to rue the other's heavy cheer, of whom she gan inquire of her estate, who all to her at large, as happened, did relate. Thence she them brought toward the place where late she left the gentle squire with Amoret. There she him found by that new lovely mate, who lay the whiles in swoon full sadly set, from her fair eyes wiping the dewy wet, which softly stilled, and kissing them atween, and handling soft the hurts which she did get, for of that carle she sorely bruised had been. Alls of his own rash hand one wound was to be seen, which when she saw, with sudden glancing eye, her noble heart with sight thereof was filled with deep disdain and great indignity, that in her wrath she thought them both have thrilled with that self-arrow which the carle had killed, yet held her wrathful hand from vengeance sore. But drawing nigh, ere she her well beheld, "Is this the faith?" she said, and said no more, but turned her face, and fled away for evermore. He, seeing her depart, arose up light, right sore aggrieved at her sharp reproof, and followed fast. But when he came in sight, he durst not nigh approach, but kept aloof, for dread of her displeasure's utmost proof. And evermore, when he did grace entreat, and framed speeches fit for his behoof, her mortal arrows she at him did threat, and forced him back with foul dishonour to retreat. At last, when long he followed had in vain, yet found no ease of grief, nor hope of grace, unto those woods he turned back again, full of sad anguish and in heavy case, and finding there fit solitary place for woeful wight, chose out a gloomy glade, where hardly I mote see bright heaven's face for mossy trees, which covered all with shade, and sad melancholy. There he his cabin made. His wonted warlike weapons all he broke, and threw away, with vow to use no more, ne thenceforth ever strike in battle stroke, ne ever word to speak to woman more. But in that wilderness of men forlore, and of the wicked world forgotten quite, his hard mishap in dolor to deplore, and waste his wretched days in woeful plight, so on himself to wreak his folly's own despite. And eke his garment, to be there to meet, he wilfully did cut and shape anew, and his fair locks, that wont with ointment sweet to be embalmed, and sweat out dainty dew, he let to grow, and grisly to concrew, uncombed, uncurled, and carelessly unshed, that in short time his face they overgrew, and over all his shoulders did dispread, that who he whilome was, uneath was to be read. There he continued in this careful plight, wretchedly wearing out his youthly years, through wilful penury consumed quite, that like a pined ghost he soon appears. For other food than that wild forest bears, nay other drink there did he ever taste, than running water, tempered with his tears, the more his weakened body so to waste, that out of all men's knowledge he was worn at last. For on a day, by fortune as it fell, his own dear lord Prince Arthur came that way, seeking adventures, where he mote here tell. And as he through the wandering wood did stray, having espied this cabin far away, he to it drew, to weet who there did won, weening therein some holy hermit lay, that did resort of sinful people shun, or else some woodman shrouded there from scorching sun. Arriving there, he found this wretched man, spending his days in dolor and despair, and through long fasting, waxen pale and wan, all overgrown with rude and rugged hair, that albeit his own dear squire he were, yet he him knew not, ne avised at all, but like strange wight, whom he had seen nowhere, saluting him, gan into speech to fall, and pity much his plight, that lived like outcast thrall. But to his speech he answered no whit, but stood still mute, as if he had been dumb, ne sign of sense did shew, ne common wit, as one with grief and anguish overcome, and unto everything did answer mum. And ever when the prince unto him spake, he louted lowly, as did him become, and humble homage did unto him make, midst sorrow showing joyous semblance for his sake. At which his uncouth guise and usage quaint the prince did wonder much, yet could not guess the cause of that his sorrowful constraint. Yet weened by secret signs of manliness, which close appeared in that rude brutishness, that he whilome some gentle swain had been, trained up in feats of arms and knightliness, which he observed by that he him had seen to weld his naked sword, and try the edges keen. And eke by that he saw on every tree how he the name of one engraven had, which likely was his liefest love to be, for whom he now so sorely was bestead, which was by him Belle Phoebe rightly read. Yet who was that Belle Phoebe he ne wist, yet saw he often how he waxed glad when he had heard, and how the ground he kissed wherein it written was, and how himself he blissed. Though, when he long had marked his demeanour, and saw that all he said and did was vain, ne aught mote make him change his wonted tenor, ne aught mote ease or mitigate his pain, he left him there in languor to remain, till time for him should remedy provide, and him restore to former grace again. Which, for it is too long here to abide, I will defer the end until another tide. The gentle squire recovers grace, slander her guests doth stain. Corflambeau chaseth Placidus, and is by Arthur slain. Well said the wise man, now proved true by this, which to this gentle squire did happen late, that the displeasure of the mighty is than death itself more dread and desperate. For naught the same may calm ne mitigate, till time the tempest do thereof delay with sufferance soft, which rigour can abate, and have the stern remembrance wiped away of bitter thoughts, which deep therein infixed lay. Like as it fell to this unhappy boy, whose tender heart the fair belle Phoebe had with one stern look so daunted, that no joy in all his life, which afterwards he lad, he ever tasted, but with penance sad and pensive sorrow pined and wore away, ne ever laughed, ne once showed countenance glad, but always wept and wailed night and day, as blasted blossom through heat doth languish and decay. Till on a day, as in his wonted wise his dool he made, there chanced a turtle dove to come where he his dolours did devise, that likewise late had lost her dearest love, which loss her made like passion also prove. Who, seeing his sad plight, her tender heart with dear compassion deeply did emove, that she gan moan his undeserved smart, and with her doleful accent bear with him apart. She sitting by him as on ground he lay, her mournful notes full piteously did frame, and thereof made a lamentable lay, so sensibly compiled, that in the same him seemed oft he heard his own right name. With that he forth would pour so plenteous tears, and beat his breast unworthy of such blame, and knock his head and rend his rugged hairs, that could have pierced the hearts of tigers and of bears. Thus long this gentle bird to him did use, withouten dread of peril, to repair unto his one, and with her mournful muse him to recomfort in his greatest care, that much did ease his mourning and misfare. And every day, for guerdon of her song, he part of his small feast to her would share, that at the last of all his woe and wrong companion she became, and so continued long. Upon a day, as she him sate beside, by chance he certain miniments forth drew, which yet with him as relics did abide of all the bounty which belle Phoebe threw on him, whilst goodly grace she did him shew. Amongst the rest, a jewel rich he found, that was a ruby of right perfect hue, shaped like a heart, yet bleeding of the wound, and with a little golden chain about it bound. The same he took, and with a riband new, in which his lady's colours were, did bind about the turtle's neck, that with the view did greatly solace his engrieved mind. All unawares, the bird, when she did find herself so decked, her nimble wings displayed, and flew away as lightly as the wind, which sudden accident him much dismayed, and looking after long, did mark which way she strayed. But when as long he looked had in vain, yet saw her forward still to make her flight, his weary eye returned to him again, full of discomfort and disquiet plight, that both his jewel he had lost so light, and eke his dear companion of his care. But that sweet bird departing flew forth right through the wide region of the wasteful air, until she came where wonned his belle Phoebe fair. There found she her, as then it did betide, sitting in covert shade of arbours sweet, after late weary toil, which she had tried in salvage chase, to rest as seemed her meet. There she alighting, fell before her feet, and gan to her mournful plaint to make, as was her wont, thinking to let her weet the great tormenting grief, that for her sake her gentle squire through her displeasure did partake. She her beholding with attentive eye, at length did mark about her purple breast that precious jewel, which she formerly had known right well, with coloured ribbons dressed. Therewith she rose in haste, and her addressed with ready hand did to have reft away. But the swift bird obeyed not her behest, but swarved aside, and there again did stay. She followed her, and thought again it to essay. And ever when she nigh approached, the dove would flit a little forward, and then stay, till she drew near, and then again remove, so tempting her still to pursue the prey, and still from her escaping soft away, till that at length into that forest wide she drew her far, and led with slow delay. In the end she her unto that place did guide, whereas that woeful man in languor did abide. Eftsoons she flew unto his fearless hand, and there a piteous ditty new devised, as if she would have made him understand his sorrow's cause, to be of her despised. Whom when she saw in wretched weeds disguised, with hairy glib deformed, and meagre face, like ghost late risen from his grave agrised, she knew him not, but pitied much his case, and wished it were in her to do him any grace. He, her beholding, at her feet down fell, and kissed the ground on which her soul did tread, and washed the same with water, which did well from his moist eyes, and like two streams proceed, yet spake no word whereby she might read what Mr. White he was, or what he meant. But as one daunted with her presence dread, only few rueful looks unto her sent, as messengers of his true meaning and intent. Yet not the more his meaning she read, but wondered much at his so selcouth case, and by his person's secret seemlihead, well weened that he had been some man of place before misfortune did his hue deface. Doth being moved with ruth, she thus bespake, Ah, woeful man, what heaven's hard disgrace, or wrath of cruel wight on thee awake, or self-disliked life doth thee thus wretched make? If heaven, then none may it redress or blame, sith to his power we all are subject born. If wrathful wight, then foul rebuke and shame be theirs, that have so cruel thee forlorn. But if through inward grief or wilful scorn of life it be, then better do advise, for he whose days in wilful woe are worn, the grace of his Creator doth despise, that will not use his gifts for thankless niggardise. When so he heard her say, eftsoons he brake his sudden silence, which he long had pent, and sighing inly deep, her thus bespake, Then have they all themselves against me bent, for heaven, first author of my languishment, envying my too great felicity, did closely with a cruel one consent to cloud my days in doleful misery, and make me loathe this life, still longing for to die. Nay, any but yourself, O dearest dread, hath done this wrong, to wreak on worthless wight your high displeasure, through misdeeming bred, that when your pleasure is to deem aright, ye may redress, and me restore to light. Which sorry words her mighty heart did mate with mild regard to see his rueful plight, that her in-burning wrath she gan abate, and him received again to former favours state, in which he long time afterwards did lead an happy life, with grace and good accord, fearless of fortune's change or envy's dread, and eke all mindless of his own dear lord, the noble prince, who never heard one word of tidings, what did unto him betide, or what good fortune did to him afford, but through the endless world did wander wide, him seeking evermore, yet nowhere him descried. Till on a day, as through that wood he rode, he chanced to come where those two ladies late Emilia and Amoret abode, both in full sad and sorrowful estate, the one right feeble through the evil rate of food, which in her duress she had found, the other almost dead and desperate, through her late hurts, and through that hapless wound, with which the squire in her defence her sore astound. Whom when the prince beheld, he gan to rue the evil case in which those ladies lay, but most was moved at the piteous view of Amoret, so near unto decay, that her great danger did him much dismay. Eftsoons that precious liquor forth he drew, which he in store about him kept alway, and with few drops thereof did softly dew her wounds, that unto strength restored her soon anew. Though when they both recovered were right well, he gan of them inquire what evil guide them thither brought, and how their harms befell. To whom they told all that did them betide, and how from thraldom vile they were untied of that same wicked carle by virgins haunt, whose bloody course they showed him there beside, and eke his cave,
in which they both were bond, at which he wondered much when all those signs he found. And evermore he greatly did desire to know what virgin did them thence unbind, and oft of them did earnestly inquire where was her one, and how he mote her find. But when as not according to his mind he could outlearn, he them from ground did rear, no service loathsome to a gentle kind, and on his warlike beast them both did bear, himself by them on foot, to succour them from fear. So when that forest they had passed well, a little cottage far away they spied, to which they drew, ere night upon them fell. And entering in, found none therein abide, but one old woman sitting there beside upon the ground, in ragged rude attire, with filthy locks about her scattered wide, gnawing her nails for fellness and for ire, and there outsucking venom to her parts entire. A foul and loathly creature sure in sight, and in conditions to be loathed no less. For she was stuffed with rancour and despite up to the throat, that oft with bitterness it forth would break and gush in great excess, pouring out streams of poison and of gall gainst all that truth or virtue do profess. Whom she with leasings lewdly did miscall, and wickedly backbite. Her name men slander call. Her nature is all goodness to abuse, and causeless crimes continually to frame, with which she guiltless persons may accuse, and steal away the crown of their good name. Ne ever knight so bold, ne ever dame so chaste and loyal lived, but she would strive with forged cause them falsely to defame. Ne ever thing so well was done alive, but she with blame would blot and of due praise deprive. Her words were not, as common words are meant, to express the meaning of the inward mind, but noisome breath and poisonous spirit sent from inward parts, with cankered malice lined, and breathed forth with blast of bitter wine, which passing through the ears would pierce the heart, and wound the soul itself with grief unkind. For like the stings of asps that kill with smart, her spiteful words did prick and wound the inner part. Such was that hag, unmeet to host such guests, whom greatest princes court would welcome fain. But need, that answers not to all requests, bade them not look for better entertain, and eke that age despised niceness vain, inured to hardness and to homely fare, which them to warlike discipline did train, and manly limbs endured with little care against all hard mishaps and fortuneless misfare. Then all that evening, welcomed with cold and cheerless hunger, they together spent, yet found no fault, but that the hag did scold and rail at them with grudgeful discontent for lodging there without her own consent. Yet they endure it all with patience mild, and unto rest themselves all only lent, regardless of that queen so base and viled, to be unjustly blamed and bitterly reviled. Here well I ween, whenas these rhymes be read with misregard, that some rash-witted wight, whose looser thought will lightly be misled, these gentle ladies will misdeem too light, for thus conversing with this noble knight. Sith now of days such temperance is rare, and hard to find, that heat of youthful sprite for aught will from his greedy pleasure spare. More hard for hungry steed to abstain from pleasant lair. But antique age, yet in the infancy of time, did live then like an innocent, in simple truth and blameless chastity. Ne then of guile had made experiment, but void of vile and treacherous intent, held virtue for itself in sovereign awe. Then loyal love had royal regiment, and each unto his lust did make a law, from all forbidden things his liking to withdraw. The lion there did with the lamb consort, and eke the dove sate by the falcon's side, ne each of other feared fraud or tort, but did in safe security abide, without in peril of the stronger pride. But when the world walks old, it walks war old, whereof it hight, and, having shortly tried the trains of wit, in wickedness walks bold,
and dared of all sins the secrets to unfold. Then beauty, which was made to represent the great Creator's own resemblance bright, unto abuse of lawless lust was lent, and made the bait of bestial delight. Then fair grew foul, and foul grew fair in sight, and that which wont to vanquish God and man was made the vassal of the victor's might. Then did her glorious flower wax dead and wan, despised and trodden down of all that overran. And now it is so utterly decayed, that any bud thereof doth scarce remain, but if few plants, preserved through heavenly aid, in prince's court do hap to sprout again, dewed with her drops of bounty sovereign, which from that goodly glorious flower proceed, sprung of the ancient stock of princes' strain, now the only remnant of that royal breed, whose noble kind at first was sure of heavenly seed. Though soon as day discovered heaven's face, to sinful men with darkness overdight, this gentle crew gan from their eyelids chase the drowsy humour of the dampish night, and did themselves unto their journey dight. So forth they yode, and forward softly paced, that them to view had been an uncouth sight, how all the way the prince on foot pace traced, the ladies both on horse, together fast embraced. Soon as they thence departed were afore, that shameful hag, the slanderer of her sex, them followed fast, and them reviled sore, him calling thief, them whores, that much did vex his noble heart. Thereto she did annex false crimes and facts, such as they never meant, that those two ladies much ashamed did wex. The more did she pursue her lewd intent, and railed and raged, till she had all her poison spent. At last, when they were passed out of sight, yet did she not her spiteful speech forbear, but after them did bark and still backbite, though there were none her hateful words to hear. Like as a cur doth fellly bite and tear the stone which passed stranger at him through, so she them seeing past the reach of ear, against the stones and trees did rail anew, till she had dulled the sting which in her tongue's end grew. They, passing forth, kept on their ready way, with easy steps, so soft as foot could stride, both for great Phoebus, which did oft assay fair Amoret, that scarcely she could ride, and eke through heavy arms, which sore annoyed the prince on foot, ne wanted so to fare, whose steady hand was fain his steed to guide, and all the way from trotting hard to spare. So was his toil the more that was his care. At length they spied where towards them with speed a squire came galloping, as he would fly, bearing a little dwarf before his steed, that all the way full loud for aid did cry, that seemed his shrieks would rend the brazen sky. Whom after did a mighty man pursue, riding upon a dromedar on high, of stature huge and horrible of hue, that would have mazed a man his dreadful face to view. For from his fearful eyes 2 fiery beams, more sharp than points of needles, did proceed, shooting forth far away 2 flaming streams, full of sad power, that poisonous bale did breed to all that on him looked without good heed, and secretly his enemies did slay, like as the basilisk of serpent's seed from powerful eyes close venom doth convey into the looker's heart, and killeth far away. He all the way did rage at that same squire, and after him full many threatenings threw, with curses vain in his avengeful ire. But none of them, so fast away he flew, him overtook before he came in view. There, when he saw the prince in armour bright, he called to him aloud his case to rue, and rescue him through succour of his might, from that his cruel foe that him pursued in sight. Eftsoons the prince took down those ladies twain from lofty steed, and mounting in their stead, came to that squire, yet trembling every vein, of whom he gan enquire his cause of dread. Who, as he gan the same to him areed, lo, hard behind his back his foe was pressed with dreadful weapon, aimed at his head, that unto death had done him unredressed, had not the noble prince his ready stroke repressed. who, thrusting boldly twixt him and the blow, the burden of the deadly brunt did bear upon his shield, which lightly he did throw over his head, before the harm came near. Natheless it fell with so dispiteous drear and heavy sway, that hard unto his crown the shield it drove, and did the covering rear. Therewith both squire and dwarf did tumble down unto the earth, and lay long while in senseless swoon. Thereat the prince, full wrath, his strong right hand in full avengement heaved up on high, and stroked the pagan with his steely brand so sore, that to his saddle bow thereby he bowed low, and so a while did lie. And sure, had not his massy iron mace betwixt him and his hurt been happily, it would have cleft him to the girding place. Yet as it was, it did astonish him long space. But when he to himself returned again, all full of rage he gan to curse and swear, and vow by Mahoun that he should be slain. With that his murderous mace he up did rear, that seemed not the souse thereof could bear, and therewith smote at him with all his might. But ere that it to him approached near, the royal child, with ready quick foresight, did shun the proof thereof, and it avoided light. But ere his hand he could recure again to ward his body from the baleful stound, he smote at him with all his might and main, so furiously that, ere he wist, he found his head before him tumbling on the ground. The whiles his babbling tongue did yet blaspheme and curse his God, that did him so confound. The whiles his life ran forth in bloody stream, his soul descended down into the Stygian ream. Which when that squire beheld, he walks full glad to see his foe breathe out his sprite in vain. But that same dwarf right sorry seemed and sad, and howled aloud to see his lord there slain, and rent his hair and scratched his face for pain. Then gan the prince at leisure to inquire of all the accident there happened plain, and what he was whose eyes did flame with fire, all which was thus to him declared by that squire. This mighty man, quoth he, whom you have slain, of an huge giantess whilom was bred, and by his strength rule to himself did gain of many nations, into thraldom led, and mighty kingdoms of his force adread, whom yet he conquered not by bloody fight, ne hosts of men with banners broad to spread, but by the power of his infectious sight, with which he killed all that came within his might. Ne was he ever vanquished afore, but ever vanquished all with whom he fought. Ne was there man so strong, but he down bore, ne woman yet so fair, but he her brought unto his bay, and captived her thought. For most of strength and beauty his desire was spoil to make, and waste them unto naught, by casting secret flakes of lustful fire from his false eyes into their hearts and parts entire. Therefore Corflambeau he was called aright, though nameless there his body now doth lie. Yet hath he left one daughter, that is hight the fair Piena, who seems outwardly so fair as ever yet saw living eye, and were her virtue like her beauty bright, she were as fair as any under sky. But she given is to vain delight, and eke too loose of life, and eke of love too light. So as it fell, there was a gentle squire that loved a lady of high parentage, but for his mean degree might not aspire to match so high. Her friends with counsel sage dissuaded her from such a disparage. But she, whose heart to love was wholly lent, out of his hands could not redeem her gage, but firmly following her first intent, resolved with him to wend, 'gainst all her friends' consent. So twixt themselves they pointed time and place, to which, when he according did repair, an hard mishap and disadventurous case him chanced. Instead of his Emilia fair, this giant son that lies there on the lair, an headless heap him unawares there caught, and all dismayed, through merciless despair, him, wretched thrall, unto his dungeon brought, where he remains, of all unsuccoured and unsought. This giant's daughter came upon a day unto the prison in her joyous glee, to view the thralls which there in bondage lay. Amongst the rest, she chanced there to see this lovely swain, the squire of low degree, to whom she did her liking lightly cast, and wooed him her paramour to be. From day to day she wooed and prayed him fast, and for his love him promised liberty at last. He, though affied unto a former love, to whom his faith he firmly meant to hold, yet, seeing not how thence he mote remove, but by that means which fortune did unfold, her granted love, but with affection cold, to win her grace his liberty to get. Yet she him still detains in captive hold, fearing lest, if she should him freely set, he would her shortly leave, and former love forget. Yet so much favour she to him hath hight above the rest, that he sometimes may space and walk about her gardens of delight, having a keeper still with him in place, which keeper is this dwarf, her dearling base, to whom the keys of every prison door by her committed be of special grace, and at his will may whom he list restore, and whom he list reserve to be afflicted more. Whereof when tidings came unto mine ear, full inly sorry, for the fervent zeal which I to him as to my soul did bear, I thither went, where I did long conceal myself, till that the dwarf did me reveal, and told his dame, her squire of low degree did secretly out of her prison steal. For me he did mistake that squire to be, for never two so like did living creature see. Then was I taken, and before her brought, who, through the likeness of my outward hue, being likewise beguiled in her thought, gan blame me much for being so untrue, to seek by flight her fellowship t'eschew, that loved me dear as dearest thing alive. Then she commanded me to prison new, whereof I glad did not gainsay nor strive, but suffered that same dwarf me to her dungeon drive. There did I find mine only faithful friend, in heavy plight and sad perplexity, whereof I sorry yet myself did bend him to comfort with my company. But him the more aggrieved I found thereby, for all his joy he said in that distress was mine and his Emilia's liberty. Emilia well he loved, as I mote guess, yet greater love to me than her he did profess. But I with better reason him avised, and showed him how, through error and misthought of our like persons, eth to be disguised, or his exchange or freedom might be wrought. Whereto full loth was he, ne would for aught consent that I, who stood all fearless free, should wilfully be into thraldom brought, till fortune did perforce it so decree. Yet overruled at last, he did to me agree. The morrow next, about the wonted hour, the dwarf called at the door of Amias, to come forthwith unto his lady's bower, in stead of whom forth came I, Placidus, and undiscerned forth with him did pass. There with great joyance and with gladsome glee of fair Piena I received was, and oft embraced, as if that I were he, and with kind words accoyed, vowing great love to me, which I that was not bent to former love, as was my friend, that had her long refused, did well accept, as well it did behove, and to the present need it wisely used. My former hardness first I fair excused, and after promised large amends to make. With such smooth terms her error I abused, to my friend's good more than for mine own sake, for whose sole liberty I love and life did stake. Thenceforth I found more favour at her hand, that to her dwarf, which had me in his charge, she bade to lighten my too heavy band, and grant more scope to me to walk at large. So on a day, as by the flowery marge of a fresh stream I with that elf did play, finding no means how I might us enlarge, but if that dwarf I could with me convey, I lightly snatched him up, and with me bore away. Thereat he shrieked aloud, that with his cry the tyrant's self came forth with yelling bray, and me pursued. But na the more would I forego the purchase of my gotten prey, but have perforce him hither brought away. Thus as they talked, lo, where nigh at hand, those ladies two, yet doubtful through dismay, in presence came, desirous to understand tidings of all which there had happened on the land. Where soon as sad Emilia did espy her captive lover's friend, young Placidus, all mindless of her wonted modesty, she to him ran, and him with strait embrace enfolding said, And lives yet Ammius? He lives, quoth he, and his Emilia loves. Then less, said she, by all the woe I pass, with which my weaker patience fortune proves. But what mishap thus long him fro myself removes? Then gan he all this story to renew, and tell the course of his captivity, that her dear heart full deeply made to rue, and sigh full sore to hear the misery, in which so long he merciless did lie. Then, after many tears and sorrows spent, she dear besought the prince of remedy, who thereto did with ready will consent, and well perform, as shall appear by his event. The squire of low degree, released, Paeina takes to wife. Britomart fights with many knights. Prince Arthur stints their strife. Hard is the doubt and difficult to deem, when all three kinds of love together meet, and do dispart the heart with power extreme, whether shall weigh the balance down. To weet the dear affection unto kindred sweet, or raging fire of love to womankind, or zeal of friends combined with virtues meet. But of them all the band of virtuous mind, meseems the gentle heart should most assured bind. For natural affection soon doth cease, and quenched is with Cupid's greater flame. But faithful friendship doth them both suppress, and them with maestring discipline doth tame, through thoughts aspiring to eternal fame. For as the soul doth rule the earthly mass, and all the service of the body frame, so love of soul doth love of body pass, no less than perfect gold surmounts the meanest brass. All which, who list by trial to assay, shall in this story find approved plain, in which these squires true friendship more did sway than either care of parents could refrain, or love of fairest lady could constrain. For though Paeina were as fair as morn, yet did this trusty squire with proud disdain for his friend's sake her offered favour scorn, and she herself her sire of whom she was y-born. Now after that Prince Arthur granted had to yield strong succour to that gentle swain, who now long time had lain in prison sad, he gan advise how best he mote arraign that enterprise for greatest glory's gain. That headless tyrant's trunk he reared from ground, and having imped the head to it again, upon his usual beast it firmly bound, and made it so to ride as it alive was found. Then did he take that chased squire, and laid before the rider, as he captive were, and made his dwarf, though with unwilling aid, to guide the beast that did his master bear, till to his castle they approached near. Whom when the watch, that kept continual ward, saw coming home, all void of doubtful fear, he, running down, the gate to him unbarred, whom straight the prince ensuing, in together fared. There he did find, in her delicious bower, the fair Paeina, playing on a rote, complaining of her cruel paramour, and singing all her sorrow to the note, as she had learned readily by rote. That with the sweetness of her rare delight the prince half rapt began on her to dote, till, better him bethinking of the right, he her unwares attached and captive held by might. Whence being forth produced, when she perceived her own dear sire, she called to him for aid, but when of him no answer she received, but saw him senseless by the squire upstayed, she weened well that then she was betrayed. Then gan she loudly cry and weep and wail, and that same squire of treason to upbraid, but all in vain. Her plaints might not prevail, ne none there was to rescue her, ne none to bail. Then took he that same dwarf, and him compelled to open unto him the prison door, and forth to bring those thralls which there he held. Thenceforth were brought to him above a score of knights and squires to him unknown afore, all which he did from bitter bondage free, and unto former liberty restore. Amongst the rest, that squire of low degree came forth full weak and wan, not like himself to be, whom soon as fair Emilia beheld, and Placidus, they both unto him ran, and him embracing, fast betwixt them held, striving to comfort him all that they can, and kissing oft his visage pale and wan. That fair Piena, them beholding both, gan to envy, and bitterly to ban, through jealous passion, weeping inly wroth, to see the sight perforce, that both her eyes were loath. But when a while they had together been, and diversly conferred of their case, she, though full oft she both of them had seen asunder, yet not ever in one place, began to doubt, when she them saw embrace, which was the captive squire she loved so dear, deceived through great likeness of their face. For they so like in person did appear, that she uneath discerned whether were. And eke the prince, when as he them avised, their like resemblance much admired there, and mazed how nature had so well disguised her work, and counterfeit herself so near, as if that by one pattern seen somewhere she had them made a paragon to be, or whether it through skill or error were. Thus gazing long at them much wondered he, so did the other knights and squires, which them did see. Then gan they ransack that same castle strong, in which he found great store of hoarded treasure, the which that tyrant gathered had by wrong and tortious power, without respect or measure. Upon all which the Briton prince made seizure, and afterwards continued there a while to rest himself, and solace in soft pleasure those weaker ladies after weary toil, to whom he did divide part of his purchased spoil. And for more joy, that captive lady fair, the fair Piena, he enlarged free, and by the rest did set in sumptuous chair, to feast and frolic. Now the more would she show gladsome countenance, nor pleasant glee, but grieved was for loss both of her sire, and eke of lordship with both land and fee. But most she touched was with grief entire, for loss of her new love, the hope of her desire. But her the prince, through his well-wonted grace, to better terms of mildness did entreat, from that foul rudeness which did her deface, and that same bitter corsive which did eat her tender heart, and made refrain from meat, he with good thews and speeches well applied did mollify, and calm her raging heat. For though she were most fair and goodly dyed, yet she it all did mar with cruelty and pride. And for to shut up all in friendly love, sith the love was first the ground of all her grief, that trusty squire he wisely well did move not to despise that dame which loved him lief, till he had made of her some better prief, but to accept her to his wedded wife. Thereto he offered for to make him chief of all her land and lordship during life. He yielded and her took, so stinted all their strife. From that day forth in peace and joyous bliss they lived together long without debate, ne private jar, ne spite of enemies could shake the safe assurance of their state. And she, whom nature did so fair create that she mote match the fairest of her days, yet with lewd loves and lust intemperate had it defaced, thenceforth reformed her ways, that all men much admired her change and spake her praise. Thus, when the prince had perfectly compiled these pairs of friends in peace and settled rest, himself, whose mind did travel as with child of his old love, conceived in secret breast, resolved to pursue his former quest, and taking leave of all, with him did bear fair Amoret, whom fortune by bequest had left in his protection whileere, exchanged out of one into another fear. Fear of her safety did her not constrain, for well she wist now in a mighty hond her person late in peril did remain, who able was all dangers to withstand. But now, in fear of shame, she more did stand, seeing herself all solely succourless, left in the victor's power like vassal bond, whose will her weakness could no way repress in case his burning lust should break into excess. But cause of fear sure had she none at all, of him who goodly learned had of yore the course of loose affection to forestall,
and lawless lust to rule with reason's lore. That all the while he by his side her bore, she was as safe as in a sanctuary. Thus many miles they two together wore, to seek their loves dispersed diversely, yet neither showed to other their heart's privity. At length they came where as a troop of knights they saw together skirmishing seemed. 6 were they all full of fell despite, but 4 of them the battle best beseemed. That which of them was best mote not be deemed. Those 4 were they from whom false Florimel by braggadocio lately was redeemed, to wit, stern Druon and lewd Claribel, love-lavish Blandamour, and lustful Paradel. Druon's delight was all in single life, and unto ladies' love would lend no leisure. The more was Claribel enraged rife with fervent flames, and loved out of measure. So eke loved Blandamour, but yet at pleasure would change his liking, and new lemons prove. But Paradel of love did make no treasure, but lusted after all that did him move. So diversely these 4 disposed were to love. But those 2 other which beside them stood were Britomart and gentle Scudamore, who all the while beheld their wrathful mood, and wondered at their implacable stour, whose like they never saw till that same hour. So dreadful strokes each did at other drive, and laid on load with all their might and power, as if that every dint the ghost would rive out of their wretched courses, and their lives deprive. As when Dan Aeolus, in great displeasure for loss of his dear love by Neptune hent, sends forth the winds out of his hidden treasure upon the sea to wreak his fell intent. They, breaking forth with rude unrulement from all 4 parts of heaven, do rage full sore, and toss the deeps, and tear the firmament, and all the world confound with wild uproar, as if instead thereof they chaos would restore. Cause of their discord and so fell debate was for the love of that same snowy maid, whom they had lost in tournament of late, and seeking long to weet which way she strayed, met here together, where through lewd upbraid of Ate and Duessa they fell out, and each one taking part in other's aid, this cruel conflict raised thereabout, whose dangerous success depended yet in doubt. For sometimes Paradel and Blandamour the better had, and bet the others back. Eftsoons the others did the field recower, and on their foes did work full cruel rack. Yet neither would their fiend-like fury slack, but evermore their malice did augment, till that uneath they forced were for lack of breath their raging rigour to relent, and rest themselves for to recover spirit spent. Then gan they change their sides, and new parts take, for Paradel did take to Druon's side, for old despite, which now forth newly brake gainst Blandamour, whom always he envied, and Blandamour to Claribel relied. So all afresh gan former fight renew, as when 2 barks, this carried with the tide, that with the wind, contrary courses sue. If wind and tide do change, their courses change new. Thenceforth they much more furiously gan fare, as if but then the battle had begun. Ne helmets bright, ne hauberks strong did spare, that through the cliffs the vermeil blood outspun, and all adown their riven sides did run. Such mortal malice wonder was to see in friends professed, and so great outrage done. But sooth is said, and tried in each degree, faint friends, when they fall out, most cruel foemen be. Thus they long while continued in fight, till Scudamore and that same Briton maid by fortune in that place did chance to light, whom soon as they with wrathful eye bewrayed, they gan remember of the foul upbraid, the which that Britoness had to them done in that late tourney for the snowy maid, where she had them both shamefully fordone, and eke the famous prize of beauty from them won. Eftsoons, all burning with a fresh desire of fell revenge, in their malicious mood they from themselves gan turn their furious ire and cruel blades, yet steaming with hot blood, against those 2 let drive as they were wood, who, wondering much at that so sudden fit, yet not dismayed, them stoutly well withstood, ne yielded foot, ne once aback did flit, but being doubly smitten,
Likewise doubly smit, the warlike dame was on her part assayed of Claribel and Blandemore atone, and Paradel and Druon fiercely laid at Scudamore, both his professed foe. 4 charged 2, and 2 surcharged 1, yet did those 2 themselves so bravely bear, that thither little gained by the loan, but with their own repayed duly weir, and usury withal, such gain was gotten dear. Full oftentimes did Britomart assay to speak to them, and some emparlance move, but they for naught their cruel hands would stay, ne lend an ear to aught that might behoove. As when an eager mastiff once doth prove the taste of blood of some engored beast, no words may rate nor rigour him remove from greedy hold of that his bloody feast. So little did they hearken to her sweet behest. Whom when the Briton prince afar beheld, with odds of so unequal match oppressed, his mighty heart with indignation swelled, and inly grudge filled his heroic breast. Eftsoons himself he to their aid addressed, and thrusting fierce into the thickest press, divided them, however loath to rest, and would them fain from battle to surcease, with gentle words persuading them to friendly peace. But they so far from peace or patience were, that all at once at him gan fiercely fly, and lay on load as they him down would bear. Like as a storm which hovers under sky long here and there, and round about doth sty, at length breaks down in rain, and hail, and sleet, first from one coast, till naught thereof be dry, and then another, till that likewise fleet, and so from side to side, till all the world it weet. But now their forces greatly were decayed, the prince yet being fresh untouched afore, who them with speeches mild gan first dissuade from such foul outrage, and them long forbore, till seeing them through sufferance heartened more, himself he bent their furies to abate, and laid at them so sharply and so sore, that shortly them compelled to retreat, and being brought in danger, to relent too late. But now his courage being throughly fired, he meant to make them know their folly's prize. Had not those 2 him instantly desired to swage his wrath and pardon their misprise, at whose request he gan himself advise to stay his hand, and of a truce to treat in milder terms, as list them to devise. Mongst which the cause of their so cruel heat he did them ask, who all that passed gan repeat, and told at large how that same errant knight, to weet fair Britomart, them late had foiled in open tourney, and by wrongful fight both of their public praise had them despoiled, and also of their private loves beguiled, of 2 full hard to read the harder theft. But she that wrongful challenge soon assoiled, and showed that she had not that lady reft, as they supposed, but her had to her liking left. To whom the prince thus goodly well replied, Certes, sir knights, ye seemen much to blame to rip up wrong that battle once hath tried, wherein the honour both of arms ye shame, and eke the love of ladies foul defame, to whom the world this franchise ever yielded, that of their love's choice they might freely claim, and in that right should by all knights be shielded. Gainst which, meseems, this war ye wrongfully have wielded. And yet, quoth she, a greater wrong remains, for I thereby my former love have lost, whom seeking ever since, with endless pains, hath me much sorrow and much travel cost. Ay me, that gentle maid so tossed. But Scudamore, then sighing deep, thus said, Certes, her loss ought me to sorrow most, whose right she is, wherever she be strayed, through many perils won, and many fortunes weighed. For from the first that I her love professed, unto this hour, this present luckless hour, I never joyed happiness nor rest, but thus turmoiled from one to other stour, I waste my life, and do my days devour in wretched anguish and incessant woe, passing the measure of my feeble power, that, living thus a wretch and loving so, I neither can my love, nor yet my life forego. Then good Sir Claribel him thus bespake, Now were it not, Sir Scudamore, to you dislikeful pain so sad a task to take, Mote we entreat you, sith this gentle crew is now so well accorded all anew, that as we ride together on our way, ye will recount to us in order due all that adventure which ye did assay for that fair lady's love, past perils well apay. So gan the rest him likewise to require, but Britomart did him importune hard to take on him that pain, whose great desire he, glad to satisfy, himself prepared to tell through what misfortune he had fared in that achievement as to him befell, and all those dangers unto them declared, which, sith they cannot in this canto well comprised be, I will them in another tell.
Scudamore doth his conquest tell of virtuous Amoret. Great Venus' temple is described, and lover's life forth set. True he it said, whatever man it said, that love with gall and honey doth abound. But if the one be with the other weighed, for every dram of honey therein found, a pound of gall doth over it redound. That I too true by trial have approved. For since the day that first with deadly wound my heart was launched, and learned to have loved, I never joyed hour, but still with care was moved. And yet such grace is given them from above, that all the cares and evil which they meet may not at all their settled minds remove, but seem 'gainst common sense to them most sweet, as boasting in their martyrdom unmeet. So all that ever yet I have endured I count as naught, and tread down under feet, since of my love at length I rest assured, that to disloyalty she will not be allured. Long were to tell the travel and long toil through which this shield of love I late have won, and purchased this peerless beauty's spoil, that harder may be ended than begun. But since ye so desire, your will be done. Then hark, ye gentle knights and ladies free, my hard mishaps that ye may learn to shun. For though sweet love to conquer glorious be, yet is the pain thereof much greater than the fee. What time the fame of this renowned prize flew first abroad, and all men's ears possessed, I, having arms then taken, gan avise to win me honour by some noble jest, and purchase me some place amongst the best. I boldly thought, so young men's thoughts are bold, that this same brave emprise for me did rest, and that both shield and she whom I behold might be my lucky lot, sith all by lot we hold. So on that hard adventure forth I went, and to the place of peril shortly came. That was a temple fair and ancient, which of great Mother Venus bare the name, and far renowned through exceeding fame. Much more than that which was in Paphos built, or that in Cyprus, both long since this same, though all the pillars of the one were gilt, and all the others' pavement were with ivory spilt. And it was seated in an island strong, abounding all with delices most rare, and walled by nature 'gainst invaders wrong, that none mote have access, nor inward fare, but by one way that passage did prepare. It was a bridge y-built in goodly wise, with curious corbs and pendants graven fair, and arched all with porches, did arise on stately pillars, framed after the Doric guise. And for defence thereof, on th'other end there reared was a castle fair and strong, that warded all which in or out did wend, and flanked both the bridge's sides along, 'gainst all that would it fain to force or wrong. And therein woned 20 valiant knights, all 20 tried in war's experience long, whose office was, against all manner wights, by all means to maintain that castle's ancient rights. Before that castle was an open plain, and in the midst thereof a pillar placed, on which this shield of many sought in vain, the shield of love, whose guerdon me hath graced, was hanged on high, with golden ribbons laced. And in the marble stone was written this, with golden letters goodly well enchased: Blessed the man that well can use his bliss, whose ever be the shield, fair Amoret be his. Which when I read, my heart did inly earn, and pant with hope of that adventure's hap, ne stayed further news thereof to learn, but with my spear upon the shield did rap,
that all the castle ringed with the clap. Straight forth issued a knight, all armed to proof, and bravely mounted to his most mishap, who, staying not to question from aloof, ran fierce at me, that fire glanced from his horse's hoof. Whom boldly I encountered as I could, and by adventure shortly him unseated. Eftsoons outsprung 2 more of equal mould, but I them both with equal hap defeated. So all the 20 I likewise entreated, and left them groaning there upon the plain. Then pressing to the pillar, I repeated the rede thereof for guerdon of my pain, and taking down the shield, with me did it retain. So forth without impediment I passed, till to the bridge's utter gate I came, the which I found sure locked and chained fast. I knocked, but no man answered me by name. I called, but no man answered to my claim. Yet I persevered still to knock and call, till at the last I spied within the same where one stood peeping through a crevice small, to whom I called aloud, half angry therewithal. That was to weet the porter of the place, unto whose trust the charge thereof was lent. His name was Doubt, that had a double face, the one forward-looking, th'other backward bent, therein resembling Janus ancient, which hath in charge the ingate of the year, and evermore his eyes about him went, as if some proved peril he did fear, or did misdoubt some ill, whose cause did not appear. On one side he, on th'other sate Delay, behind the gate, that none her might espy, whose manner was all passengers to stay and entertain with her occasions sly, through which some lost great hope unheedily, which never they recover might again. And others, quite excluded forth, did lie long languishing there, in unpitied pain, and seeking often entrance afterwards in vain. Me, whenas he had privily espied bearing the shield which I had conquered late, he kenned it straight, and to me opened wide. So in I passed, and straight he closed the gate. But being in, Delay in close await caught hold on me, and thought my steps to stay, feigning full many a fond excuse to prate, and time to steal the treasure of man's day, whose smallest minute lost no riches render may. But by no means my way I would forslow, for aught that ever she could do or say, but from my lofty steed dismounting low, passed forth on foot, beholding all the way the goodly works and stones of rich assay, cast into sundry shapes by wondrous skill, that like on earth nowhere I reckon may, and underneath the river rolling still with murmur soft, that seemed to serve the workman's will. Thence forth I passed to the second gate, the gate of good desert, whose goodly pride and costly frame were long here to relate. The same to all stood always open wide, but in the porch did evermore abide an hideous giant, dreadful to behold, that stopped the entrance with his spacious stride, and with the terror of his countenance bold, full many did affray, that else fain enter wold. His name was Danger, dreaded over all, who day and night did watch and duly ward from fearful cowards entrance to forestall, and faint-heart fools, whom show of peril hard could terrify from fortune's fair ward. For oftentimes faint-hearts, at first espial of his grim face, were from approaching scared, unworthy they of grace, whom one denial excludes from fairest hope, withouten further trial. Yet many doughty warriors, often tried in greater perils to be stout and bold, durst not the sternness of his look abide, but soon as they his countenance did behold, began to faint, and feel their courage cold. Again, some other, that in hard assays were cowards known, and little count did hold, either through gifts or guile, or such like ways, crept in by stooping low, or stealing of the cays. But I, though meanest man of many moe, yet much disdaining unto him to lout, or creep between his legs, so in to go, resolved him to assault with manhood stout, and either beat him in, or drive him out. Eftsoons, advancing that enchanted shield, with all my might I gan to lay about, which when he saw, the glaive which he did wield, he gan forthwith to veil, and way unto me yield. So as I entered, I did backward look, for fear of harm that might lie hidden there, and lo, his hind parts, whereof heed I took, much more deformed, fearful ugly were, than all his former parts did erst appear, for hatred, murder, treason, and despite, with many moe, lay in ambushment there, awaiting to entrap the wareless wight, which did not them prevent with vigilant foresight. Thus, having passed all peril, I was come within the compass of that island's space, the which did seem unto my simple doom the only pleasant and delightful place that ever trodden was of footing's trace. For all that nature by her mother wit could frame in earth, and form of substance base, was there, and all that nature did omit, art, playing second nature's part, supplied it. No tree that is of count in greenwood grows, from lowest juniper to cedar tall, no flower in field that dainty odor throws, and decks his branch with blossoms over all, but there was planted, or grew natural, nor sense of man so coy and curious nice, but there mote find to please itself withal. Nor heart could wish for any quaint device, but there it present was, and did frail sense entice. In such luxurious plenty of all pleasure, it seemed a second paradise to guess, so lavishly enriched with nature's treasure, that if the happy souls which do possess the Lycian fields and live in lasting bless should happen this with living eye to see, they soon would loathe their lesser happiness, and wish to life returned again to be, that in this joyous place they mote have joyance free. Fresh shadows, fit to shroud from sunny ray, fair lawns, to take the sun in season due, sweet springs, in which 1,000 nymphs did play, soft rumbling brooks, that gentle slumber drew, high reared mounts, the lands about to view, low-looking dales, disloined from common gaze, delightful bowers to solace lovers true, false labyrinths, fond runners' eyes to daze, all which by nature made did nature's self amaze. And all without were walks and alleys dight with divers trees, and ranged in even ranks, and here and there were pleasant arbours pight, and shady seats, and sundry flowering banks, to sit and rest the walker's weary shanks. And therein 1,000 pairs of lovers walked, praising their God, and yielding him great thanks, ne ever aught but of their true loves talked, ne ever for rebuke or blame of any balked. All these together by themselves did sport their spotless pleasures and sweet love's content. But far away from these, another sort of lovers linked in true heart's consent, which loved not as these for like intent, but on chaste virtue grounded their desire, far from all fraud or feigned blandishment, which in their spirits kindling zealous fire, brave thoughts and noble deeds did evermore aspire. Such were great Hercules, and Hylas dear, true Jonathan and David trusty tried, stout Theseus, and Pirithous his fear, Pylades and Orestes by his side, mild Titus and Giusippus without pride, Damon and Pythias whom death could not sever, all these, and all that ever had been tied in bands of friendship, there did live for ever, whose lives, although decayed, yet loves decayed never. Which when as I that never tasted bliss nor happy hour, beheld with gazeful eye, I thought there was none other heaven than this, and gan their endless happiness envy, that being free from fear and jealousy, might frankly there their love's desire possess, whilst I, through pains and perilous jeopardy, was forced to seek my life's dear patroness. Much dearer be the things which come through hard distress. Yet all those sights and all that else I saw might not my steps withhold, but that forthright unto that purposed place I did me draw, whereas my love was lodged day and night. The temple of great Venus, that is hight the Queen of Beauty, and of Love the Mother, there worshipped of every living wight, whose goodly workmanship far passed all other that ever were on earth, all were they set together. Not that same famous temple of Diane, whose height all Ephesus did oversee, and which all Asia sought with vows profane, one of the world's 7 wonders said to be, might match with this by many a degree, nor that which the wise king of Jewry framed with endless cost to be th' Almighty's see, nor all that else through all the world is named to all the heathen gods might like to this be claimed. I, much admiring that so goodly frame, unto the porch approached, which open stood, but therein sate an amiable dame that seemed to be of very sober mood, and in her semblant showed great womanhood. Strange was her tire, for on her head a crown she wore much like unto a damask hood, powdered with pearl and stone, and all her gown enwoven was with gold, that wrought full low adown. On either side of her 2 young men stood, both strongly armed, as fearing one another. Yet were they brethren both, of half the blood, begotten by 2 fathers of one mother, though of contrary natures each to other. The one of them hight Love, the other Hate. Hate was the elder, Love the younger brother. Yet was the younger stronger in his state than th' elder, and him mastered still in all debate. Natheless that dame so well them tempered both, that she them forced hand to join in hand, albeit that hatred was thereto full loath, and turned his face away as he did stand, unwilling to behold that lovely band. Yet she was of such grace and virtuous might, that her commandment he could not withstand, but bit his lip for felonous despite, and gnashed his iron tusks at that displeasing sight. Concord she cleaved was in common rede, mother of blessed peace and friendship true. They both are twins, both born of heavenly seed, and she herself likewise divinely grew, the which right well her works divine did shew. For strength and wealth and happiness she lends, and strife and war and anger does subdue. Of little much, of foes she maketh friends, and to afflicted minds sweet rest and quiet sends. By her the heaven is in his course contained, and all the world in state unmoved stands, as their almighty Maker first ordained, and bound them with inviolable bands. Else would the waters overflow the lands, and fire devour the air, and hell them quite, but that she holds them with her blessed hands. She is the nurse of pleasure and delight, and unto Venus grace the gate doth open right. By her I entering half dismayed was, but she in gentle wise me entertained, and twixt herself and love did let me pass. But hatred would my entrance have restrained, and with his club me threatened to have brained, had not the lady with her powerful speech him from his wicked will uneath refrained, and th'other eke his malice did impeach, till I was throughly past the peril of his reach. Into the inmost temple thus I came, which fuming all with frankincense I found, and odours rising from the altar's flame. Upon 100 marble pillars round, the roof up high was reared from the ground, all decked with crowns and chains and girlands gay, and 1,000 precious gifts worth many a pound, the which sad lovers for their vows did pay, and all the ground was strowed with flowers as fresh as May. And 100 altars round about were set, all flaming with their sacrifices' fire, that with the steam thereof the temples sweat, which rolled in clouds to heaven did aspire, and in them bore true lovers' vows entire, and eke 100 brazen cauldrons bright to bathe in joy and amorous desire, every of which was to a damsel hight, and all the priests were damsels in soft linen dight. Right in the midst the goddess self did stand upon an altar of some costly mass, whose substance was uneath to understand, for neither precious stone, nor dureful brass, nor shining gold, nor mouldering clay it was, but much more rare and precious to esteem, pure in aspect, and like to crystal glass, yet glass was not, if one did rightly deem, but being fair and brickle, likest glass did seem. But it in shape and beauty did excel all other idols which the heathen adore, far passing that which by surpassing skill Phidias did make in Paphos isle of yore, with which that wretched Greek that life forlore did fall in love. Yet this much fairer shined, but covered with a slender veil afore, and both her feet and legs together twined were with a snake, whose head and tail were fast combined. The cause why she was covered with a veil was hard to know, for that her priests the same from people's knowledge laboured to conceal. But sooth it was not sure for womanish shame, nor any blemish which the work mote blame, but for they say she hath both kinds in one, both male and female, both under one name. She sire and mother is, herself alone, begets, and eke conceives, ne needeth other none. And all about her neck and shoulders flew a flock of little loves and sports and joys, with nimble wings of gold and purple hue, whose shape seemed not like to terrestrial boys, but like to angels playing heavenly toys, the whilst their eldest brother was away, Cupid, their eldest brother. He enjoys the wide kingdom of love with lordly sway, and to his law compels all creatures to obey. And all about her altar scattered lay great sorts of lovers piteously complaining, some of their loss, some of their love's delay, some of their pride, some paragons disdaining, some fearing fraud, some fraudulently feigning, as every one had cause of good or ill. Amongst the rest, some one, through love's constraining, tormented sore, could not contain it still, but thus brake forth, that all the temple it did fill. Great Venus, Queen of beauty and of grace, the joy of gods and men, that under sky dost fairest shine, and most adorn thy place, that with thy smiling look dost pacify the raging seas, and makest the storms to fly. Thee, goddess, thee the winds, the clouds do fear, and when thou spreadst thy mantle forth on high, the waters play, and pleasant lands appear, and heavens laugh, and all the world shows joyous cheer. Then doth the daedal earth throw forth to thee out of her fruitful lap abundant flowers, and then all living wights, soon as they see the spring break forth out of his lusty bowers, they all do learn to play the paramours. First do the merry birds, thy pretty pages, privily pricked with thy lustful powers, chirp loud to thee out of their leafy cages, and thee their mother call to cool their kindly rages. Then do the savage beasts begin to play their pleasant frisks, and loath their wonted food. The lions roar, the tigers loudly bray, the raging bulls rebellow through the wood, and breaking forth dare tempt the deepest flood, to come where thou dost draw them with desire. So all things else that nourish vital blood, soon as with fury thou dost them inspire, in generation seek to quench their inward fire. So all the world by thee at first was made, and daily yet thou dost the same repair. Ne aught on earth that merry is and glad, ne aught on earth that lovely is and fair, but thou the same for pleasure didst prepare. Thou art the root of all that joyous is, great God of men and women, Queen of there, Mother of laughter, and wellspring of bliss. O grant that of my love at last I may not miss. So did he say, but I with murmur soft, that none might hear the sorrow of my heart, yet inly groaning deep and sighing oft, besought her to grant ease unto my smart, and to my wound her gracious help impart. Whilst thus I spake, behold, with happy eye I spied where at the idol's feet apart a bevy of fair damsels close did lie, waiting when as the anthem should be sung on high. The first of them did seem of riper years and graver countenance than all the rest, yet all the rest were eke her equal peers, yet unto her obeyed all the best. Her name was Womanhood, that she expressed by her sad semblant and demeanour wise, for steadfast still her eyes did fixed rest, ne roved at random after gazers' guise, whose luring baits oft times do heedless hearts entice. And next to her sate goodly Shamefast dress, ne ever durst her eyes from ground uprear, ne ever once did look up from her dress, as if some blame of evil she did fear, that in her cheeks made roses oft appear. And her against sweet cheerfulness was placed, whose eyes, like twinkling stars in evening clear, were decked with smiles, that all sad humours chased, and darted forth delights, the which her goodly graced. And next to her sate sober Modesty, holding her hand upon her gentle heart. And her against sate comely Courtesy, that unto every person knew her part. And her before was seated overthwart soft Silence, and submiss Obedience, both linked together, never to dispart, both gifts of God, not gotten but from thence, both girlands of his saints against their foes' offence. Thus sate they all around in seemly rate, and in the midst of them a goodly maid, even in the lap of womanhood there sate, the which was all in lily white arrayed, with silver streams amongst the linen strayed, like to the morn, when first her shining face hath to the gloomy world itself bewrayed. That same was fairest Amoret in place, shining with beauty's light and heavenly virtue's grace, whom soon as I beheld, my heart gan throb, and weighed in doubt what best were to be done. For sacrilege me seemed the church to rob, and folly seemed to leave the thing undone, which with so strong attempt I had begun. Though, shaking off all doubt and shamefast fear, which lady's love I heard had never won mongst men of worth, I to her stepped near, and by the lily hand her laboured up to rear. Thereat that foremost matron me did blame and sharp rebuke for being overbold, saying it was to-night unseemly shame upon a recluse virgin to lay hold, that unto Venus services was sold. To whom I thus, Nay, but it fitteth best for Cupid's man with Venus maid to hold, for ill your goddess services are dressed by virgins, and her sacrifices let to rest. With that my shield I forth to her did show, which all that while I closely had concealed, on which when Cupid with his killing bow and cruel shafts emblazoned she beheld, at sight thereof she was with terror quelled, and said no more. But I, which all that while the pledge of faith her hand engaged held, like wary hind within the weedy soil, for no entreaty would forego so glorious spoil. And evermore upon the goddess face mine eye was fixed, for fear of her offence, whom when I saw with amiable grace to laugh at me and favour my pretence, I was emboldened with more confidence, and not for niceness nor for envy sparing, in presence of them all forth led her thence, all looking on and like astonished staring, yet to lay hand on her not one of all them daring. She often prayed and often me besought, sometime with tender tears to let her go, sometime with witching smiles, but yet for naught that ever she to me could say or do, could she her wished freedom from me woo. But forth I led her through the temple gate, by which I hardly passed with much ado. But that same lady which me friended late in entrance, did me also friend in my retreat. No less did danger threaten me with dread, when as he saw me, maugre all his power, that glorious spoil of beauty with me lead, than Cerberus, when Orpheus did recower his leman from the Stygian prince's bower. But evermore my shield did me defend against the storm of every dreadful stour. Thus safely with my love I thence did wend. So ended he his tale, where I this canto end.
Marinell's former wound is healed. He comes to Proteus' hall, where Thamus doth the Medway wed, and feasts the sea-gods all. But ah, for pity that I have thus long left a fair lady languishing in pain. Now well away that I have done such wrong, to let fair Florimel in bands remain, in bands of love, and in sad thraldom's chain, from which, unless some heavenly power her free by miracle, not yet appearing plain, she languor yet is like captive to be, that even to think thereof it inly pities me. Here need you to remember how erewhile unlovely Proteus, missing to his mind that virgin's love to win by wit or wile, her threw into a dungeon deep and blind, and there in chains her cruelly did bind, in hope thereby her to his bent to draw. For whenas neither gifts nor graces kind her constant mind could move at all, he saw, he thought her to compel by cruelty and awe. Deep in the bottom of an huge great rock the dungeon was, in which her bound he left, that neither iron bars nor brazen lock did need to guard from force or secret theft of all her lovers, which would have her reft. For walled it was with waves, which raged and roared, as they the cliff in pieces would have cleft. Besides, 10,000 monsters foul abhorred did wait about it, gaping grisly, all begored. And in the midst thereof did horror dwell, and darkness dread, that never viewed day, like to the baleful house of lowest hell, in which old Styx her aged bones alway, old Styx, the grandame of the gods, doth lay. There did this luckless maid 7 months abide, ne ever evening saw, ne morning's ray, ne ever from the day the night descried, but thought it all one night, that did no hours divide. And all this was for love of Marinell, who her despised. Ah, who would her despise? And women's love did from his heart expel, and all those joys that weak mankind entice. Natheless his pride full dearly he did price, for of a woman's hand it was aroke, that of the wound he yet in languor lies, ne can be cured of that cruel stroke which Britomart him gave, when he did her provoke. Yet far and near the nymph his mother sought, and many salves did to his sore apply, and many herbs did use. But whenas naught she saw could ease his rankling malady, at last to Tryphon she for help did hie, this Tryphon is the sea-god's surgeon hight, whom she besought to find some remedy, and for his pains a whistle him behight, that of a fish's shell was wrought with rare delight. So well that leech did hark to her request, and did so well employ his careful pain, that in short space his hurts he had redressed, and him restored to healthful state again, in which he long time after did remain there with the nymph his mother, like her thrall, who sore against his will did him retain, for fear of peril which to him mote fall, through his too venturous prowess proved over all. It fortuned then a solemn feast was there to all the sea-gods and their fruitful seed, in honour of the spousals, which then were betwixt the Medway and the Thames agreed. Long had the Thames, as we in records read, before that day her wooed to his bed, but the proud nymph would for no worldly meed, nor no entreaty to his love be led, till now at last relenting, she to him was wed. So both agreed that this their bridal feast should for the gods in Proteus' house be made, to which they all repaired, both most and least, as well which in the mighty ocean trade, as that in rivers swim or brooks do wade. All which, not if 100 tongues to tell, and 100 mouths, and voice of brass I had, and endless memory, that mote excel, in order as they came, could I recount them well. Help therefore, O thou sacred imp of Jove, the nursling of Dame Memory his dear,
to whom those rolls laid up in heaven above and records of antiquity appear, to which no wit of man may come anear. Help me to tell the names of all those floods, and all those nymphs which then assembled were to that great banquet of the watery gods, and all their sundry kinds, and all their hid abodes. First came great Neptune, with his three-forked mace, that rules the seas, and makes them rise or fall. His dewy locks did drop with brine apace under his diadem imperial, and by his side his queen with coronal, fair Amphitrite, most divinely fair, whose ivory shoulders were uncovered all as with a robe, with her own silver hair, and decked with pearls, which th' Indian seas for her prepare. These marched far fore the other crew, and all the way before them as they went, Triton his trumpet shrill before them blew, for goodly triumph and great jolliment, that made the rocks to roar as they were rent. And after them the royal issue came, which of them sprung by lineal descent. First the sea gods, which to themselves do claim the power to rule the billows, and the waves to tame. Phorcys, the father of that fatal brood, by whom those old heroes won such fame, and Glaucus, that wise soothsays understood, and tragic Ino's son, the which became a god of seas through his mad mother's blame. Now hight Palemon, and his sailor's friend, great Brontes, and Astrius, that did shame himself with incest of his kin unkinned, and huge Orion, that doth tempest still portend. The rich Tetius, and Eurytus long, Neleus and Peleus, lovely brethren both, mighty Chrysaor, and Caicus strong, Eurypylus, that calms the water's wrath, and fair Ephemus, that upon them goeth as on the ground, without dismay or dread, fierce Eryx, and Alybius, that knoweth the water's depth, and doth their bottoms tread, and sad Aesopus, comely with his hoary head. There also some most famous founders were of puissant nations, which the world possessed, yet sons of Neptune now assembled here. Ancient Ogyges, even the ancientest, and Inachus, renowned above the rest, Phoenix and Aeon and Pelasgus old, great Belus, Phaeax and Agenor best, and mighty Albion, father of the bold and warlike people which the Britain islands hold. For Albion the son of Neptune was, who, for the proof of his great puissance, out of his Albion did on dry foot pass into old Gaul, that now is cleped France, to fight with Hercules, that did advance to vanquish all the world with matchless might, and there his mortal part by great mischance was slain. But that which is the immortal sprite lives still, and to this feast with Neptune's seed was dight. But what do I their names seek to rehearse, which all the world have with their issue filled? How can they all in this so narrow verse contained be, and in small compass hilled? Let them record them that are better skilled, and know the monuments of passed age. Only what needeth shall be here fulfilled, t'express some part of that great equipage, which from great Neptune do derive their parentage. Next came the aged Ocean, and his dame old Tethys, the oldest two of all the rest, for all the rest of those two parents came, which afterward both sea and land possessed. Of all which Nereus, the eldest and the best, did first proceed, than which none more upright, ne more sincere in word and deed professed, most void of guile, most free from foul despite, doing himself and teaching others to do right. Thereto he was expert in prophesies, and could the leaden of the gods unfold, through which, when Paris brought his famous prize, the fair Tyndarid lass, he him foretold that her all Greece, with many a champion bold, should fetch again, and finally destroy proud Priam's town. So wise is Nereus old, and so well skilled. Nathless he takes great joy oft times amongst the wanton nymphs to sport and toy. And after him the famous rivers came, which do the earth enrich and beautify. The fertile Nile, which creatures new doth frame. Long Rhodanus, whose source springs from the sky. Fair Ister, flowing from the mountains high. Divine Scamander, purple yet with blood of Greeks and Trojans, which therein did die. Pactolus, glistering with his golden flood, and Tigris fierce, whose streams of none may be withstood. Great Ganges and immortal Euphrates, deep Indus and meander intricate, slow Peneus and tempestuous Physides, swift Rhene and Alpheus still immaculate, Uraxes feared for great Cyrus' fate, Tigris renowned for the Romans' fame, rich Orinoque, though but known late, and that huge river which doth bear his name of warlike Amazons, which do possess the same. Joy on those warlike women, which so long can from all men so rich a kingdom hold. And shame on you, O men, which boast your strong and valiant hearts in thoughts less hard and bold, yet quail in conquest of that land of gold. But this to you, O Britons, most pertains, to whom the right hereof itself hath sold, the which, for sparing little cost or pains, lose so immortal glory and so endless gains. Then was there heard a most celestial sound of dainty music, which did next ensue before the spouse. That was Arion crowned, who playing on his harp, unto him drew the ears and hearts of all that goodly crew, that even yet the dolphin, which him bore through the Aegean seas from pirates' view, stood still by him astonished at his lore, and all the raging seas for joy forgot to roar. So went he playing on the watery plain, soon after whom the lovely bridegroom came, the noble Thamus, with all his goodly train. But him before there went, as best became, his ancient parents, namely th' ancient Tame, but much more aged was his wife than he, the Ooze, whom men do Isis rightly name. Full weak and crooked creature seemed she, and almost blind through eld, that scarce her way could see. Therefore on either side she was sustained of two small grooms, which by their names were hight the Churn and Charwell, two small streams, which pained themselves her footing to direct aright, which failed oft through faint and feeble plight. But Tame was stronger and of better stay, yet seemed full aged by his outward sight, with head all hoary, and his beard all grey, dewed with silver drops that trickled down all way. And eke he somewhat seemed to stoop afore with bowed back, by reason of the load and ancient heavy burden which he bore of that fair city, wherein make abode so many learned imps, that shoot abroad, and with their branches spread all Brittany, no less than do her elder sisters brood. Joy to you both, ye double nursery of arts, but Oxford thine doth Tame most glorify. But he their son, full fresh and jolly was, all decked in a robe of watchet hue, on which the waves, glittering like crystal glass, so cunningly enwoven were, that few could weenen whether they were false or true. And on his head, like to a coronet he wore, that seemed strange to common view, in which were many towers and castles set, that it encompassed round as with a golden fret. Like as the mother of the gods, they say, in her great iron chariot wants to ride, when to Jove's palace she doth take her way. Old Cybele, arrayed with pompous pride, wearing a diadem embattled wide, with 100 turrets like a turabant. With such an one was Thamus beautified. That was to weet the famous Troynovant, in which her kingdom's throne is chiefly resident. And round about him many a pretty page attended duly, ready to obey, all little rivers, which owe vassalage to him as to their lord, and tribute pay. The chalky Kennet, and the Thetis grey, the Moorish Cole, and the soft sliding Breen, the wanton Lee, that oft doth lose his way, and the still Darrant, in whose waters clean 10,000 fishes play, and deck his pleasant stream. Then came his neighbour floods, which nigh him dwell, and water all the English soil throughout. They all on him this day attended well, and with meet service waited him about. Ne none disdained low to him to lout. No, not the stately Severn grudged at all, ne storming Humber, though he looked stout. But both him honoured as their principal, and let their swelling waters low before him fall. There was the speedy Tamar, which divides the Cornish and the Devonish confines, through both whose borders swiftly down it glides, and meeting Plym to Plymouth thence declines, and Dart nigh choked with sands of tinny mines. But Avon marched in more stately path, proud of his adamants, with which he shines and glisters wide, as also wondrous Bath, and Bristow fair, which on his waves he builded hath. And there came Stour with terrible aspect, bearing his 60 formed heads on high, that doth his course through Blandford plains direct, and washeth windborne meads in season dry. Next him went Wileborn with passage sly, that of his wiliness his name doth take, and of himself doth name the shire thereby. And Mole, that like a nooseling mole doth make his way still underground, till Thamus he overtake. Then came the Rother, decked all with woods like a wood god, and flowing fast to Rye. And Stour, that parteth with his pleasant flood the eastern Saxons from the southern nigh, and Clare and Harwich both doth beautify. Him followed Yar, soft-washing Norwich wall, and with him brought a present joyfully of his own fish unto their festival, whose like none else could show, the which they ruffins call. Next these the plenteous Ouse came far from land by many a city and by many a town, and many rivers taking under hand into his waters as he passeth down, the Clay, the Wear, the Grant, the Stour, the Rown. Thence doth by Huntington and Cambridge flit, by mother Cambridge, whom as with a crown he doth adorn, and is adorned of it, with many a gentle muse, and many a learned wit. And after him the fatal Welland went, that if old saws prove true, which God forbid, shall drown all Holland with his excrement, and shall see Stamford, though now homely hid, then shine in learning, more than ever did Cambridge or Oxford, England's goodly beams. And next to him the Nene down softly slid, and bounteous Trent, that in himself enseems both 30 sorts of fish, and 30 sundry streams. Next these came Tyne, along whose stony bank that Roman monarch built a brazen wall, which mote the feeble Britons strongly flank against the Picts, that swarmed over all, which yet thereof Galsever they do call. And Tweed, the limit betwixt Logris land and Albany, and Eden, though but small, yet often stained with blood of many a band of Scots and English both, that pined on his strand. Then came those 6 sad brethren, like forlorn, that whilome were, as antique fathers tell, 6 valiant knights, of one fair nymph born, which did in noble deeds of arms excel. And one there, where now York people dwell, still Ur, swift Worth, and Ouse, the most of might, high Swale, unquiet Nide, and troublous Skell, all whom a Scythian king, that Humber hight, slew cruelly, and in the river drowned quite. But passed not long ere Brutus' warlike son Locrinus them avenged, and that same date which the proud Humber unto them had done, by equal doom repaid on his own pate. For in the self-same river where he late had drenched them, he drowned him again, and named the river of his wretched fate, whose bad condition yet it doth retain, oft tossed with his storms, which therein still remain. These after came the stony shallow Lone, that to old Lancaster his name doth lend, and following Dee, which Britons long agone did call divine, that doth by Chester tend, and Conway, which out of his stream doth send plenty of pearls to deck his dames withal, and Lindus, that his pikes doth most commend, of which the ancient Lincoln men do call. All these together marched toward Proteus hall. Now thence the Irish rivers absent were, sith no less famous than the rest they be, and join in neighbourhood of kingdom near. Why should they not likewise in love agree, and joy likewise this solemn day to see? They saw it all, and present were in place, though I them all, according their degree, cannot recount, nor tell their hidden race, nor read the savage countries thorough which they pace. There was the Liffey, rolling down the Lee, the sandy Slane, the stony Aubrian, the spacious Sheenan, spreading like a sea, and pleasant Boyne, the fishy fruitful Ban, swift Onidif, which of the English man is called Blackwater, and the Liffar deep, sad Troas, that once his people overran, strong Allo tumbling from Slewloger steep, and Mulla mine, whose waves I whilom taught to weep. And there the three renowned brethren were, which that great giant Blomius begot, of the fair nymph Reusa, wandering there. One day, as she to shun the season hot, under sloe bloom in shady grove was got, this giant found her, and by force deflowered, whereof conceiving, she in time forth brought these three fair sons, which, being thenceforth powered, in three great rivers ran, and many countries scoured. The first, the gentle Sure, that making way by sweet Clonmel, adorns rich Waterford. The next, the stubborn Nure, whose waters grey by fair Kilkenny and Rosponte poured. The third, the goodly Barrow, which doth hoard great heaps of salmons in his deep bosom, all which, long sundered, do at last accord to join in one, ere to the sea they come, so flowing all from one, all one at last become. There also was the wide embayed Mare, the pleasant Bandon, crowned with many a wood, the spreading Lee, that like an island fair encloseth Cork with his divided flood, and baleful Ur, late stained with English blood, with many more whose names no tongue can tell, all which that day in order seemly good did on the Thames attend, and waited well to do their dewful service as to them befell. Then came the bride, the lovely Medwa came, clad in a vesture of unknown gear, and uncouth fashion, yet her well became, that seemed like silver sprinkled here and there with glittering spangs, that did like stars appear, and waved upon like water Camelot, to hide the metal which yet everywhere bewrayed itself, to let men plainly wot it was no mortal work, that seemed and yet was not. Her goodly locks adown her back did flow unto her waist, with flowers bescattered, the which ambrosial odours forth did throw to all about, and all her shoulders spread as a new spring, and likewise on her head a chapelet of sundry flowers she wore, from under which the dewy humour shed did trickle down her hair, like to the hoar congealed little drops, which do the morn adore. On her two pretty handmaids did attend, one called the Tace, the other called the Crane, which on her waited things amiss to mend, and both behind upheld her spreading train, under the which her feet appeared plain, her silver feet fair washed against this day, and her before their placed pages twain, both clad in colours like, and like array, the Doon and eke the Frith, both which prepared her way. And after these the sea-nymphs marched all goodly damsels, decked with long green hair, whom of their sire Nereides men call, all which the ocean's daughter to him bare, the grey-eyed Doris, all which 50 are, all which she there on her attending had, swift Proto, mild Eucrit, Thetis fair, soft Spio, sweet Eudore, Sao sad, light Doto, wanton Glauce, and Galene glad, white-hand Eunica, proud Dynamene, joyous Thalia, goodly Amphitrite, lovely Pasithe, kind Eulimene, light-foot Chimotho, and sweet Melite, fairest Pherusa, foul lily-white, wondered Agave Poris, and Nicaea, with Erato that doth in love delight, and Panope, and wise Protomedea, and snowy-necked Doris, and milk-white Galathea, speedy Hippotho, and chaste Actia, large Lysianassa, and Pernia sage, Evagor, and light Pontoporia, and she that with her least word can assuage the surging seas when they do sorest rage, Chimodoce, and stout Autonoe, and Niso, and Ione well in age, and seeming still to smile, Glauconome, and she that hight of many hests, Polynome, fresh Alameda, decked with girland green, Hipponio with salt bedewed rests, Leomedea like the crystal sheen, Leogore much praised for wise behests, and Samathe for her broad snowy breasts, Chimo, Eupompe, and Themiste just, and she that virtue loves and vice detests, Sevarna, and Menippe, true in trust, and Nemertea learned well to rule her lust. All these the daughters of old Nereus were, which have the sea in charge to them assigned, to rule his tides and surges to uprear, to bring forth storms or fast them to upbind, and sailors save from wrecks of wrathful wind. And yet besides 3,000 more there were of the ocean's seed, but Jove's and Phoebus' kind, the which in floods and fountains do appear, and all mankind do nourish with their waters clear. The which more eath it were for mortal wight to tell the sands, or count the stars on high, or aught more hard, than think to reckon right. But well I wot that these which I descry were present at this great solemnity, and there amongst the rest the mother was of luckless Marinell, Chimodoce, which for my muse herself now tired has, unto another canto I will overpass.
Marin, for love of Florimel, in languor wastes his life. The nymph his mother getteth her, and gives to him for wife. Oh, what an endless work have I in hand, to count the sea's abundant progeny, whose fruitful seed far passeth those in land, and also those which won in the azure sky. For much more eath to tell the stars on high, albeit they endless seem in estimation, than to recount the sea's posterity. So fertile be the floods in generation, so huge their numbers, and so numberless their nation. Therefore the antique wizards well invented that Venus of the foamy sea was bred, for that the seas by her are most augmented. Witness the exceeding fry which there are fed, and wondrous shoals, which may of none be read. Then blame me not, if I have erred in count of gods, of nymphs, of rivers yet unread. For though their numbers do much more surmount, yet all those same were there which erst I did recount. All those were there, and many other more, whose names and nations were too long to tell, that Proteus' house they filled even to the door, yet were they all in order, as befell, according their degrees disposed well. Amongst the rest was fair Chimodoce, the mother of unlucky Marinell, who thither with her came, to learn and see the manner of the gods when they at banquet be. But for he was half mortal, being bred of mortal sire, though of immortal womb, he might not with immortal food be fed, ne with the eternal gods to banquet come, but walked abroad, and round about did roam, to view the building of that uncouth place, that seemed unlike unto his earthly home.
where, as he to and fro by chance did trace, there unto him betid a disadventurous case. Under the hanging of an hideous cleaf he heard the lamentable voice of one that piteously complained her careful grief, which never she before disclosed to none, but to herself her sorrow did bemoan. So feelingly her case she did complain, that ruth it moved in the rocky stone, and made it seem to feel her grievous pain, and oft to groan with billows beating from the main. Though vain I see my sorrows to unfold, and count my cares when none is nigh to hear, yet, hoping grief may lessen, being told, I will them tell, though unto no man near. For heaven, that unto all lends equal ear, is far from hearing of my heavy plight, and lowest hell, to which I lie most near, cares not what evils hap to wretched wight, and greedy seas do in the spoil of life delight. Yet lo, the seas I see by often beating do pierce the rocks, and hardest marble wears, but his hard rocky heart for no entreating will yield, but when my piteous plaints he hears, is hardened more with my abundant tears. Yet though he never list to me relent, but let me waste in woe my wretched years, yet will I never of my love repent, but joy that for his sake I suffer prisonment. And when my weary ghost, with grief outworn by timely death, shall win her wished rest, let then this plaint unto his ears be borne, that blame it is to him that arms professed to let her die whom he might have redressed. There did she pause, enforced to give place unto the passion that her heart oppressed, and after she had wept and wailed a space, she gan afresh thus to renew her wretched case. Ye gods of seas, if any gods at all have care of right, or ruth of wretches wrong, by one or other way me, woeful thrall, deliver hence out of this dungeon strong, in which I daily dying am too long. And if ye deem me death for loving one that loves not me, then do it not prolong, but let me die, and end my days atone, and let him live unloved, or love himself alone. But if that life ye unto me decree, then let me live as lovers ought to do, and of my life's dear love beloved be. And if he shall through pride your doom undo, do you by duress him compel thereto, and in this prison put him here, with me. One prison fittest is to hold us two. So had I rather to be thrall than free. Such thraldom, or such freedom, let it surely be. But oh, vain judgment, and conditions vain, the which the prisoner points unto the free! The whiles I him condemn, and deem his pain, he, where he list, goes loose and laughs at me. So ever loose, so ever happy be. But where so loose or happy that thou art, know, Marinell, that all this is for thee. With that she wept and wailed, as if her heart would quite have burst through great abundance of her smart. All which complaint when Marinell had heard, and understood the cause of all her care to come of him, for using her so hard, his stubborn heart, that never felt Miss Fair, was touched with soft remorse and pity rare, that even for grief of mind he oft did groan, and inly wish that in his power it were her to redress. But since he means found none, he could no more but her great misery bemoan. Thus whilst his stony heart with tender ruth was touched, and mighty courage mollified, Dame Venus' son, that tameth stubborn youth with iron bit, and maketh him abide, till like a victor on his back he ride, into his mouth his mace-string bridle threw, that made him stoop till he did him bestride. Then gan he make him tread his steps anew, and learn to love, by learning lovers' pains to rue. Now gan he in his grieved mind devise, how from that dungeon he might her enlarge. Somewhile he thought by fair and humble wise to Proteus' self to sue for her discharge. But then he feared his mother's former charge against women's love, long given him in vain. Then gan he think, perforce with sword and targe her forth to fetch, and Proteus to constrain. But soon he gan such folly to forethink again. Then did he cast to steal her thence away, and with him bear where none of her might know, but all in vain, for why he found no way to enter in, or issue forth below. For all about that rock the sea did flow, and though unto his will she given were, yet without ship or boat her thence to row, he wist not how her thence away to bear, and danger well he wist long to continue there. At last, when as no means he could invent, back to himself he gan return the blame, that was the author of her punishment, and with vile curses and reproachful shame to damn himself by every evil name, and deem unworthy, or of love or life, that had despised so chaste and fair a dame, which him had sought through trouble and long strife, yet had refused a god that her had sought to wife. In this sad plight he walked here and there, and roamed round about the rock in vain, as he had lost himself he wist not where, oft listening if he mote her hear again, and still bemoaning her unworthy pain. Like as an hind whose calf is fall'n unwares into some pit, where she him hears complain, 100 times about the pit side fares, right sorrowfully mourning her bereaved cares. And now, by this, the feast was throughly ended, and every one gan homeward to resort, which seeing, Marinell was sore offended that his departure thence should be so short, and leave his love in that sea-walled fort. Yet durst he not his mother disobey, but her attending in full seemly sort did march amongst the many all the way, and all the way did inly mourn like one astray. Being returned to his mother's bower, in solitary silence far from wight, he gan record the lamentable stour in which his wretched love lay day and night, for his dear sake, that ill deserved that plight. The thought whereof him pierced his heart so deep, that of no worldly thing he took delight, ne daily food did take, ne nightly sleep, but pined and mourned and languished, and alone did weep. That in short space his wonted cheerful hue gan fade, and lively spirits deaded quite. His cheekbones raw, and eye-pits hollow grew, and brawny arms had lost their knowen might, that nothing like himself he seemed in sight. Ere long, so weak of limb and sick of love he walks, that lenger he note stand upright, but to his bed was brought, and laid above, like rueful ghost, unable once to stir or move. Which when his mother saw, she in her mind was troubled sore, ne wist well what to ween, ne could by search nor any means outfind the secret cause and nature of his teen, whereby she might apply some medicine. But weeping day and night did him attend, and mourn to see her loss before her eyne, which grieved her more, that she it could not mend. To see an helpless evil double grief doth lend. Not could she read the root of his disease, ne ween what Mr. malady it is, whereby to seek some means it to appease. Most did she think, but most she thought amiss, that same former fatal wound of his, whileare by Tryphon, was not throughly healed, but closely rankled under the orifice. Least did she think that which he most concealed, that love it was, which in his heart lay unrevealed. Therefore to Tryphon she again doth haste, and him doth chide as false and fraudulent, that failed the trust which she in him had placed to cure her son, as he his faith had lent, who now was fallen into a new languishment of his old hurt, which was not truly cured. So back he came unto her patient, where searching every part her well assured that it was no old sore which his new pain procured, but that it was some other malady or grief unknown which he could not discern. So left he her withouten remedy. Then gan her heart to faint and quake and earn, and inly troubled was the truth to learn. Unto himself she came, and him besought, now with fair speeches, now with threatenings stern, if aught lay hidden in his grieved thought, it to reveal, who still her answered, there was naught. Natheless she rested not so satisfied, but leaving watery gods as booting naught, unto the shiny heaven in haste she hied, and thence Apollo, king of leeches, brought. Apollo came, who, soon as he had sought through his disease, did by and by outfind that he did languish of some inward thought, the which afflicted his engrieved mind, which love he read to be that leads each living kind. Which when he had unto his mother told, she gan thereat to fret and greatly grieve, and coming to her son, gan first to scold and chide at him that made her disbelieve. But afterwards she gan him soft to shrieve, and woo with fair entreaty, to disclose which of the nymphs his heart so sore did meave. For sure she weened it was some one of those which he had lately seen, that for his love he chose. Now, lest she feared that same fatal rede that warned him of women's love beware, which being meant of mortal creatures' seed, for love of nymphs she thought she need not care, but promised him whatever wight she wear, that she her love to him would shortly gain. So he her told. But soon as she did hear that Florimel it was which wrought his pain, she gan afresh to chafe and grieve in every vein. Yet, since she saw the strait extremity in which his life unluckily was laid, it was no time to scan the prophecy, whether old Proteus true or false had said, that his decay should happen by a maid. It's late in death of danger to advise, or love forbid him that his life denayed, but rather gan in troubled mind devise how she that lady's liberty might enterprise. To Proteus' self to sue she thought it vain, who was the root and worker of her woe, nor unto any meaner to complain, but unto great King Neptune's self did go, and on her knee before him falling low, made humble suit unto his majesty to grant to her her son's life, which his foe, a cruel tyrant, had presumptuously by wicked doom condemned, a wretched death to die. To whom god Neptune, softly smiling, thus: Daughter, meseems of double wrong ye plain, 'gainst one that hath both wronged you and us. For death toward, I ween did appertain to none but to the sea's sole sovereign. Read therefore who it is which this hath wrought, and for what cause, the truth discover plain. For never wight so evil did or thought, but would some rightful cause pretend, though rightly not. To whom she answered, Then it is by name Proteus, that hath ordained my son to die, for that a waft, the which by fortune came upon your seas, he claimed as property, and yet nor his inequity, but yours the waft by high prerogative. Therefore I humbly crave your majesty it to replevy, and my son reprieve. So shall you by one gift save all us three alive. He granted it, and straight his warrant made, under the sea-god's seal or tentacle, commanding Proteus straight enlarge the maid, which, wandering on his seas imperial, he lately took, and sithence kept as thrall, which she receiving with meet thankfulness, departed straight to Proteus therewithal, who, reading it with inward loathfulness, was grieved to restore the pledge he did possess, yet durst he not the warrant to withstand, but unto her delivered Florimel, whom she receiving by the lily hand, admired her beauty much, as she mote well, for she all living creatures did excel, and was right joyous that she gotten had so fair a wife for her son Marinel. So home with her she straight the virgin lad, and showed her to him, then being sore bestad. Who soon as he beheld that angel's face, adorned with all divine perfection, his cleared heart, eftsoons away and chase sad death, revived with her sweet inspection, and feeble spirit inly felt refection. As withered weed, through cruel winter's kine, that feels the warmth of sunny beams' reflection, lifts up his head, that did before decline, and gins to spread his leaf before the fair sunshine. Right so himself did Marinell uprear, when he in place his dearest love did spy, and though his limbs could not his body bear, ne former strength return so suddenly, yet cheerful signs he showed outwardly, ne less was she in secret heart affected, but that she masked it with modesty, for fear she should of likeness be detected, which to another place I leave to be perfected.
End of Canto 12. Recording by Thomas Copeland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.